Ah, Professor Wayland. I've heard the good news. Do you have time now to discuss? A small black cat floated forward, his eyes sparkling with joy. He was able to see his assistant professor coming from around the corner. His name was Wayland, and since his arrival, the whole institute had been flipped upside down. Everyone was whispering his name and gossiping about the wave of change he was ushering with his presence. Many of the other professors were jealous. Some even feared his newly gained position, but Arion was truly grateful that he had become acquainted with this peculiar young man. "Good day, Professor Arion." "Oh, good day." Before he could speak any further, 3 new people entered his field of view. 4 young ladies accompanied his new friend. One of them had been central to a recent drama that Professor Wayland had resolved. He wasn't too well informed about the 3 that accompanied her, but they seemed to have a good relationship with each other. While he couldn't tell what this was about, his friend seemed to be in some trouble. Even though his face was hidden behind armor, Arion could tell by now when Roland was flustered. Arion, the head of the runic department, took in the scene before him with keen interest. Roland, or Professor Wayland as most knew him, was flanked by his sister Lucienne and her 3 friends, each carrying travel bags. There seemed to be some tension in the air. Clearly something was unfolding before his feline eyes. "I see you have company. What brings you all here?" He noticed Roland hesitating for a second before moving closer and leaning in. "Lucienne's brother is in some trouble. I have agreed to help her get there through the teleportation gate. The others are her friends, and they have decided to accompany us." Arion raised an eyebrow, glancing at the determined faces of the girls. They were in some strange defensive stance with Lucienne in the middle. From Roland's tone, he could ascertain that the young man wasn't too glad of how this situation was unfolding. He knew Lucienne from the recent incident with the Castellane family, but was unsure how it would unfold in the future. "I understand. Don't worry about the runic department. I'll take care of everything. I just heard the good news directly from the headmistress. I must thank you, my friend. All of this wouldn't have been possible without you. If there is anything that you wish, just tell me and I'll make it happen." The news about an increase in funds had already reached his feline ears. Many teachers from other departments were starting to show interest in transferring to his side. He knew that they just wanted to ride the wave and use his newly gained wealth for their own research, but he could still use those vouchers. Perhaps his dream of runic magic spreading through the kingdom wasn't that far off. "Yeah, about that, do you perhaps know any people within the De Vere territory? I might need some help there." De Vere. You probably already know of my previous assistant Lucille De Vere." "Don't tell me." "Yes. She is involved in this incident." "Oh my, how dreadful. Is she all right?" "Yes. She is fine, but probably under house arrest. So if there is anyone else that you might know." Arion started to deliberate this question. The De Vere territory was well known for its strict governance and formidable defenses. Given the current situation, any assistance there would be invaluable. "De Vere territory, you say?" "I do know a few individuals who might be of help. There's Professor Eloise, who specializes in elemental runes. She has connections within the De Vere family and was young Lucille's tutor. She was the one that awoke my assistant's love for runic magic. To this day, I'll never forget those bright eyes when she walked in during one of my lectures. Arion, could you please focus?" "Oh, excuse me, where was I? Yes, there was also Bernard, a former student of mine. If I'm not mistaken, he had decided to settle down in that region. He might be able to provide some help during your stay as well." "That would be very helpful. Could you send a message to them on my behalf? I need all the help I can get." "Of course, I will get right on it. I'll make sure they know of your situation and the urgency." "Thank you, Professor Arion. I appreciate your assistance." He saw his large friend nodding while the 4 girls waited behind him. It was a strange sight to behold, but he was sure that, with Roland as the chaperone, they would be safe. "No problem at all, my friend. Now, safe travels, and may the rune gods guide your path." Arion gave a warm smile and turned back to his work, leaving Roland with the reassurance that he wouldn't be alone in the De Vere lands. With a nod, Roland led Lucienne and her friends to the teleportation gate. The girls seemed slightly more relaxed now, but the weight of the task ahead strained their expressions. There is never a boring day with him around. The teleportation gate emitted a soft hum as it activated, casting a blue glow around the chamber. The girls exchanged nervous glances, but Roland's presence seemed to give them some comfort. He stood at the front, his posture firm and resolute. "Everyone ready?" Lucienne nodded, gripping her bag tightly. Her friends mirrored her actions, standing close together. Roland wasn't feeling too well about what was happening. His preparations were slim to none, and he didn't truly know the area he was attempting to go to now. Everything was happening too fast for his liking, but there was no time to prepare. If they didn't go now, Robert's future was at risk. What he was mostly worried about were the 3 girls that were coming along with them. He had agreed to take them along under the pretense of emotional support for his sister. While Roland was a loner that didn't need anyone, this wasn't the case for others. It actually was somewhat helpful, as he wouldn't need to worry about this part of the trip. However, some irregularities arose during their departure. "Young lady, I think you should reconsider. I'm sure that the professor will handle." "Hadley, that's enough. We already discussed this. Let's go." Margaret Berganza, one of Lucien's friends and an upperclassman, was quite suspicious. She was capable of hiding her status in a way that he didn't understand. He had attempted to discern it, but couldn't pinpoint the source of the spell or ability being used. Then, once they had decided to leave, she appeared with another person, clearly a powerful guard. The guard was a woman who somewhat reminded him of Mary from Albrook. She was wearing a maid uniform and concealing some weapons under her long skirt. No normal person would be able to detect the faint magical traces, but he could tell that she was hiding something dangerous under there. Her status had been hidden as well, probably through the same technique Margaret was using. This woman had long black hair done in a ponytail, and her left eye was covered by an eye patch. Her movements were somewhat rough and lacked the grace Mary walked with. She seemed to be more of a frontline warrior type than someone that hid within the shadows. Possibly another knight commander like Elithys Baskerville that he had faced. Who is this girl? On one hand, having an experienced guard would be beneficial, especially given the uncertainty of their mission. On the other hand, her presence complicated things, as her true motif was still unknown. Was she truly an ally, or would they attempt to do something similar to the incident in the nearby dungeon? She doesn't seem like someone who is taking orders from Viola. Is she a hidden daughter of some powerful noble? I bet if something happens to her, they will blame me for it. Great. It wasn't strange for nobles to create hidden offspring that no one knew about. It was possible that this was one of those situations and she was living a double life with a knight protecting her well-being. However, there were other possibilities. She could have been a criminal, a spy from another country, or just someone that wanted to hide their identity for some reason. Her words feel genuine at least. I don't think she is an enemy. Maybe her hidden identity could come in handy? While thinking, Roland, Lucienne, and her friends vanished into the teleportation gate. Once through to the other side of the teleportation gate, the group arrived in a small, dimly lit chamber in the mage tower closest to the De Vere territory. The room was lined with intricate runes, and a mage was present to oversee the transportation process. He nodded at them, signaling that all had gone smoothly. "Welcome to the Lorien Mage Tower," the mage that was present said, his voice echoing slightly through the chamber. "I trust your journey was uneventful?" Roland replied in the most polite tone that he could muster. They were now in a new area, and making enemies right at the start of this new adventure wouldn't be wise. The Mage Tower was named after a long-deceased archmagus and was occupied by a local mage guild. It had some ties to the Adventurer Guild, as it lent its mages to them for a price. The local lord supported them and would even use their services if any outside lords attacked. I've heard that this mage guild was one of the reasons that the De Vere house won their new title. The mage present was an older man with gray hair and a long beard, dressed in the traditional robes of his order. He seemed unsuspecting, but there was a certain glint in his eye, of someone that had gone through battle before. Roland was aware that this territory had been in a recent conflict and was now blossoming. While rare, disputes between nobles periodically escalated into skirmishes. If there was a good excuse, even the king would permit battles to resolve these disputes. If one noble family was abolished to strengthen another, the kingdom didn't really lose much. This was the case here, and perhaps the reason Lucille de Vere had been able to spend so much time at the Institute. It was common to send important family members away for their protection, and what better protection than a Tier 4 Magus? Quite so, but will you give us a moment? For some this was the first time going through a gate. Of course, take your time. The price has already been paid, but please don't take too long. There is another transfer scheduled in 15 minutes. Thank you. Roland nodded and turned towards the people he had been with. His sister, along with two other girls, were down on the ground and clutching their heads. This had been clearly the first time they had gone through a gate. However, the maid along with her mistress seemed to be fine. Ugh, I feel dizzy. I don't feel good, Erp. You'll be fine. Just give it a few minutes. Luckily, thanks to those two being fine, he didn't really need to worry about talking. He was the main guardian, but that didn't mean that he needed to take care of everything. While they were trying to recover, he took his time to adjust his sensors to this place. Soon his runic map appeared before his eyes and showcased all the mages in the vicinity. If I'm not mistaken, this is the city of Antolin, and we'll have to get to Ballack where Robert is. I hope that we won't be too late. He glanced at the young ladies accompanying him. Before leaving, he had to fill out a few papers indicating that he was taking them for extracurricular classes. Their parents needed to know where their children were, and he was under a time limit. Luckily, the maid was also here, so he might have been able to get her to escort the rest away in his stead, in the case of going over the limit. Are you all set to go? Roland asked, looking at the group he was stuck with. Lucienne and her friends, though still slightly disoriented, were starting to get back on their feet. Yes, we are fine now, right everyone? Lucienne assured, her face pale but determined. The other girls nodded in agreement, though they were clearly still adjusting to the aftereffects of the teleportation. All right, follow me. We need to reach our next destination before it gets dark, Roland said, leading the way out of the chamber and into the bustling streets of Antolin. The city was a blend of old-world charm and modern advancements, with cobblestone streets and magical lanterns illuminating the way. When he compared it to Albrook and what he had been developing, it wasn't much, but to the people of this world, something like this was cutting-edge technology. The maid, Hadley, stayed close to Margaret, who for some reason was a massive chatterbox. The two other girls, Adesuna from the Wolven Beast tribe and the freckled Marleyan, seemed to have a hard time keeping up with the pace. Professor Wayland. Yes? Where are we heading? Before going further, Margaret jumped out to stop him. He wasn't sure what this was about, as he was supposed to be the leader of this group, but it seemed that she had some plans of her own. We need to find a fast carriage first. There are no airships here, but we aren't that far off from the city of Ballack. It shouldn't take more than half a day. Half a day? Why don't we do it in a quarter? Ah, yes. He wasn't sure what she was talking about, but soon, her maid was called over. Hadley, you know what to do. But young miss. The two looked at each other as if they were communicating through some hidden means. The maid bodyguard didn't seem too willing about whatever the young lady meant, but soon she relented. I understand. Please wait here for a moment. Where is she going? Don't worry, Professor. She is just going to bring us a carriage. We just need to wait. Why don't we go to a restaurant for now? This shouldn't take long. The girl puffed out her chest as if she was proud of her new plan, but Roland couldn't help being skeptical. The bustling streets of Antolin were alive with activity. Magical shops lined the streets, their windows displaying enchanted trinkets and potions. Street vendors called out their wares, and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. Roland and his companions found themselves standing at a busy crossroads, with Margaret seemingly taking charge over their expedition. All right, let's find a place to sit and wait for Hadley, Margaret said, looking around. She spotted a quaint little cafe across the street and led the group toward it. Her confident demeanor suggested she was used to having her way and was not something that her current status would produce. Roland was unsure if he made the right choice of taking her along, as these types of people usually caused more trouble than good. She spotted a quaint little cafe across the street and led the group toward it. They settled at a table outside the cafe, where the view allowed them to keep an eye on the passing crowd. Lucien, still pale from the teleportation, took a sip of water and tried to relax. Atasuna and Marlian were slowly regaining their composure, their eyes wide as they took in the sights and sounds of Antolin. "This is a beautiful city," Atasuna commented, her voice soft and tinged with wonder. "Yes, it's quite different from what we're used to," Marlian agreed as both of them attempted to cheer his sister up. They knew what this trip was about, and keeping their friend in good spirits was their true aim. Margaret ordered drinks for everyone and forked up the bill before he could go for his purse. Who was this girl really, and what was her true motive? After a few moments, Hadley returned, leading a sleek, black carriage drawn by two majestic, magical equine beasts. The carriage itself was a marvel, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered in the sunlight. It was clearly no ordinary vehicle, and Roland's suspicions grew as he saw the ease with which Hadley handled it. How could they procure something like this, so fast? Roland raised an eyebrow but kept his thoughts to himself. The magical beasts were elemental horses who embodied the element of wind. Their manes strangely resembled clouds as they shimmered in the summer air. Their bodies were green and exuded elemental wind energy. When it came to speed, they were unmatched. It seemed that their trip would be speedy, and Roland decided to ignore his new strange helper if it meant that his brother could be saved. "Would you like another biscuit?" "Sure. Can I also get some more tea?" "Of course." "Oh, excuse me, Professor, would you like some too?" "No, I'm fine." Roland glanced at the four girls who were sitting and eating sweet snacks. They were inside a rather spacious carriage that they had procured for this trip. There was even tea inside, and thanks to a few enchantments, the carriage would not shake, even if it went over uneven terrain. The group was ensconced in the carriage, which smoothly sped along the cobblestone streets outside of Antolin. The magical equine beasts pulling it were indeed as swift as Margaret had promised, and Roland found himself grudgingly appreciating the comfort and speed. As they traveled, he used the time to consider their destination and the potential problems ahead. Lucienne and her friends were chatting quietly. The tension from earlier was slowly dissipating. Hadley, the maid, took a seat next to him, and both of them watched the girls on the other side. "So, Professor Wayland, what exactly do you expect to find when we get to Balak?" Hadley asked, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp. It was clear to him that there was more to this woman than met the eye. She was trying to measure his strength. It was as if she was trying to figure out how a battle between the two of them would go. Both of them had devices to hide their status, so neither of them knew their opponent's true strength. "I am not entirely sure, but Miss Lucien's brother has found himself in some trouble and was probably falsely accused of something. I'm sure once we get there, everything will become clearer." Hadley nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face which was also slightly filled with doubt. "I see. And you are certain you can handle whatever awaits us?" Roland glanced at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I wouldn't have agreed to come if I wasn't." The carriage sped on, and the landscape gradually shifted from urban to rural as they passed through the De Vere territory. Roland took his time to examine the surroundings and ensured he was tracking their travel route. There was a possibility that they would need an escape route to the Mage Tower. He wasn't planning on letting his brother die. As long as they managed to escape into the territory of another noble, the De Vere family wouldn't be able to follow. In a worst-case scenario, he would be able to hide Robert in Albrook, where the aristocratic Valerian house ruled. "Very well, Professor. Just wanted to make sure we are on the same page." "That's fine. I'm sure you're only concerned about the lady you serve. It's understandable." Roland was sure that this woman was some kind of guard, but she probably wouldn't harm him or the other girls. However, he wasn't so sure if she would abandon the group and prioritize Margaret if things got sour. It would probably be up to him to protect the rest, and judging by the map, this might come sooner than later. At first, the journey proceeded smoothly for the most part. The carriage sliced through the rural areas of the De Vere territory in an efficient manner. Their speed was high, but they eventually entered a dense forest area. where some unforeseen guests were waiting for them. Roland could see dots on his mapping device trying to encircle them, clearly enemies that had been waiting for someone to take this route. Bandits again? No one knew him inside the kingdom, and besides the incident with Viola Castellane, he didn't have many enemies. There were a couple of possibilities in this situation. Either this was just an area filled with bandits and their luck was bad, or they had been followed. It wasn't uncommon for bandits to appear, occasionally attacking wealthy travelers and then escaping into another region before any knights could be dispatched to deal with them. However, he was still hated by someone who had already tried to assassinate him before, so he couldn't exclude the other possibility. They probably created a barricade and will try to entrap us once we stop. The girls inside the carriage didn't notice anything was wrong, but Roland had a clear view of the situation outside. Above them, a metallic object in the shape of a dodecahedron was floating, relaying a feed directly into his helmet. He had let one of his inventions fly above them like a drone to keep watch over their movements. Through this, he could see into the distance where his enemies lurked. This would probably allow him to act before anything happened, and soon he was moving towards the carriage door. "Miss Hadley, I need to step away for a moment. We have a few unwelcome guests, but don't be alarmed. They aren't much of a threat." Without stopping the carriage, Roland pushed the door open and, with the help of his flotation spell, took a step forward. While maintaining their momentum, he propelled himself to the top of the carriage. From his vantage point, he scanned the forest around them, noting the positions of the bandits hidden among the trees. The dense foliage would normally provide ample cover, but thanks to his runic equipment, he could see through everything. "Please don't be alarmed and don't stop." The neatly dressed coachman glanced in his direction as he appeared on top of the carriage. He looked confused but continued to steer the magical horses, trusting that Roland knew what he was doing. With the help of his drone above, it was easy to home in on every mana pattern in close proximity. Soon, Roland reached out with one of his hands. A sphere of energy started to form on his palm, glowing larger with each passing moment. He lifted his palm upwards as if trying to lift a water balloon filled with liquid. The sphere continued to increase in size as he poured more mana into it. Finally, in a burst of blue light, many strings of light shot out in all directions. The thin threads of concentrated mana energy shot out in all directions, darting through the forest with precision. Each thread homed in on a target, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The bandits, some who had been lying in wait and others who were mobile, were caught off guard. The energy threads connected with their vital points, overpowering them almost instantly. Roland remained poised on top of the carriage, his eyes scanning the forest for any additional threats. He knew better than to assume the initial wave of bandits was all there was. His instincts proved wrong this time around as no further reinforcements were detected by any of his skills or spells. Now the only problem that was before them was the small barricade that they were approaching from the front. "Professor Wayland, what's happening?" Lucien's voice called out from inside the carriage, her tone clearly indicating concern. "Just a minor inconvenience. Stay inside." Roland replied calmly, his eyes pointed towards the road and the enemies waiting for them. There were around 10 men there who had gathered some thick logs and placed them on the road to block them from advancing. The carriage slowed as it neared the barricade, but Roland wasn't planning on stopping. "Don't stop. Just continue at this pace." "But sir, we'll hit those logs if we don't." The coachman called out but quickly quieted down as a large mass of bluish energy appeared before him. It was much bigger than the previous sphere that produced thin traces of mana. Then, while pointing it at around a 45-degree angle, the concentrated projectile was fired forward. It traveled in a magnificent arch and looked like a comet streaking through the night sky, aimed right at the center of the barricade. This massive blue projectile soared through the air and crashed into the barricade with a thunderous impact. The logs and debris exploded outward, sending splinters flying in all directions. The bandits that had been lying in wait ran to the side, some of them being pushed away by the occurring explosion while others were incinerated by it. "Yes, sir. Don't worry and keep going. Everything is going to be fine." For some reason, the coachman felt a strange belief in Roland's words. The man talking to him had an aura of confidence that made the man trust his claim. A large hole had been produced by the blast, and under normal circumstances, the carriage would certainly have crashed into this space and been halted. However, not long after, a dark purple light surrounded Roland's body, and from various areas, more of the same floating objects emerged. They were all of the same dodecahedron shape as the one floating object used as a spy drone. They gathered around the carriage and started producing flat layers of a glass-like substance made from mana energy. Once they all connected to each other, the entire carriage was encased in a mostly transparent shield. Then, with a little jolt of mana, just as they were about to ram into the explosion area, they lifted off the ground. What's happening outside? Whoa, I'm floating. Ha! This is fun. The voices of the young girls could be heard inside the carriage as it soared through the air for a few seconds before landing back on the ground. The coachman gulped and craned his neck to look at the bandits they had just blown past. The carriage was unhurt, and all four wheels were still in place, so they continued unimpeded. The man, though shaken, maintained his grip on the reins, guiding the magical equine beasts forward. The carriage settled back on the cobblestone road with a soft thud, and Roland examined the area around them once more. After making sure that there were no further obstructions ahead, he called back the hovering runic drones into his spatial space that could be now expanded around him. Satisfied that the immediate threat had been neutralized, Roland floated back down to the carriage door. There he was greeted by surprised looks from the young women and also the maid. "Is everything all right now, Professor? What was all of that about?" Margaret asked. Her usual confident demeanor slightly changed as she attempted to fix her hair. None of the girls actually knew what this all was about, as it was impossible for them to see the hidden bandits trying to surround them. "Yes, everything is fine. There was a small obstruction on the road, but now it's gone." A small obstruction. Margaret looked towards her maid for confirmation, but she just nodded back, implying that it was better not to pry into the matter. Soon they resumed their trip, which became much quieter after the strange incident. They quickly continued their journey towards Ballack, and the girls eventually came to terms with what had happened. Lucienne, though still worried about her brother, couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power he possessed. She was aware that he wasn't much older than her and younger than their other brother Robert. He was someone with many secrets who acted too mature for his age. However, he was becoming someone she could count on, and she believed even more that somehow they could save their sibling. They were now back on track, and the carriage continued its journey. Swiftly and smoothly, the magical beasts pulled them at an unmatched speed. The landscape outside gradually changed, with the dense forest giving way to rolling hills and farmlands. The transition from rural to the more populated area signaled they were approaching Ballack. As they neared the city, the atmosphere within the carriage grew more tense. Roland could sense the apprehension among the girls, especially Lucienne. She was worried about her brother, and it was uncertain what was waiting for them in Ballack. The carriage started to slow down as they arrived before the main gate and took their spot in a waiting line to get inside. The large, fortified gates of Ballack loomed ahead, guarded by stern-looking sentinels who scrutinized each carriage and pedestrian entering the city. The surrounding area buzzed with activity as merchants, travelers, and city folk moved about. This was a true large city, and even though Albrook had been developed further, it could not compare. Roland took a deep breath and looked over at Lucienne, who was fidgeting with her hands. He wanted to reach out to give her some reassurance, but with the other girls around, it wasn't possible. Luckily, they were quite responsible young ladies and almost instantly noticed that something was off. Margaret placed her hand on his sister's and gave her a reassuring nod. "Now then, there are a lot of them. The guards are mostly Tier 2. But there is one Tier 3 within the tower. The concentration of soldiers was much higher within Ballack than in Albrook. They were well organized and appeared ready to jump into action at a moment's notice." Using the suit, Roland began scanning the area, creating a three-dimensional map inside his databank. Once he had some time, he would analyze the structure for any potential weak spots. His runic drones, which had been flying about previously, had to be hidden, but perhaps during the night, he could venture forth and prepare an escape route. Professor Wayland? As the scanning continued, Lucien posed a question. The other girls were here with them, but there was no reason to hide what they were aiming for. We need to find your mother first, Miss Lucienne. She should be somewhere within the city in the noble district. Roland knew that their plan wasn't too great. Lucienne didn't give him enough information to form a proper tactic, and her mother Francine Arden didn't explain anything. She was supposedly here working to free Robert from the De Vere household. He didn't like going into things without a proper plan, but there was no other choice here. That woman, Francine, I wonder what she would do. As the carriage continued to inch forward in the line at the city gates, he continued to worry. One of the reasons that he had left the Arden estate was because of this woman. It was no secret to anyone there that she despised him and would pit Robert against him whenever she could. He was without a mother and ways of defending himself, but he wasn't truly alone. Martha was there too. I hope she is doing well. He started replacing a few incidents involving him hiding out in the pantry and the maid discovering his location. Even when asked about his whereabouts, she would lie to the mistress and her son. She saved him from a lot of fights, and probably thanks to her, he was able to survive those 5 years with minimal damage to his pride. This had become quite a serious matter, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to conceal his identity from this woman. There was a possibility of his other 2 elder brothers appearing, but he wasn't sure if they would care for Robert enough. Even back when he lived with them, the children from both wives didn't interact with each other too much. Their mothers created somewhat of a barrier between the siblings. Robert and Lucienne weren't Francine's only children, as there also was a second daughter named Diana. She was the oldest of the bunch and had married another nobleman somewhere. From what he knew, this person wasn't that wealthy or exceptional to help them in this situation, but perhaps some help would arrive from this side of the family. You there? Come forward. Finally, the carriage neared the front of the line at the barracks gates. The guards called out to the coachman, and a stern-faced guard approached, peering inside. Roland was aware of the procedures here and just needed to show some identification to move it along. Thus he quickly produced the institute insignia and flashed it towards the guard, who was probably not fully aware of its significance. We hail from Xander's Institute of Wizardry. Let us through. His voice was altered by his armor's magic to sound lower and more menacing. The guard instantly realized that they weren't guests that could be ignored. The girls looked like young nobles. There was a maid inside and a strange mage-looking person that was probably their bodyguard. With haste, the man just nodded and waved to the others. Let them through. The way was clear and the carriage rolled forward into Ballack. They had made it here before the sun could set. Now they just needed to find Francine Arden and see if it wasn't too late to save their elder brother. We are here, Margaret shouted while pushing the carriage door open, jumping out, and almost stumbling forward onto her face. Her maid was luckily there to stick out her hand. Her long red hair bounced around with the sudden movement. Hadley, with surprising quickness, caught her mistress to prevent an ungraceful fall. Careful, Miss Margaret. Your dress isn't meant for running. Margaret looked like a daughter of a rich merchant. She had many shiny accessories adorning her neck and a rather long dress. The other girls came wearing the academy uniforms while she was wearing something unique. Roland stepped out of the carriage while ignoring the 2 guests he didn't really wish to bring with him. Thank you, Hadley. I'm just glad that we are finally here. My legs feel really stiff. As the 2 chatted, Roland stepped out of the carriage. His gaze swapped the area for any potential enemies, but none seemed to be immediately present. The noble district of Ballack was bustling with activity, but it was clear that security was tight. Guards patrolled the area regularly, and the presence of several noble houses could be seen within the area. While it belonged to the De Vere household, some shops here belonged to some of their allies. Thanks to the luxurious carriage and the emblem from the Institute, they were allowed entrance without much trouble. It was something that Roland expected, as mages were something even the nobility respected. Their potential in warfare was quite sought after, and as long as they had an army of soldiers to protect them, they could unleash continuous barrages of spells. Lucienne emerged next, looking around with clear anxiety in her eyes. Roland could see that her concern for her brother was weighing heavily on her. He wondered if she had felt the same about him when he was pronounced missing. It reminded him of her small fist flying towards his face after she realized who he was. It was clear that she would not take it well if harm came to Robert, but he wasn't sure if there was anything that could be done here. "Don't worry, Lucy. We'll find a way to help your big brother. Yeah, we are all here for you." Both her friends appeared from behind her to hug her. There was no need for him to cheer her up with so many cheerleaders present. Thanks to this, he could focus on devising a proper plan. Escaping during the day would be hard with so many soldiers, but there were a few weak points through which he could slip. "I wonder where they are holding him. He is a noble's son, so he should be in their private dungeon or perhaps only under house arrest. Robert was still a son of a baron, so they might have given him somewhat humane treatment. To avoid creating too much tension with other nobles, in such cases, they would just be imprisoned and placed inside houses. Perhaps while they were worried here, Robert was enjoying some tea in a summer house. While this was a possibility, they could have gone with the exact opposite. Won't know until we get there. It would be easier if they stuck him into a regular dungeon. I might have to go against multiple Tier 3 knights and hundreds of soldiers, and then there are also probably magical traps. They might have a mage on their side too." His mind raced with unfavorable possibilities, but eventually, they needed to move. Once the girls were done having their moment, it was time to find the woman who hated him and was his sister's mother. "Miss Lucienne." "Yes, Professor? Do you perhaps have an idea where your mother could be?" No, this is the first time I'm here. But wait, perhaps we could use this?" They needed to find Francine in this large city and have a talk with her. The woman probably knew the details of Robert's case and could give him a good idea of what he was dealing with. Going around and asking for a noble wouldn't be that easy, and their time was limited. Luckily, Lucienne was still a mage, and she retrieved a little magical trinket from the bag she was carrying. Along with it, an old friend also made an appearance. "Ah, stay inside." It was the small chubby drone spider he had gifted to his sister. It had been placed inside one of their traveling bags and peeked its head out once it was opened. To Roland's surprise, his golem was wearing some kind of fuzzy suit over its metallic skeleton. It seemed that the girls had turned him into a strange-looking plush toy with a smiling face. Roland couldn't help but smile as he saw the plush-clad drone spider peeking out of the bag. It seemed that the girls had taken a liking to the little golem, even dressing it up. While it pushed itself back into the bag, he looked at the item she brought to the forefront. "Miss Lucienne, what exactly is that trinket you're holding?" Roland asked, eyeing the small, ornate device in her hand. Lucienne smiled, holding up the trinket, which seemed to have some sentimental value to it. "This is a charm. I gave a similar one to my mother when I was home, and when the person with the other half is nearby, it lights up." "I see. But it seems to have a limited range, 10 meters at most." Before Lucienne could explain the main deficiency of this charm, Roland interrupted her. He quickly saw through the cheap enchantment it had been given. It was a simple location spell using mana patterns. When the two items were close to each other, they would start to resonate, and the little gem in the middle of the trinket would light up. "Oh, that's right. Have you seen one of these before, Professor?" "No, but the enchantment is rather simple. Just give me a second, may I?" "Of course." The other girls were interested and watched as Roland took the item from Lucienne's hand. Upon closer inspection, he could tell that this charm was in the shape of a unicorn with a small gem intended to be its horn. The quality of the exterior was far superior to the enchantment placed on it, and he was sure it had been done by some overworked enchantsmith who didn't care much about it. "All right, everyone, please give me a moment." It was attuned to the other item through the use of a mana pattern, which he could copy. What he needed was to create something similar to echolocation. By producing a signal from his location, he could find the other charm if it was in range. The girls could see the horn starting to light up in a strange pattern as the enchantment was being played with. Roland concentrated, and soon the location program was altered. His map reacted to the new mana pattern, and soon a dot representing their target appeared. It was more than probable that his stepmother was where this dot appeared. He came prepared with the map of the city already uploaded into his runic databank. After a quick check, he knew exactly where the signal was coming from. What is she doing there? Well, there was a momentary silence as Roland performed his search, broken by Margaret. The girls didn't seem to see him as much of an authority figure like the rest, making him suspect her identity even more. Yes, I have her location. She should be in front of the De Vere estate. If we hurry, we might be able to get there before she decides to leave. Mother is. Lucien's eyes lit up at the mention of her mother's location. While Roland had no positive feelings towards Francine Arden, now that they had a clear goal, it wouldn't take long to get to the bottom of this situation. The only problem now remained in the form of 3 young women and their maid. Miss Hadley, why don't you look for a place to stay for the night with the rest of the students while I escort Miss Lucienne to her mother? He was fine for them to be here to offer some emotional support, but he didn't really want to involve them in his family's business. These people were still outsiders, and if he decided to go with a more drastic solution, they could get in the way. If possible, it would be best if he could send all of them away now, but their response indicated they were resolved to remain. Hold it. We're obviously coming with you, Professor. Margaret, the leader of the group, stated firmly. Her eyes flashed with determination, and she quickly jumped to Lucien's side, clinging to her arm. Margaret, I'm thankful, but this is a problem my family has to handle. Roland sighed internally, realizing it would be quite hard to argue with these teenagers. His sister attempted to refuse them, but the group quickly jumped to her side in protest. Family? We've known each other for years, Lucy. We're already like family. Marlene chimed in, while Adesuna just nodded with a big radiant smile on her face. Why you guys? Lucienne, who was still just a 15-year-old, started sobbing and nodding. She was not able to defend herself against such a large attack aimed at her heart. Roland knew it was a bad idea, but perhaps having more people from the Institute with them would be good for something. Plus, he didn't want to use force to get them to comply. Very well, but you must stay close and remain silent. If you offend the residing nobles here, even the Institute might not be able to help you. This is a delicate situation, and we can't afford any mistakes. Yes, Professor. The girls replied in unison. Roland turned around and grumbled. He now had many more problems on his head, but at least the maid was here with them. Margaret seemed to have some kind of hidden identity and showed favor to his sister. He could probably count on her being on his side in the instance of something going wrong. It's not far. We should get there in around 15 minutes. Stay close together so you don't get lost and don't talk to strangers. He could hear the girls chuckling to themselves as he acted like their dad. His true age was above 40, so it wasn't that odd to act more mature. Anyone besides his sister probably thought he was an old fart due to the voice changer he was using to make it look like he was some old, powerful mage. Thanks to his eccentric look, people started clearing to the sides. He was still a strange-looking man of large stature, wearing mystical robes. Roland led the way through the busy streets of Balak, with the girls following closely behind. The streets were bustling with some activity, but not as much as in the commoner districts. Just like in any other city, there was a clear divide by caste. The items on display were usually things nobles would purchase, like designer clothes and shiny accessories. There weren't many restaurants, and it was quite orderly, with only a few groups of people walking around along with their own retainers. This reminded Roland of some gated communities from his old life. It created a more tranquil environment for the privileged, some of whom probably weren't aware of how others lived outside. After about 10 minutes of walking, they reached a small hill. The road was different here, much more even and surrounded by neatly cut trees that formed a sort of tunnel. This was the way forward and probably where they would find the entrance gate to the main De Vere estate. There are a lot of guards roaming around. The whole place is surrounded. On his map, he could see many dots moving around in groups of 3 or 4. He had to assume that once they took a step toward this road, they would be identified as potential threats. His assumption proved correct, as after they began moving forward, some of the squads moved in their direction. The trees here provided a nice natural barrier to hide them from view, but they were certainly being watched. He could tell that the maid noticed them too, as she positioned herself closer to the side where one of the soldier units was. For the time being, he decided not to disclose this information, as his sister's heartbeat was already increasing. She was aware that her mother wasn't far away and that perhaps once they got there, they would receive some bad news. "How dare you? Who do you think you are talking to? Open this gate this instant." "Madam, please calm down. The Count has instructed us to not let anyone in without his permission. We have our orders, please understand." A commotion was coming from the front gates of the De Vere estate. As they approached, they could see a woman dressed in luxurious clothes, with distinctive hair that looked like twin-tail drills. The woman was hiding her real age behind a lot of makeup, but sometimes her voice cracked during her shouting match with the guards stationed there. It was Francine Arden, Lucien's mother, who was currently in a heated argument. The soldiers looked uncomfortable, clearly trying to maintain their composure in the face of her fury. "Mother!" Lucien broke into a run, ignoring Roland's advice to stay close. The guards immediately tensed, raising their spears, but Francine turned at the sound of her daughter's voice. "Lucien, what are you doing here?" Francine's anger melted into shock and concern as she rushed towards her daughter. The guards seemed unsure whether to intervene, glancing at each other and then back at Roland, who had caught up and was now standing with the rest of the group. They instantly identified him as someone strange and rather suspicious. "Whoever you are, stand back." One of the guards repeated himself and this time around, pointed his spear in Roland's direction in an attempt to intimidate him. For the time being, he ignored these men as he focused on his stepmother holding his sister. Some old forgotten feelings were coming out to the surface, but once he noticed that she was just acting like a mother afraid for her child, his nerves relaxed. "How did you get here from the magic school? Who are these people?" I was just worried. Is Robert alive? You didn't tell me anything. What was I supposed to do?" Francine was taken aback by the angry look on her daughter's face. She wasn't here alone, as a carriage was to the side with a few guards and even a knight waiting. It seemed that she had come here to barter with Count de Vere, but was not allowed to progress through the gates. If Lucien told the truth, she should have arrived here a few days ago and probably no more than 2. Roland had used the teleportation gate and a fast carriage to get here. It was easy to estimate how long Francine would need to travel by herself. She might have arrived 2 days ago and been trying to seek an audience with the Count. The man was in a much higher position than his stepmother, but this didn't mean that there weren't some obligations here. While Wentworth Arden, her husband, held the noble privileges and his second wife didn't, he could still send her as a proxy. Refusing a proxy could be seen as an insult and perhaps something that he could use. He watched as Francine and Lucien embraced. Their emotional reunion was quite intense, but the guards didn't seem to care. They started approaching with spears raised and arrows notched. There were 6 of them by this gate and another 10 on the sides. Perhaps due to his unorthodox appearance, they identified him as a threat, or perhaps they saw this as a chance to act. "Sir, I must ask you to remove yourself from the estate grounds. You are causing a disturbance, and we cannot allow any unauthorized individuals to approach the De Vere estate." Roland's gaze shifted to the guards, who were now closing in. The people who were with Francine moved closer, but they were outnumbered. His map indicated that multiple Tier 3 class holders were nearby. Robert's fate was still unknown, and the person that was supposed to give him more information wasn't even able to cross the gates. Now he needed to make a decision. Should he retreat or lean into his role as a deputy professor and the right-hand man of a Tier 4 archmagus? "It would be nice to know just how much time I have." Roland was at an impasse. Before him lay 2 paths he could take. It seemed like the guards were finally fed up with his stepmother's antics. She had probably been bothering them for at least 2 days and refusing to take no for an answer. The sun was starting to set, and it was possible she had been shouting at them since early morning. It was commendable that she would do this to save her son, but these people didn't care. They just wanted to be left alone. In this situation, he was seen as nothing more than an outsider. His identity was probably being researched, as the guards had seen them all enter through the main gate. He had some power thanks to his Institute emblem, but he couldn't do anything too drastic without probable cause. The big question remained: how much time did Robert truly have? The timeline was muddied, and he had no idea if his older brother was fine. Luckily, there was a way for him to find out, and then he would decide whether to push or retreat. They didn't notice it. The improved camouflage runes are working as intended. While the guards focused on him, pointing their spears, he used his refined runic cubes for a secret mission. A few special ones were equipped with an altered invisibility spell that allowed them to go unnoticed. This estate had its own protective magical barrier, and there was probably at least one mage on the premises. Inside the Institute, he had spent days not only researching magic needed for the runic prosthesis but also delving deeper into spells that could be added to his arsenal. With Arion's help, he had access to a vast quantity of Tier 3 runes he had never seen before. With the help of the debugging skill and his current knowledge, he was confident that no mage close to Tier 4 could compete with his technology. However, it was still better to keep his floating devices at a distance while he scanned the area for Robert. His brother, along with Lucille de Vere, had visited his home before. While he had been a much worse runesmith back then, he had still managed to keep both their mana patterns. With the help of his mapping device, he just needed to find them, and with his enhanced scanning range, it shouldn't take long. There she is, Lucille. The first person that appeared was the woman his brother had an affair with. She was hidden away in one of the large mansion rooms. Close to her was a group of guards and even a Tier 3 knight. Her health was good and she was not harmed. His sensors had been upgraded to the point of him being able to identify someone's whole status from even his current location. Name: Lucille de Vere L109. Classes: T2 Rune Mage 9. T2 Ice Mage L50. T1 Mana Scribe L25. T1 Mage L25. She did say that she took the advancement for the Rune Mage class. This woman had a strong affinity for rune magic when they first met. Before their long period of silence, she had informed him about pursuing this class. Her level was relatively low, likely because she spent most of her time studying at the Institute. She would periodically undertake quests in the nearby dungeon, the same one where he had been attacked by the Knight Trio. Given her status as a count's daughter, she probably had ample assistance to level up more quickly, but didn't seem to fully utilize it to gain more power. No status effects spotted. They are just probably guarding her so she won't run away. Now where are you, Robert? He continued with his scan of the area, trying to figure out where his brother was being held. Roland noted several key points of interest. The first was a large storage building near the mansion, which seemed to be in use by several guards and house staff. Roland suspected this might be a holding area for various goods involving food and a connection to the stable. The second location was a more fortified structure, positioned towards the back of the estate grounds. This building was surrounded by additional defenses, including magical wards and a higher concentration of guards. Just like in Albrook, this place had a nearby barracks with many trained knights and an open training ground. It was a great place to have a dungeon in, as even if someone managed to run away, they would just encounter a swarm of soldiers to stop them. That might be where they're keeping him, but he could also be somewhere off-site or underground. Not a problem though. The fortified structure seemed the most likely place where Robert might be held. Roland continued his search, spreading his scan area as much as he could while the guards here were getting closer. Luckily, Francine was there to constantly shout in their direction. Her status as a noble's second wife and proxy was still there, so they couldn't get too violent. Thanks to the scene she was making, he was able to move his concealed drones without them being spotted until his target appeared. So you are there, Robert, now let's see. Slightly underground, near the barracks and the training area, was a hidden underground dungeon. To not waste time, he used the signal amplifying capabilities of his drones to use his identification skill. Then he was able to see his status and how far his brother had gotten in the years they were separated. The first time they met, he was only level 56, but now, he was actually close to getting his first Tier 3 class. Name: Robert Arden L137. Classes: T2 Noble Blade 37. T2 Sword Knight L50. T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. He managed to get a class I've never heard about. At first, Roland was quite happy. His brother was still alive and he was progressing well through his level. However, soon after his smile faded as something was brought to his attention. Robert's health points were rather low, at just a quarter, and they were slowly ticking down. To make things worse, there was a whole list of debuffs and status effects that he was under. Poisoned, paralyzed, second and third degree burns, broken fingers, lacerations. It was quite something. He wasn't sure how to react to this information. One thing was clear. His brother wasn't alone at this moment, and his health going down could mean only one thing. He was being tortured. Roland's heart sank as he took in the reality of the situation. The sight of his brother's suffering stirred something within him, and he knew that something needed to be done. His previous plan of retreating to recess the situation was thrown out of the window as time was running out. "Sir, I will not ask again," one of the guards said, finally stepping forward and brandishing his spear more threateningly. It was hovering a few centimeters away from his face, but he didn't care. His mind raced with ideas of how he could handle this situation without getting himself and the people here killed. "You must leave now." Roland's mind raced, weighing his options. Retreating was still the safer option. Waiting a few hours until it got dark would allow him to use many other concealment skills. The only downside was Robert's safety. Would he even last for another 4 to 5 hours until he got to him? "There is one way. Can I do it? Did you hear me?" "Ha!" The guard held his spear steady in front of Roland's face, but suddenly he realized that something was wrong. His body felt heavy and he started sweating as if his instincts were telling him to run away. When he tried to take a step back, he found himself unable to. His hands felt heavy and the weapon he was holding began to shake. "Enough!" Roland's voice boomed, amplified by both his runic magic and skills. The air around him shimmered with mana, causing the guards to take a hesitant step back. His presence could not be denied and commanded attention from everyone gathered here. Francine looked up in surprise, but she and the others were not affected by the magic he was using, which made the scene playing out before them even more baffling. First, the spear that the guard was holding started turning red as Roland's magic had superheated it. The guard was equipped with standard armor provided by the De Vere house, fit for his Tier 2 class. Even though he was wearing hand protection and thick gloves, they quickly started sizzling just like the spear he was holding. With haste, he was forced to release it with a cry of pain as the metal scorched his hand, the weapon clattering to the ground. The other guards exchanged nervous glances, their confidence shaken, but they didn't step back. Only when their own spears started turning red did they relevant and finally take a step back. All their weapons hit the ground and continued glowing red until they started melting into the ground. All the equipment they were using was considered of higher quality, crafted to withstand various conditions. That everything was melting before their eyes only solidified their fear of the man standing before them. "Who are you? What are you trying to do? Do you know in whose territory you find yourself in?" One of the guards, who seemed to be the leader, demanded an answer. His voice was trembling slightly, and he was glancing towards the bushes where the other hidden soldiers were. His display was enough to make them hesitate, but this wasn't quite enough. His plan required more chaos and time. It would probably take a few minutes for the rest of the guards to truly gather, but this would be enough. "Me? I am Deputy Professor Wayland, from Xander's Institute of Wizardry. Did you truly think that your vile deed could be hidden away from me? Stand down and let me through. I cannot let such vile things happen under my watch." Roland's words were quite vague, and this was his intention. He was using his identity as an eccentric mage to his advantage. If anyone ran a background check about what happened in the Institute, they would probably dig up the Viola incident. It made him look like someone who couldn't look past any wrongdoings. Robert's current situation was a good excuse for him to act, and this included Lucienne. "Deputy Professor? This is preposterous. You have no authority here." The guard's voice wavered despite his defiance. The title of Deputy Professor carried some weight even under the noble circles. Lucille, who was part of their household, had spent many years at the same institute, so they should have been aware of the position's implication. Perhaps these gate guards wouldn't be, but the higher-ups who would soon come here to stop him probably would. Preposterous, you say? His voice was calm, almost playful. What is preposterous is what you are doing here. Now remove yourself from my eyes, or I will do it for you. Enough of this nonsense. If you have grievances, take them up with the Count himself after making a proper appointment. You can't just barge in here. The guards shifted uncomfortably. Their spears were gone, but they still had their sidearms ready. They weren't letting up. While they were clearly afraid of him, what probably scared them more were their superiors. If they showed weakness here, they would face serious consequences. Their life was at risk either way, so in their eyes it was best to stall the seemingly crazy mage and wait for the knight commanders to arrive. With the Count? That's a good idea. Shall I take it up with the Count then? I really wonder what excuses he will use. Lucien, get back here. Lucien tried to step forward, confused about what Roland was doing. Her mother quickly pulled her back as the sound of swords being unsheathed echoed through the area. More guards emerged from their hiding spots and surrounded the man responsible. It seemed that a confrontation was imminent, but before anyone could charge, a dark purplish magical haze surrounded the area, forcing all the guards down to their knees. All the girls who had come here with Francine retreated towards the carriage. Although they weren't affected by the wide area spell, most of them were visibly shocked by the display of power. Even Hadley moved in front of Margaret to protect her, remaining on high alert. The grunts and screams of the guards filled their ears but were then suddenly silenced by other runic magic. The spell Roland used multiplied gravity, forcing all his targets down to the ground. It was a technique he had learned at the Institute, and after a few adjustments, he had managed to minimize mana usage by focusing the spell directly on his targets rather than affecting the entire field. As a result, the ground beneath the guards began to crack, while the surrounding area remained untouched. They all struggled against the increased gravitational force, their armor and weapons pressing them into the ground, bending out of shape. Roland took advantage of the momentary incapacitation to quickly move forward. The gate before him started to screech as it was affected by yet another spell of his. Soon it bent out of shape, opening a clear path for him forward where already new foes were approaching. His steps were calm and collected, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll rather than entering a heavily defended fortress. His map displayed hundreds of dots converging on his location, likely trained knights from the De Vere army. To everyone present, this seemed like the reckless act of a madman, but he still had a plan to escape with minimal harm. His focus was on a few specific dots that were just becoming aware of the situation. Until those individuals arrived, he needed to keep up the appearance of the show. That one is a tier 3, but he won't be a problem. Many people were coming his way, but he focused his attention at the ones that were potential threats, the knight commanders. One of them was coming down at high speed in his direction. His level wasn't that high, not even above 200. Roland knew how things went. The ones on the bottom always wanted to prove themselves, and perhaps this man was the same. However, he would use him as a perfect example. Roland's power had grown immensely, but it was still better to take everything seriously. The air around him shifted, and from a hidden space, 3 long devices appeared. They were somewhat rectangular in shape, with the base being thicker and the end almost forming a sharp point. They hovered slowly in front of him before various runes came to life. They formed a triangular structure in front of him and soon produced a sphere of concentrated magical energy. Before the knight could do anything, a thick burst of energy erupted from these devices. Roland stood there with them hovering over his head and waited. The man pulled out a thick oval shield to protect himself, but once the beam connected, he was sent flying into the air, slamming against the estate's outer wall with a bone-shattering crash. The impact shattered his shield and sent rubble cascading down around him. The energy beam had not only incapacitated him but also created a small crater, demonstrating the raw power Roland was wielding. The sudden explosion of force caused chaos among the approaching knights. The sight of a knight commander flying through the air like a ragdoll immediately halted their advance. Their steps faltered, and a few even stumbled in their tracks, taken aback by the display of sheer might. However, this was not the only knight commander here, and soon enough, they were shouting to establish morale. Form up. Don't let him intimidate you. You are the De Vere Knights. Act like it. Roland's eyes flicked toward the source of the voice, identifying another knight commander rallying the troops. This one seemed more seasoned, with an aura that suggested a higher level of experience and authority. Soon they were closing in on him, but he would not be intimidated. There were more armaments he had with him, and soon a large quantity of floating devices was appearing out of seemingly nowhere. It was a combination of old cubes and new models like the ones he used previously for infiltration. They had simple software running them, but he still could somewhat control their movements. Soon they were shooting concentrated mana projectiles at the ground to stop the approaching knight. You dare attack the De Vere estate? Does your headmistress condone your actions? His attack halted as the men of the hour appeared before him. The voice that called out belonged to a high-ranking knight, the Grand Commander. Behind him stood an older gentleman with a mustache, likely the Count. However, the person he was most interested in was the man beside the Count, a round-shaped individual with a receding hairline. To make his crazy plan work, this man was essential, and by now he had gathered all the proof he needed. Did you really think that such a lowly-born nobody could abduct the young lady? Arg, I didn't. And get away with it? Ugh. Within a darkened chamber, a lone man was being held in restraints. His head was hanging forward as only his hands were holding up his body. Chains hung down from the ceiling and connected to metallic cuffs that clamped around his wrists, leaving him suspended just above the cold, damp floor. The flickering light from a single torch revealed deep gashes and bruises covering his torso, evidence of prolonged torture. Robert's breath was ragged, his strength fading away with each passing moment. The pain was relentless, and he had lost track of how long he had been in this hellish place. He struggled to keep his mind focused, to think of a way out, but the poison coursing through his veins muddied his thoughts. Before him was an ever-grinning man of a lanky stature. In one of his hands was a long whip, its leather stained with blood. His eyes gleamed with a sadistic delight as he watched Robert's suffering. The man was the personal torturer of the De Vere estate, a twisted individual who took pleasure in inflicting pain on others. It's such a shame you're starting to turn into such a nice color. Maybe the Lord won't mind if I do a little extra work. No one will care much for such a bastard like you. The man laughed while looking to the side. There, on a bloody workbench, were various tools for torture. The torturer approached the workbench, his fingers lightly tracing over the assortment of tools laid out. Robert's breath quickened, his heart pounding in his chest as he braced himself for the next wave of pain. Why don't we get rid of the thing that caused this problem? The torturer chuckled and picked up a large pair of shears. He held them with both hands and squeezed to close them. They produced an audible sound, muffled by the dried flesh and blood left behind by previous victims. There was a large grin on the man's face as he pointed the shears towards Robert's groin, implying the body part he planned to use them on. Yes, we must remove that obscenely large tool. I'm sure the potions will heal up what's left after. Lord Graham will surely be pleased. However, before the torturer could take another step, a tremor reverberated throughout the dungeon cell. The man stopped and listened. Soon he could hear the footsteps of many soldiers. This dungeon lay beneath the knight's training ground, and for some reason all of them were running somewhere. What was that? Stay here, I'll go look. The man torturing Robert wasn't alone here. Right in front of this chamber stood a guard watching over the whole procedure. Once the ruckus was heard, he moved forward and left the torturer with his prisoner alone. The man shook his head in disappointment and wanted to turn back to face Robert again, but before he did, something caught his eye. Huh? What is that? He rubbed his eyes as he wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but suddenly, from the dim corner of the chamber, a faint shimmering light flickered. At first, it seemed like a trick of the eye, but as the torturer squinted, he realized that it was a small floating geometrical shape, almost invisible to the naked eye. The torturer's brow furrowed in confusion as the device floated close and emitted a bright flash of light. Before he could react, The cube projected a beam of magical energy which collided with the piece of equipment he was trying to use the shears on. What the? The man screamed out in pain as he felt something explode between his own two legs. He instantly fell down to the ground, clutching the area that was hit with both his hands. The torturer's anguished screams echoed through the dungeon as he writhed on the ground, clutching his groin in a desperate attempt to quell the searing pain. The small floating device hovered near Robert, who, despite his own agony, managed a faint smile of satisfaction. His torturer had finally tasted a fraction of the pain he had inflicted on others. Robert's vision was foggy, but soon enough this problem was alleviated by the strange magical device. On the table with the torture tools were several potions, some for healing and others for detoxification. His captors used them to heal his wounds whenever they became too severe, a widespread tactic to enhance the mental anguish of a torture target. This friendly thing somehow pulled in the potions towards his body, to then shatter the glass casing above his head to let the healing liquids flow out. Ha! I see. That's unexpected of him. A smile crept over Roberts's face as his vision started to recover. What he saw before him was a strange floating contraption. While he didn't recognize it from anywhere, it had glowing runes on its metallic surface. An image of his younger brother instantly entered his mind, and soon darkness took over as he lost consciousness. Back outside, the man known as Count de Vere glanced out of the window. There he saw a strange spectacle of floating runic devices and his knights retreating in a disorganized manner. The sight puzzled and angered him, especially since the invader was just one man, but he was walking through with barely any opposition. Who is this madman? He muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. The Grand Commander beside him looked equally perturbed, but he maintained his composure, knowing that his duty was to protect the Count and his estate. Sir, you need not worry. The De Vere Azure Lion Knight Order will handle this intruder. The man was wearing shiny blue-tinted armor. It was quite the spectacular-looking piece of art, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. His back was hidden behind a large cape with the De Vere's household crest. This crest consisted of a golden lion roaring on a field of azure, representing strength and nobility. The Grand Commander moved forth, his lord following after with calm steps. He's just one man after all. He cannot withstand the combined might of our forces. That is true, but who is he to barge in like that? Restrain him first, we don't know who we might be dealing with, Leopold. Also, have our guests escorted out to the secondary house. Yes, my lord. Graham de Vere responded to the Grand Commander of his Knight Order while fixing his suit. The man was of average stature but walked with purpose. His chest was constantly puffed out and a monocle was sticking out of his chest pocket. His mind continued to race with ideas and possibilities. This wasn't something that was supposed to happen on this day, and the identity of the assailant was probably nothing normal. People that were capable of barging into his territory couldn't be simple, this was what he thought. Ah, Count Graham, you're here? But what's with all that ruckus outside? Once Graham had walked down from his office, he greeted a somewhat sloppy-looking individual. The two men had the same rank, but the man before him had an untrained body and a bulge of a belly protruding over his belt. This man was Count Lawrence, a potential new ally he wished to impress. His house had gained this title not so long ago, and he was at a stage of consolidating power. Count Lawrence, I hope you didn't have to wait for too long. Count Graham de Vere greeted his guest, Count Lawrence, with a forced smile, trying to maintain an air of calm despite the chaos unfolding outside. The two men shook hands, their eyes meeting briefly before both turned to look out the window again, watching the scene outside with growing concern. It seems you have an unexpected guest. Is this something I should worry about? Count Lawrence commented while glancing out the same window. It was just in time to see a large armored man flying through the sky. A flash of bright light pushed him aside and he tumbled against the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. The overweight man's eyes widened at the sight, and he turned to Graham with a questioning look. Nothing you need to worry about, Lawrence. Just a minor disturbance. My knights will handle it swiftly. Graham's assurance did little to ease the tension in the room. Both men knew that any disturbance significant enough to throw Tier 3 armored knights through the air was far from minor. The commotion outside continued to escalate, with bursts of light and flashes of magic everywhere. It was to the point that caused the Grand Commander of all the knights here to rush out. The two counts followed after to see a floating figure surrounded by strange geometrical shapes. Who is this man? Your knights can't even get close. Lawrence took out a handkerchief to whip some sweat off his brow. He was certainly not used to things like warfare and only had brought a few guarding knights for this occasion. Don't worry. My people will escort you to a safe location. Count Graham, have you finally decided to show your villainous face? Before Count Graham could finish the sentence, the mage's voice resonated through the entire area. It was a menacing voice that sent shivers down his spine and was backed by some type of skill. The feeling went just as fast as it came. As his most trusted retainer, the Grand Commander moved forward. His cape representing the Azure Lion Knight Order fluttered in the wind as all of their eyes focused on the floating magician. Count Graham de Vere, did you think the torture of innocence and abuse of power would go unnoticed? As the deputy professor from the Xander's Institute of Wizardry, I must bring your crimes to light. The Grand Commander stepped forward, his armor gleaming in the sunlight of the setting sun. Enough of this madness. You will face the consequences of your actions. Knights, advance. Mages, block his spells. As the Azure Lion Knights moved in, a barrage of magical projectiles collided with their shields. The small group of mages here weren't given much time to cast their defensive spells before they were forced to retreat. The sky was filled with hard-to-see floating contraptions that blended with the scenery. However, none of the afflicted suffered much damage, and it seemed that the man was not finished with his words. Do you deny this with your silence? But can you remain silent in the face of indisputable evidence? Will the esteemed lord from the righteous house Lothston think the same? I think not. Ha! Count Lawrence was about to take his leave to a safe location before his house name was mentioned. He wasn't sure what this was about, but this strange mage was trying to get his attention. For some reason, he was aware of his true identity, something that not that many people should know. Soon he would realize what this all was about, as the floating cubes and other objects started moving together to form a strange illusionary screen. Did you really think that such a lowly-born nobody could abduct the young lady? Arg, I didn't. Everyone stopped as they saw the floating and moving image. It depicted a man getting tortured and held back by metal shackles. A strange lanky man with a whip was abusing him, and the magical device was even able to transform all of the sounds. That's Brother Robert. What have you done to my child, Count Graham? From behind the mage, some other people arrived. One was an older woman who covered her age with a lot of makeup. Even then she was quite the beauty. The mage moved his hand out to block their advance. Both looked up at the man in the illusion, and their eyes started watering as they saw him being abused. Count Lawrence, please don't listen to these scoundrels. Before Count Graham could continue, Lawrence raised his hand. His previous nonchalant exterior shifted as he became aware of the situation. The man could tell when someone wasn't telling him the truth, and it seemed that something wasn't right. Scoundrels? Even in the face of this evidence, you still lie? This man is being held captive inside of your dungeon, tortured, and abused without proper procedure. His mother was denied lawful entrance. Release my son at once. What have you done? You people, this fraudster of yours tried to kidnap my own daughter. He had it coming. Graham's eyebrows twitched in anger as he was getting accused of a crime. In his eyes, this man called Robert deserved every whip and broken finger he had received. His arrogance, however, was met with a reddening of the face from the other count. Your daughter was not kidnapped. She ran away to avoid your plans to marry her off to the highest bidder. Why, that's preposterous. What evidence do you have for that? Then what evidence do you have for this young man to have done such a deed? It seems to me that you were trying to avoid proper procedures. You must be lying. The chaotic battlefield had switched to a war of words. On one side was the count, and on the other the strange magician that barged in. The knights were surprised that their master was not giving them the order to attack. However, even if he wished to do so, it wasn't quite possible. The problem was the chubby man next to him, who was rubbing his balding head in confusion. "Is this true, Count Graham? Have you denied this lady to see her son? Is this magical illusion true?" This man was part of a very influential family. Even though they were both counts, the De Vere family was below them. The day had started well, but suddenly everything was crumbling before him. Then, to make things worse, it seemed that this magician was able to hear their conversation even when he was wearing a special magical ring that should conceal it. "Count Lawrence of House Lofton, I believe that you are a just man. The person called Robert is being held not far from here. With a short walk we can confirm all my claims. If I am lying, you can take my head. I shan't resist. This I swear on the name of the great Archmagus Xander." That is. The hesitation in Graham's movements was obvious, and the conviction the mage was showing made Lawrence suspicious of this whole situation. His noble house was known for its justice, and they had a hold on the noble juridical system. The very plump man here had already been called to many judicial duties in the past, so he could not ignore something the instigator of this situation knew well. "I don't see a reason why we can't go there. Right, Count Graham? You believe this madman?" "No, but I prefer to see some evidence before I judge things. I'm sure you understand." "Very well." Eventually, after a short back and forth, Count De Vere relented. His knights were ordered to clear a path but also surround the strange magician with the Grand Commander right next to him. The two ladies, who identified themselves as Robert Arden's mother and sister, had to hold themselves back for the time being. At first, they were reluctant, but after speaking to the mage they regained their composure. "Who are you? What do you want?" Graham remained here together with his knights, clearly confused about the situation. He was aware that Lawrence would discover the man who tried to abduct his daughter. In his mind, this didn't change things that much. He still had the law on his side, and the scoundrel would just avoid getting punished now. The bigger question was this man that caused this shift in his plans. "I am just a concerned teacher, worried about my student." He was aware of Francine Arden, but this young girl was someone new. He could only assume that this young mage was special to some extent. A deputy professor had a unique role within the academy. They were considered the agents of the institute leaders, answering only to them. Could it be possible that this young girl was the personal pupil of the current headmistress? This man's role was probably to guard her and would explain why he was so forceful in his approach. He was clearly a powerful mage who was even capable of quickly producing evidence. The man in question remained vague with his response, but the Count was almost certainly convinced that this would be a headache. This runt that hung around his precious daughter had more importance than he originally thought. If a deputy professor from the Xander's Institute of Wizardry was willing to go this far to protect Robert Arden, then the stakes were higher than he had anticipated. However, this was not over yet. He just needed to prove his case and then clear his good name. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, the heavy stone walls echoed the footsteps of the small group. Two soldiers led the way, guiding the somewhat overweight Count Lawrence forward. Behind him, the two young ladies, Robert's mother and sister, darted their eyes around, taking in the sight of the various prisoners groaning in their cells. At the rear of the group walked the robed magician, guarded closely by several armored knights, their expressions tense. "I managed to get here, but now what?" Roland, who used his position as deputy professor from Xander's Institute of Wizardry, felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He had managed to get this far with a bold bluff, but now, as they approached the cell where Robert was being held, he realized the difficulty of the next steps. Count Graham De Vere was not a man who would easily let things slide, and the matter might even escalate to the noble court. "I need to play this carefully. Any wrong move could jeopardize everything. I wonder, can I use this man?" In the front was Count Lawrence, someone that he focused on during his initial ploy. It was thanks to him that he got this far. He had managed to notice his house crest on one of the accompanied knights who was standing outside the main mansion. Only then did he create his unconventional plan of filming Robert's torture with his runic drone and presenting it to this man, who he was sure was a judge. The Lawrence family had a long history of judicial figures, and his assumption seemed correct. Roland used his persona of an overprotective and just professor. Count Graham had probably already tasked someone with conducting a background check. They would likely inform him about the events at the Institute and perhaps even the one in the dungeon. The Viola incident would confirm Roland's character and show that he was not afraid of going against the nobility. This would probably lead the Count to speculate about his true identity. Typically, no sane person went against those in higher positions unless they had some type of backing, and this was something Roland had based his scheme on. Robert's fate seemed to hang in the balance as the group neared the cell where he was being held. The heavy iron door groaned as it swung open, revealing Robert still hanging limply in his restraints, his body battered and bruised. The sight drew gasps from his mother and sister, who rushed forward despite the knight's attempts to hold them back. "Robert!" his mother cried, tears streaming down her face. His sister clung to her, eyes wide with horror. Count Lawrence attempted to maintain his composure and turned to Count Graham with a stern expression. "Explain this, De Vere. Why is this man in such a condition? Is he not a noble? Why do you treat him as a common criminal?" Count Graham's face twisted with irritation. He had been following behind the group along with his knights. Right in front stood the Grand Knight Commander, his main bodyguard with 2 other Tier 3 Knight Commanders at each side. All of them were focusing on the magician who had shown that he was a dangerous foe. "This man is a criminal, accused of kidnapping my daughter. He deserved this punishment." Lawrence raised an eyebrow and also started shaking his head. "Punishment without trial? This does not look like justice, Count Graham. It looks like revenge. Why, I understand that you wish to protect your family, but this approach undermines the laws we have sworn to uphold. If this man is guilty, he should be punished through the proper channels. We are not barbarians. As nobles, we must not lower ourselves to such actions." Count Graham's face contorted with a mix of anger and frustration. What the man said made sense, but it sounded quite hypocritical. Other nobility didn't shy away from performing worse atrocities and only upheld justice when it was convenient. However, with Count Lawrence's reputation as a fair and just noble, his words carried weight. He had to tread carefully if he wanted to maintain his own standing among the higher echelons of society. As it stood, his position was still shaky and he couldn't afford to make more enemies. "You speak the truth, Count Lawrence. Perhaps my emotions got the better of me. But you must understand, this man has wronged my family grievously. However, I am willing to submit to a proper trial to resolve this matter." The man had to relent, but this didn't mean that everything was well. These trials could take forever and always favored the person with better connections. Even though Lawrence was talking about justice, Robert's words didn't carry much weight when pitted against a count. Even if Wentworth Arden appeared, his status was many times lower. Usually, things like this were resolved with money, but Count Graham seemed unwilling. "I believe it would be wise to have an outside party oversee this trial. Don't you also agree, Count Lawrence?" Roland, observing the interaction, sensed an opportunity. He spoke out while standing between the 2 nobles. Their guards were wary of his movements, but with a wave of a hand, all of them retreated to the sides. Given the situation, that would be a prudent course of action. We could summon a magistrate from the capital to ensure impartiality, but that would take quite some time, weeks or even months. "Count Lawrence, do you expect me to wait for so long? This must be some kind of ploy." "A ploy? Are you mad? Release my son at once." Finally, Francine interrupted the 2 men. Roland was somewhat surprised as she was not in a position to say anything. It seemed that Graham wanted to resolve this quickly. If an official arrived from outside, it could jeopardize his plan of getting rid of Robert. He wanted to push for a quick resolution to avoid potential future problems. Now, let us calm down. Perhaps there is a better solution here?" "Deputy Professor Wayland, correct?" "Yes, Count Lawrence." Roland responded. His identity was still clouded in mystery, and to everyone here, he was something of a neutral party as well. Count Lawrence was a shrewd man and quickly caught on to what he had been previously implying. Perhaps, You could oversee this trial then as a reputable member of Xander's Institute of Wizardry? This was not his initial plan, as postponing it further was probably a better resolution. With more time, they would be able to formulate a proper plan and rally more people to their side. Graham had the upper hand, but if they could publicize this case and present it as unjust, he might feel pressured to relent. Often, such cases were resolved due to public perception. If they could get other nobles on their side, they could pressure Graham into a monetary settlement, which was Roland's goal. You want this unknown mage to take part in the trial? Graham started pondering the situation and quickly concluded that this was probably a calculated risk worth taking. After all, the longer this dragged on, the worse it could be for his reputation. A swift trial overseen by a supposedly neutral party might just be the quickest way to resolve the situation. Very well, Graham said through gritted teeth. I will agree to this proposal. But let it be known, I do not trust this mage. But Count Lawrence, are you also planning to participate? I see you caught on count. Yes, if both parties agree, I am willing to postpone my other plans. The overweight noble chuckled and smiled. It seemed that this case intrigued him and he wanted to be part of it as a judge. From Roland's perspective, this wasn't such a bad option as the family was famous for being somewhat just to the point of going against other nobles. He was a better choice than any other Judge Graham would propose, but it wasn't truly his choice to make. Gentlemen, before we continue this conversation, why don't we relocate this young man to another location? I don't think this conduct is proper. He pointed to Lucienne and her mother, who weren't taking the sight of the bloodied Robert too well. The man brings up a good point. This young lad needs proper treatment and care. He has not yet been convicted of any wrongdoings. Count Lawrence agreed with Roland's proposition. After relocating Robert to a more suitable location, they could discuss the matters of the trial. Roland expected them to have a few days to come up with a counter-strategy and perhaps there was a way to save his brother through the proper channels. Fine. Carry him to another holding cell and provide him with a healing potion. Count Graham begrudgingly agreed to Roland's suggestion. However, Francine didn't like the tone or sound of those words. Another holding cell? My son isn't a criminal. He deserves better treatment. How dare you treat us like this? She was angry and the Count was taken aback by the backtalk and his expression hardened as he was faced with her next outburst. It was clear that he was starting to get fed up with this woman's tone. The tension in the room continued to grow, but luckily Lawrence was there to diffuse it. Lady Arden, I'm sure Count Graham has a holding room fitting for a child of a noble, and he intended to have your son rest there. Isn't that right, Count Graham? After a short pause, Count Graham forced a thin smile, though his eyes remained cold. Yes, of course. We will ensure that Robert is treated with the respect his status demands while this matter is being resolved. Leopold, have the men see to it. Of course, my lord. Grand Commander Leopold moved forward to order his men to release the prisoner. However, Francine Arden was quite protective of her son. Her mind had been slowly breaking during the whole conversation, and she saw anyone connected to the De Vere estate as an enemy. Don't you dare touch my son. Madam, please calm yourself. Everything is going to be fine. The gentlemen here are just going to help your son down and give him proper aid. Count Lawrence tried to mediate, but she stood right at the dungeon cell entrance, demanding the key to the shackles. She seemed to want to carry her son out by herself, which would be quite impossible for a woman of her stature who lacked any combat classes. This prompted Roland to step forward and use his position as deputy professor. Lady Arden, why don't you allow me to take care of your son? I'm sure your daughter will attest to my intentions. I can ensure he receives the necessary immediate care. Lucienne nodded with approval and quickly moved towards her mother. Yes, let's do what the professor proposes. We can trust him, mother. After a few glances, the woman finally relented. She knew very well that without him, they would not even know that this was happening to Robert. The unknown man before her was the only thing holding this whole case together. Please do, sir. Roland nodded and finally stepped through the threshold of the holding cell. The place was damp and filled with both fresh and dried-up blood, which also belonged to the torturer who had been removed from here before they arrived. The drone he used to monitor Robert's well-being had concealed itself in one of the corners and still remained undetected. His condition was quite severe and the signs of torture were apparent. He had several broken ribs and fingers. There were signs that his fingernails were pulled out, burn marks, and his face was swollen from the beatings he took. It wasn't strange that his mother and sister had a hard time looking at him. Luckily, Roland was here and he had just the thing to heal him up. First, let's remove those shackles. One of the guards attempted to take out the key, but Roland just shook his head. Instead of using a key, he utilized his magical power. The people outside saw a blue haze surrounding the cuffs that quickly started cracking under pressure. They were made from materials to contain Tier 2 class holders, not something that could resist Roland's runic spells. The metal shackles disintegrated under Roland's spell, and Robert's limp body began to slump forward. Francine almost cried out in shock but held back as she saw her passed-out son floating in midair, held up by some type of magic. From thin air, a golden potion appeared in Roland's hand, which the sight took everyone by surprise. A divine elixir? Some were quite surprised as they knew the cost of such magical concoctions. Roland ignored the murmurs and focused on administering the potion to Robert. As the golden liquid trickled down his throat, a warm glow enveloped his battered body. Slowly, the bruises began to fade, and his breathing steadied. The emulated divine potion is working, but it only has around 60% potency of the original. This potion was something he had Rastix produce with the help of divine energy emulation. It was still experimental, unfit for use, and could potentially get him in trouble with the church. He kept it primarily as a backup. Together with his healing runes, it could easily heal his brother. Count Lawrence observed the scene intently, and his interest was certainly piqued. A rare and powerful potion, Professor. Your resources are impressive. It's a simple matter. Roland nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. To outsiders, it looked suspicious. Most people wouldn't offer such pricey elixirs to just anyone. They either had to assume that he was quite wealthy or that the daughter Lucienne that he arrived with was someone very important to him. The nobles exchanged knowing glances, each interpreting the situation in their own way. Count Graham's eyes narrowed, suspicious of Roland's motives, but had to concede for now. With Robert now stabilized and his condition improved, the group moved out of the dungeon. Francine and Lucienne stayed close to Roland, their trust in him apparent. The knights and guards kept a close watch, ensuring no unexpected moves were made. Count Lawrence and Count Graham split away from the group to discuss this predicament. The Grand Commander stayed to watch over Roland's every move. They transported him to a secluded room within a watchtower, many floors away from the underground dungeon. It was a special space for political prisoners and high-profile detainees. Though not luxurious, it was clean, secure, and far better than the dungeon. Roland ensured Robert was settled comfortably on a bed, still under the watchful eyes of the knights. Francine and Lucienne sat by Robert's side, holding his hands and murmuring reassurances as he rested. Roland stepped back to observe the scene before finally deciding to take his leave. Professor, where are you going? Don't worry. I just need to see what Count Lawrence and Count Graham decide on. I also need to see how the other students are doing. Do not worry. I won't take long and you are safe here. The young girl nodded and her mother didn't even hear the conversation. Her eyes focused on her abused child. Roland stepped out of the room and watched his sister return to Robert's side. His brother was safe for now, but he wasn't sure how far they could go. Time was against them, and the charge of adultery wasn't that easy to combat. Even if Lucille spoke in their favor, her words might not be taken seriously. As he walked down the corridor, he saw the Grand Knight Commander, Leopold, standing watch with a stern expression. The air was tense and Roland knew that every move he made was being analyzed. He nodded to Leopold as he attempted to pass while silently acknowledging his strength. Thoughts about this case consumed him, and he also needed to worry about the other students. One of his flying golems was with them, and through it, he communicated the situation. Margaret was quite rowdy, but after a quick back and forth, she along with the other girls retreated. Hadley was more than capable of protecting them, and his golem would inform him if there was any trouble. I won't be able to make a plan until I know the time. Better go see what those two old men decided on. Roland took a deep breath, steeling himself for the upcoming conversation with the two counts. The entire situation hinged on maintaining the delicate balance of trust and leverage he had managed to establish. He made his way down the prison tower, or at least tried. However, the Grand Commander blocked his path with his sword. It seemed that there was a change of plans. What's the meaning of this? Grand Knight Commander. Roland looked up at the Grand Knight Commander, Leopold, who stood like an immovable mountain, his sword drawn but not yet hostile. Leopold's stern eyes bore into Roland's, who would not be intimidated. The counts have decided that you should remain here for now, Professor Wayland. Once they are done discussing the matter, you will be called. You are to remain here and wait. There were no explanations as to why he was to stay here, but instead an order. It seemed that his position wasn't taken that seriously. This was not something out of the ordinary. He was a dangerous outsider with magic powers. It was normal for them to be wary of his motives. Probably unless he took down his armor fully and allowed himself to be surrounded by guards, they would not let them into the main De Vere mansion. Very well, I'll wait here. Roland stepped back calmly. Leopold's posture remained rigid, but he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Roland did not return to the room where Robert was, but instead took a seat near a small window. This entire floor was mostly occupied by the room where his brother was sleeping, with just a bit of space outside. There were multiple floors below, each with many guards, and of course more guard towers outside with soldiers watching his every move. The Grand Commander had gone down to keep watch over them at the base of the tower prison. It was a structure made for political prisoners and had multiple floors with one cell each. They had been placed at the last floor, and when looking at his map display, he could identify multiple people looking their way. There were seemingly no blind spots, and climbing out would be instantly noticed. Luckily, Roland had spread out many of his golems throughout this whole compound, and through a runic network, he could control them all from this very location. I've got lucky. They are still ignorant of my true abilities. Roland was a unique class holder with tools that no one had previously used before. They had seen his floating golems already, but their true capabilities were unknown. A few of them were hovering overhead, recording everyone's movements. Now that Robert was somewhat safe, it would be possible to make their escape. He could analyze everyone's patrolling patterns to probably sneak his brother out, but that Grand Commander was a problem. His level was the highest from the Tier 3 class holders he had encountered. Name: Leopold Goldfield L335. Classes: T3 Champion of Lords L85.
T3 Aura Champion L100.
T2 Aura Sword Knight L50. T2 Spirit Sword Knight L50. T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. Champion of Lords, huh? Never heard of that one, but it would be better for me to avoid this guy. His opponent was perhaps not a Tier 4 class holder just yet, but his level was extremely high. The name Champion of Lords likely conferred abilities that made him stronger when in the presence of his lord. There were classes with support skills that would boost the class holder's power immensely once certain conditions were met. Knights made vows to their lords, so this man might have chosen obedience to gain power. Probably the best way to defeat someone like this would be to either kill their lord, or make them perform an act against them, but perhaps I can use this to my advantage. Roland could see a plan where he used one of his golems to attack Count Graham working. Leopold would be forced to defend his lord in such an event and perhaps give him and Robert enough time to flee. However, the whole place was well guarded with multiple Tier 3 class holders everywhere. There were even reinforcements arriving during his scan of the area. They brought in more mages, smart. It was starting to look like an escape attempt would be impossible. Even if the Grand Knight Commander was stalled, he would still need to contend with a small army of knights. He was unable to form a teleportation gate here, and probably before he could build one, the mages would notice him or use a spell to block their escape. He gave out a big sigh while settling into the lone wooden chair here. Things weren't looking good, and it seemed that he would need to participate in this noble trial. He was still unsure of the whole picture, but in this world, Nobles in high positions weren't given the leisure to elope with just anyone. The head of their house needed to approve of the spouse, and it was clear that he did not approve of Robert. They seemed to have entered Graham's office. I should gather more info before deciding on anything. Hope paying these bastards off will be enough. While he was sitting at his spot and seemingly looking out this tiny window, another scene was playing out elsewhere. A small metallic spider was shifting forward from under a cupboard. It was around the size of a tarantula but fully made out of metal. Its body shimmered for a moment as it moved, but then quickly blended in with the environment. Its sole eye focused on the large desk behind which Count Graham de Vere took a seat, with Count Lawrence settling into a nearby chair. At this point in time, the sun had already set and the light of candles cast flickering shadows on the walls of Count Graham's office. The atmosphere was serious and the two men faced each other in a discussion. Graham drummed his fingers on the polished wood of his desk. His eyes narrowed in thought. Count Lawrence, on the other hand, appeared calmer, as if he was actually enjoying this peculiar situation. Count Lawrence, do you truly intend to go ahead with this farce? That young man is a villain who attempted to abduct my daughter. As a father, you should understand. It was clear that Graham was unwilling for this to go to court and was trying to dissuade the other count from playing judge. However, the other man came from a unique family of judges that adamantly did things by the book. To no surprise, the idea of not holding the trial was rejected in the next response. Count Graham, you know as well as I do that justice must be served, especially when it involves the nobility. We cannot simply sweep this under the rug. The integrity of our titles demands transparency and fairness. Lawrence said, his voice steady. Graham clenched his jaw, his fingers ceasing their drumming. I understand your position, Count Lawrence, but this is more complicated than a simple trial. This young man's actions have threatened my family's honor. He must face the consequences. Lawrence leaned back, his gaze steady and his words unyielding. If his guilt is proven, he will face the appropriate punishment. But until then, we must uphold the principles of our society. You agreed to this course of action, and I intend to see it through. Even though Roland was looking at this scene through the small runic camera within his spider, he could feel the tension in the air. He had been really lucky to encounter this man, as usually with some gold anyone would look the other way. Perhaps them going through the trial wouldn't be that bad as long as someone like this Count Lawrence was there. Very well. After a few seconds of contemplating, Graham responded with a nod. We will proceed with the trial. However, I insist on a time limit. We cannot afford to let this drag on indefinitely. Lawrence nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Agreed. Let us set the trial for 3 days from now. That should give all parties enough time to prepare. 3 days it is. Now the servants will guide you to your guest quarters, Count Lawrence. We shall reconvene tomorrow to begin preparations for the trial. The two counts stood, a silent agreement passing between them. Lawrence, satisfied with the outcome, gave a polite nod and followed the servant who had entered to guide him. Graham remained behind, his face hardening as soon as the door closed. 3 days. This will be more than enough time to ensure that Welp's guilt is undeniable. The room fell into a tense silence after Count Lawrence left. Roland's mechanical spider remained hidden, its single eye observing Count Graham's every move. As the Count continued to write, the pen glowed with a faint magical aura, suggesting he was using some sort of enchantment to either conceal or enhance his words. The countdown to the trial had begun, and with only 3 days to prepare, he knew he needed every advantage he could muster. This doesn't look good. It won't be hard for a count to get some fake witnesses, and he might even go further than just that. I need to gather more evidence and allies. The moment his thoughts leaned towards allies, he recalled one person that could be of aid. Lucille de Vere was also being held at this compound but tightly guarded. Roland had spotted her in the vicinity when he was scanning the area and released a few golems as his spies. Another one of the mini spiders was already crawling up one of the other towers in which Lucille was being held. This might take a while. I can't just ignore all of those mages. The whole area was like a magical minefield. Many mages of Tier 2 were present and their mana detection skills were a problem. His creations needed to avoid their range and take long detours to make it through without being detected. Luckily, his technology was above theirs, and with a net of floating drones monitoring everything and everyone, it was all possible. As his spider drone crawled, the other drones kept watch, their runes camouflaging them against detection spells. Eventually, his tiny creation was able to arrive at the lone window through which it spotted the person inside. It slipped through a small gap in the window, landing softly on the floor. The room was lavishly furnished, a stark contrast to the one Robert was occupying. Lucille de Vere was inside, looking a lot paler than usual. Her long azure locks, which were usually neatly fashioned to her liking, were now disheveled, falling around her shoulders in a tangled mess. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, her face drawn with worry. The spider drone scurried across the floor, sticking close to the shadows to avoid detection. Lucille didn't notice it as it approached. Her attention focused on the window as she gazed out at the night sky. Roland guided the spider drone closer, positioning it behind a nearby piece of furniture. He needed to establish contact without alarming her or attracting attention from any potential guards. Some areas inside this room were affixed with magical charms. Stepping onto the wrong area would raise an alarm. To establish contact, he needed to guide it through a specific path, and finally, it arrived next to her bed and crawled up the side of the frame to make itself noticed. The spider projected a tiny, holographic rune onto the floor, glowing faintly. Lucille's eyes flickered down to the light, her brows knitting in confusion. Lucille, now a run mage, didn't take long to realize what the rune was about and who its creator was. This rune, isn't this one of Professor Arion's original runes? Could it be? Her attention shifted to the small golem producing this faint glow. The spider had clung to the side of the bed, with its body hidden out of sight from any guards that might enter this room. See, and why you hear me? The golem was incapable of producing anything but sound. The audio was stuttering and there was a lot of static, but eventually, he received a clear response. Lucille's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly glanced around to ensure no one else was in the room. Realizing she was alone, she leaned closer to the spider golem. Sir Roland? Yes, I can hear you. Wait, what are you doing here? Were you responsible for that ruckus? Are you all right? Her voice turned into a whisper as she put a few things together. I'm fine, and as you have noticed, I do have my ways. More importantly, we need to talk about the situation you and Robert find yourself in. Robert, please, you must save him, my father. He has taken him. This woman was who his brother Robert had found himself entangled with. She instantly asked him about his brother's safety, something he was happy to reply to. Lady Lucille, please calm down. Robert is safe. He is resting in the room next to me. Robert is safe? Her hands began trembling as she made the realization, and the tears soon followed after. Yes, he is safe. Don't worry. I won't let anyone harm him, Roland assured her, his voice steady and calming through the spider drone. But we are both being watched closely, and your father is not going to let this situation resolve easily. Lucille took a deep breath and took a moment to settle her nerves. She was clearly overjoyed that Robert was safe, but the situation was not resolved yet. Thank you for looking after him, Sir Roland. But if I may ask, why are you here? Well, that's a story in itself, and I don't think we have enough time. First, I need to explain the current situation, so listen closely. Roland began to recount the current events and the plan he was formulating. Lucille listened intently, her eyes going wide the more information she received. Then my father. Yes, father has arranged for a trial to take place in 3 days. This trial will determine Robert's fate. Count Lawrence will be presiding over it, and I think he can be trusted, but could you tell me what started this? Why did you two suddenly do this? Even now Roland didn't truly know why his brother took it upon himself to run away with Lucille. It felt like the two were quite desperate and didn't plan their escape too well. Robert and I, we just fell in love. Sir Roland, it wasn't something we had planned, it just happened. My father, Count Graham, he had changed. It wasn't always like this, but once he obtained the new title, something was different. Roland allowed her to paint a picture, and it turned out to be something that he expected. After attaining his new rank, the man became obsessed with securing his family's well-being. Count Graham's obsession had shifted to extreme control over his daughter's future, a drastic change that had sparked the desperate escape. As Lucille continued, her voice trembling, Roland listened carefully, piecing together the broader context of their predicament. My father grew increasingly authoritarian, insisting that I marry someone of his choosing to secure our family's political alliances. I do not have any other sisters, and it was decided that I should wed one of the Charltons. Charltons? But isn't their oldest son 10? Yes, he is. This started making a lot more sense. Lucille, who was in her mid-20s, was to marry a child, something that was allowed in this world. Both of them would probably suffer. The age gap was just too wide, and she already had someone to hold dear. The young lord would probably get himself a mistress, while Lucille was forced into a loveless marriage. The desperation and intensity of their escape began to make sense now. I see. I'm sorry that it came to this. It's not your fault or Robert's. My father wasn't always like this, but recently he has changed. He didn't want to pry into her life too much. It was clear that this was an uncomfortable truth. What they needed to do now was to get Robert out of this predicament. Once that was over, they could think of saving Lucille from this fate. She was still a mage, and even if she discarded her noble name, there would be places she could easily make a living. HM? As their conversation was concluding, he noticed a little beeping inside of his helmet. It pointed him toward the room his brother was in. Speaking of Robert, would you like to have a talk with him? That's possible? Roland raised himself from his seat. He had already spent at least an hour in and headed towards the holding chamber Robert was in. With everyone involved in this predicament gathered, they could start formulating a plan. Don't worry, I'll protect you. If you don't get off me, I swear I will punch you in the face. Roland's voice was firm, yet tinged with exasperation. His brother was currently draped over him, eyes closed and murmuring sweet nothings in his sleep. Robert's face was just inches from Roland's, his breath warm and steady as he leaned closer, unaware of his surroundings. Big brother Roland, don't do that. Robert is still injured. The elixir healed all of his wounds, and I can heal him up again. Lucille, your lips taste like iron. Ha! Robert's eyes slowly opened as he felt something cold and metallic press against his lips. What he saw before him was not his lover, but a face made of metal. Robert's face went through a series of rapid expressions: confusion, horror, embarrassment, before he finally settled on mortification. Before he could scramble back in horror, a large hand grabbed his face and threw him back like a sack of grain. Ugh! Disgusting. Roland started whipping the slobber of his helmet that Robert had kissed while asleep. If not for his sister's protests, he would have just instantly smacked his older brother away. Luckily, his helmet protected him from being smooched by his half-sibling. Robert was having a nice dream and leaned to grab Roland when he attempted to wake him up. What? Robert! Before Robert could gather himself, a girl tackled his chest. He could instantly tell that it was his sister Lucienne. The man standing before him was wearing a dark hooded mage robe and had his face covered by a metallic helmet. There was a sign of runes over it, which made him instantly recall the strange floating contraption in his cell. Lucienne? Roland? So, it was true. But why? What do you mean, why? Roland replied while glancing down at the sobbing Lucienne. She was clinging to Robert's chest, tears streaming down her face as she held on to him as if afraid he would disappear again. Robert, still groggy from sleep and the aftereffects of his injuries being healed, tried to wrap his head around the situation. The sight of his sister weeping and the stern figure of his brother standing over him brought a flood of emotions he hadn't prepared for. I thought you were dead. Do you know how worried me and Mother were? If it wasn't for Roland. Lucienne started crying while also hitting her older brother's chest with her fists. The strikes had no power behind them, but to Robert, they stung more than the torture he had previously suffered. Robert's eyes softened as he listened to Lucienne's tearful words. He gently placed a hand on her head, trying to comfort her while his own emotions churned within. His mind was still reeling from the surreal situation. Roland, his estranged brother, was here, and somehow, against all odds, had managed to locate and save him. Lucien, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you and Mother worry. I thought I could handle everything on my own. His voice was hoarse with regret. The weight of his decisions, driven by desperation and love, pressed down on him. He had acted impulsively, thinking only of escaping with Lucille and not fully considering the consequences. Now, seeing the pain he had caused his sister, he felt the full brunt of his recklessness. Roland stood to the side, watching the scene unfold. He wasn't sure how to feel about the situation. After all, he had left the Arden estate to avoid such troublesome matters. Although Robert was his brother, they rarely conversed. Lucille, his lover, was usually the one he contacted to relay information. He had never intended to be involved in Robert's life again, yet here he was, playing the role of some kind of protector. Enough with the apologies, Roland said gruffly with a voice laced with some annoyance. He was not the best at taking in emotional scenes, and all of the hugging was making him uncomfortable. We need to focus on what's ahead. You've made a mess, Robert, and it's going to take more than just words to fix it now. Lucille gave me the gist of it, but it would be better if you told me your side of the story. Lucien leaned back after hearing Roland's words and was able to finally calm herself. Robert, on the other hand, was surprised by some of his brother's words. Lucille? You were able to talk to her? Is she well? Is she here? Robert really perked up at the mention of the woman he tried to escape with. He started looking around the room he was in, but didn't see anyone besides his mother, who was sleeping on a chair. He found it strange that his brother wasn't withholding his name, but now it all made sense. Mother! Don't worry. I put her to sleep with a spell. It wasn't that hard. She had been trying to get into this place for more than a day now. I do not wish to reveal my identity to her if I don't have to. I'm sure you understand. After speaking with Lucille, Roland placed her under a gentle sleeping spell. The woman had been frantic and unstable, so it was best for her to rest. The room had little to offer besides a single bed, so Roland retrieved a reclining chair from his spatial space. This action caused the guards outside to move closer to the holding room, making it clear that they were closely monitoring his every move. I see. I've made everyone worried. Even got you dragged into this mess. I don't even know where to start. But could you tell me how you spoke to Lucille? Robert sighed, his expression a mix of regret and embarrassment. He leaned forward from his bed, and to his surprise, it was quite painless. Only now did he notice that his body lacked any scars from the torture he experienced, something that his brother Roland was probably responsible for. Why don't you ask her yourself if you're that interested? Maybe it will be faster this way. Wait a second. Ask her myself. What are you talking about? Roland didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked over to the side of the room, where a small metallic contraption that had been quietly resting suddenly came to life. It was one of his floating golems that had been adjusted to forward information from the spider golem at Lucille's holding room. Robert and Lucien watched in fascination as the golem moved, projecting a small bluish light in front of itself. Moments later, a hazy, but recognizable image of Lucille de Vere appeared within the light. Thanks to Lucille achieving the Rune Mage class, she was able to lend her mana to the small spider at her side. With the boost to energy, not only her voice but also her face could be forwarded to this place. Robert, is that really you? Lucille's voice was faint but clear, filled with emotion as she saw Robert's face through the magical projection. Robert, who had been struggling to keep his emotions in check, felt a lump rise in his throat. He reached out instinctively, though his hand passed through the holographic image. Lucille, it's really you. Are you okay? Have they hurt you? Lucille smiled, though there was a sadness in her eyes. No, I'm fine. Thanks to your brother, I'm safe for now. I'm just so relieved to see you. I was so afraid. She trailed off, her voice quivering slightly. Robert clenched his fists, overwhelmed with guilt. He had tried to protect her, to save her from a fate neither of them wanted. But in doing so, he had only plunged them both into deeper peril. Now, seeing her like this, all the bravado he had shown melted away, leaving only a deep, painful remorse. Lucille, I'm so sorry. I should have thought things through better. I should have. Sure, Robert. You know we did what we thought was right, and that's why I love you. Lucille. Robert. The loud sound of someone clearing his throat broke the moment the two were having. Everyone looked to Roland, who had his arms crossed, clearly unimpressed by the romantic exchange. Could you two focus for a moment? We don't have time to be emotional now. You're just wasting your mana. Hey! They were just having a moment. Did you always have so little tact? Lucienne disagreed with Roland's interruption and performed a kick against his shin. To no surprise, it was she who recoiled in pain after it connected with the mithril armor underneath. She fell back onto the bed Robert was sleeping while clutching her foot. Robert couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at Lucienne's failed attempt to kick Roland. The brief moment of light-heartedness eased some of the tension in the room. Even Roland, with his usually stern demeanor, seemed slightly less rigid. However, he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Now that we've all calmed down, let's focus on the situation, Lucille. You mentioned that your father has changed since obtaining his new title. Could there be more to it? More to it. Yes, has he been talking with strange individuals? Was he feeling unwell or staring out into space for no reason? Any strange behaviors? Now that he had the two here, he could start asking questions. First, he needed to make sure that the Count was doing everything out of his own volition. There were small signs whenever someone was affected by curses or being blackmailed. Roland had scanned the man the best he could, but he didn't spot anything out of the ordinary that would suggest he was under some form of mind control or curse. However, subtler forms of manipulation, especially those involving political machinations or unseen threats, were harder to detect. Well, I'm not sure. He wasn't home much and I was usually at the institute. But think we did receive some help from other houses during the clash for the new title. I see. That will be hard to confirm. Roland hoped that there would have been some outside factor pushing her father. There were probably many merchants, nobles, and outside powers lending Graham help. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Once he reached a higher position, he would pull everyone up with him. If a power like the cult was involved, then he could easily absolve Robert of all charges and blame the evil faction, but in this case, it would probably be impossible to prove. He already spread some of his divine spells around the place, and none of the knights he interacted with had been infected by any abyssal worms. I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be of much help. After I realized that they wanted to give Lucille away to some child, I lost it. I never thought it would come to this. They must have been keeping watch over us and overheard our conversation. We never stood a chance. Don't blame yourself, Robert. None of us knew. Could they be listening to us now? Robert jolted forward, but Roland raised his hand to reassure him. Don't worry. I took care of that. If they knew that you two were talking, they would have already charged through that door. I see. Perhaps if I asked you for help, this wouldn't have happened. The room went silent after Robert's proclamation. Roland knew that he would have probably been able to smuggle them out of there with ease, but the two weren't in that sort of relationship. It seemed that his coldness kept his half-brother from reaching out to him earlier. If not for their younger sister, he would have probably not been here and Robert would have been scared beyond saving. There's no point in dwelling on what could have been. We never had that sort of relationship to begin with, but you're still my brother. What matters now is how we move forward and get you out of this predicament. Lucille's holographic image nodded in agreement. He's right, Robert. We can't change the past, but we can still find a way out of this mess. Together. Robert looked between his brother and Lucille, his heart swelling with gratitude. Despite everything, despite the years of hostility and the mistakes he had made, they were here. Roland was here, helping him, and Lucille hadn't lost faith in him. You're right, Robert finally said, determination seeping into his voice. We can still make things right, but we need a plan. Yes, we need a proper plan this time around. Robert, Lucille, and even Lucienne nodded in unison. Soon after, they all turned toward the person that made all of this possible. Roland faintly flinched at all the attention that he was getting, and it seemed that everything would be dependent on him. His shoulders felt heavy as the weight of responsibility settled on them. Roland wasn't one to shy away from challenges, but acting out of familial bonds and emotions was new territory. He had spent years honing his skills, preparing for battles and not disputes between noble houses. Fine, if we're going to do this, we'll do it right. But you all need to listen to me carefully and follow my lead. If any of you act impulsively again, it could ruin everything. Robert and Lucien nodded, their expressions serious. Lucille's image, though flickering slightly due to the strain of the mana transfer, was equally focused. First, we'll be trying to extrapolate the process. We need your mother to contact Wentworth Arden. Perhaps he could exert some pressure from the outside. We don't need to prove your innocence. If we can get you out of this with money, then that will be enough. I'm not sure if my father will be willing to leave it at that. Lucille commented in a hushed tone and Roland nodded. I don't think so either. He wishes to show that his family can't be trifled with. He probably wants to use Robert as an example of what happens when someone crosses him. This means we have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. You don't mean? Yes, the death penalty. The room grew heavy with silence as Roland's words hung in the air. The implications of his statement were clear, and the gravity of the situation settled over everyone present. Robert's breath caught in his throat, and he instinctively clenched his fists. The thought of his own execution was terrifying, but what frightened him more was the idea that Lucille would be forced into a loveless marriage with another person who wasn't even of age. Lucien's eyes widened in fear, and she gripped her brother's arm tightly, as if holding on to him would prevent the unthinkable from happening. Roland, there must be another way. Of course, there's another way, and we need to discuss every possible strategy to get Robert out of this in one piece. Even if that means that he could lose a limb. Roland had gone through various books concerning law within the kingdom. Back at the Arden estate, there were several of them with current laws and also old traditions that were still being upheld. There were ways of getting out of this situation, but some were better than others. He needed to discuss all the options that were out on the table and convince Robert to save his life. Robert swallowed hard, his mind racing as Roland's words sunk in. The death penalty was a terrifying prospect, but losing a limb? It was a grim alternative, yet it meant survival. Don't worry, there are other ways. In some cases, people were given freedom after a heartfelt apology and loss of title. There was a lot of begging involved, and you would need to lose your knight title. You wish me to prostrate myself and dishonor myself in front of the judge and other nobles? But even if I do that, what of Lucille? How about you worry about yourself first? Roland responded in a harsh tone. After we get you out of this predicament, we will focus on Lucille. I know a noble who is looking for competent people. He would probably accept a mage and her knight. Albrook was the perfect place to hide the two lovebirds. It didn't seem that Lucille wanted to live here anymore. After Robert was safe, they would come up with a plan to break the young mage out of her tower. Then the two could meet up at Roland's place where they could start their new life. However, before such a thing could happen, they needed to get through the first hurdle, Robert's trial that would be held in a few days. Robert, are you awake? Quickly, lie down. What do you think you're doing? Mother, I'm fine. No, you certainly are not. I've seen all those wounds. If it weren't for the good sir from the Institute, you could have been dead by now. Did you even thank him? Quick! Lower your head, you foolish child. It's fine, madam. I'll excuse myself. Roland stood there in front of his stepmother, concealing his true identity from her. To her, he was just a representative from Xander's Institute of Wizardry. She still believed he was only there because of Lucien, who had gained the rare clairvoyant class. After spending the night discussing potential issues that could arise during the trial, he was ready to leave. However, when the woman awoke from his spell and found Robert awake as well, she began to panic. Nonsense, my good man. We of the Arden House show gratitude, and you have done more for us than we could ever repay. You've saved my son, and that is something I will never forget. The least my son can do is show his respect. For Roland, who had endured 5 years of this woman's jealous schemes, the whole scene felt surreal. She had pitted Robert against him at every opportunity, and now she was forcing Robert to bow before the man she despised. He wasn't sure how to feel about it and wondered how she would react if he revealed his true identity to her. The scene was quite ironic to him, but he did not wish to reveal himself even now. It was better to keep up the act of the concerned professor who was just here to protect Lucienne. Madame Arden, I assure you, it's not necessary. Your son needs his rest, and there's no need for such formalities. What matters is that he recovers fully and gets ready for the coming hearing. Still groggy and trying to wrap his head around the situation, Robert looked between his mother and Roland's armored figure. The entire situation felt bizarre, but he felt grateful to his estranged brother. It was strange to see his mother grovel in such a way, and eventually, he decided to go along with it. His head was lowered and a heartfelt thanks was given. Roland stood silently, watching as Robert awkwardly lowered his head, mumbling words of gratitude that seemed foreign to both of them. For a moment, he wondered if this charade would be worth the trouble. His stepmother, oblivious to the true identity of her son's savior, seemed satisfied with Robert's display of humility. She gave a small, relieved smile and nodded approvingly. That's better. You must always show respect to those who help you, Robert. Remember that. Yes, mother. Robert was still somewhat dazed from the emotional roller coaster and physical torment he had endured. His eyes flickered to Roland, trying to convey a silent message of gratitude. Roland caught the look and gave a gentle nod, acknowledging the unspoken thanks. He understood that time was short, but they would need to continue playing within the confines of this noble charade. Now, if you'll excuse me, Roland replied, his voice somewhat firm and hidden behind a voice-altering enchantment. I must make preparations for the trial. Sir Robert, you should rest. There's a difficult road ahead, and you'll need all your strength. Yes, of course. Thank you, sir. Deputy Professor. Robert stumbled over the formal address, the word sir feeling strange on his tongue when directed at his younger brother. But at this point, he had already made peace that his brother Roland had surpassed him and probably all their other siblings. He was already a Tier 3 class holder that could even overpower knight commanders who trained their whole life. If there was someone that could save him from this fate, then it was him. As Roland turned to leave, he took a moment to look at his sister Lucienne. She was standing behind her mother and not speaking. Without any indication for it, a spell effect was activated that created an invisible bubble around his head. A little tunnel formed from this bubble and connected with the area around Lucienne before he started speaking. I'll go check on your friends. They're staying at a nearby inn and should be safe. Don't worry, your mother can't hear us, but cover your mouth while speaking. It was a simple modification of the sound-canceling spell, reduced to cover only their heads. A mana concealment spell was also woven in, ensuring that even the most powerful mages wouldn't detect it. The sound waves would bounce around within the sealed-off area, allowing them to communicate without anyone else hearing a thing. Lucienne nodded slightly. The spell was something she had never seen before, but they had previously discussed it. Be careful. You never know what that count could do, and tell everyone not to worry. I know, don't worry. They won't dare attack someone from the Institute. As we discussed, I'll try to get them to go back. Margaret might not want to. Don't worry. I'll convince her, one way or the other. She'll go back to the Institute. Roland intended to use this time to escort the 3 girls and the maid back to the Mage Tower. From there, they could return to the Institute. The round trip would likely take no more than a day, giving him ample time to handle this before the trial, which was exactly 3 days away. Now, he just needed to get the group out of here, even if it meant doing so by force. Now then, his sister looked to be sad at the fact that her friends had to go, but for Roland this was the better option. If the trial failed, having the 3 girls here would only complicate things. Eventually, the door shut behind him and he was instantly greeted by 2 armored men. They weren't his match, but it was clear that no one would let him go around this whole place. Mages had appeared and created multiple barriers already, which luckily his new and improved mapping system was able to go against. They clearly don't trust me. That Leopold is also near, and they also got more knight commanders to guard this tower. It was clear that escaping this place wouldn't be easy. If Robert lost the trial, it might be wiser to free him on another occasion when the number of guards had decreased. Typically, prisoners were transported elsewhere after the trial was over. The problem was that these lands belonged to the Count, who had the authority to decide everything, including ordering an immediate execution or incarceration once the trial was concluded. I should go get this over with. Roland looked at the guards without nodding and moved forward. The two parted, and after he vanished down the stairs, they followed closely after. Once he was outside, the heavy doors closed behind him with a resounding thud. The air outside was cool, a slight breeze rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. There were many more guards there not then when he arrived. They must have called for reinforcements from outside. Perhaps more will arrive later. It seemed that the Count would not make this easy. In 3 days this whole city would probably turn into one huge impenetrable fortress. The mages were assembling arrays and preparing siege magic. Even if he tried to use his newly created runic glider, escaping through the air would be difficult. He made his way through the courtyard, the stone path crunching beneath his boots. The estate was sprawling, a testament to the wealth and power of House de Vere. Everyone he saw was on edge, their hands clutching their weapons and ready to attack. Grand Commander Leopold was there with him, his gaze following his movements as he approached the gate outside. There was a whole platoon of soldiers at the gate. More than half were wearing heavy armor similar to his Rune Mark I suit, and behind them stood a row of archers with a mage in the middle. As he stopped, the Grand Commander made his way in his direction. "Deputy Professor," Leopold greeted, but his tone was cold. "I trust everything is in order with the prisoner?" Roland nodded and replied in a similar way. "For now, and I hope he remains that way, but for the time being, I will be taking my leave. I need to confer with some of my students from the Institute. I'm sure you understand. I will of course return for the trial and make sure that it proceeds fairly." "You dare to assume that my lord would?" "Why wouldn't I? Have you forgotten about the state young Robert Arden was in when I arrived here? I hope that you're not trying to deny it." Leopold's eyes narrowed as he was enraged by the animosity flung in the direction of his master. However, what Roland said was true. They did torture Robert without going through the proper procedures. The armored soldiers heard their conversation and took a step forward, but were quickly stopped by their leader. "Let him through." Roland's eyes remained fixed on Leopold, and a sense of tension rippled through the soldiers around them. The Grand Commander was seething, his face a mask of controlled fury, but Roland knew that he had no choice but to let him pass. The last thing the Count wanted was to provoke the Institute of Wizardry with a powerful Tier 4 mage in its ranks. Finally, Roland took a step through the gates and was allowed passage. The gates looked heavier than before, and they groaned open. More cool air hit his armor and ruffled his robe. The road leading away from the estate was lined with more guards, their eyes watching for any sign of betrayal. Roland kept his pace steady and calm, the heavy thuds of his boots on the stone echoing in the silence. Once he was clear of the main gate, he took a moment to assess the situation. The estate sprawled behind him, a fortress bristling with armed men and magical defenses. He knew he had to move quickly if he wanted to get Lucien's friends out safely and return in time for the trial. The Count's forces were prepared for an all-out confrontation and could potentially target him or the others once they were inside the city. There was a strong possibility that someone would be waiting to stop them after they headed towards the teleportation gate. After eavesdropping on Graham de Vere, Roland was certain the man wouldn't shy away from using such methods. After scanning the surroundings for any potential threats or spies, he headed deeper into the city of Ballack. Margaret, along with Adesuna and Marlian, had gone into the noble district. There they resided in the most costly inn around. His suspicion of Margaret continued to grow, and once he arrived he encountered a lack of customers. "Did I come too early? I guess it's not even 7 in the morning." They had strategized through the entire night, and he left close to the break of dawn. It was normal for people here to still sleep. The inn he entered was well protected and quite large. Some waiters were already setting the tables and preparing for the young lords and rich merchants to arrive for breakfast. Roland quickly made his way through the grand entrance and was greeted by the innkeeper, a stout man with a graying mustache and a wary expression. "Good morning," Roland said while the innkeeper was taken aback by his robed and armored form. "A group of students from Xander's Institute of Wizardry should have arrived here yesterday. Are they still here?" "Ah, yes they did." The man looked at Roland from head to bottom and nodded. It seemed that the girls had already informed the innkeeper that someone of his looks would arrive, so it made things much easier. "Good. Please inform them that the deputy professor of the institute is here." The innkeeper's eyes widened with recognition, and he quickly gestured to a worker on the side. The person was a young woman with proper manners just like all the others, a stark contrast to the people he was used to in such places. As they headed out to call the girls, he was given an option to rest at one of the empty tables. "They are all still there. The maid is with them." On his monitoring device, he could see all their dots in one room together. It also informed him that they were being followed. Some guards from the estate had gathered outside and didn't even try to hide their presence. They were probably there to distract him from the true pursuers, who had better skills, but with his map, he could quickly record everyone's mana patterns for future use. "Once those four are out of the way, I should examine the city for any potential escape routes. Even though they increased the amount of guards, I bet there are some thief guild tunnels no one knows about." Roland's plans were simple. First, he would attempt to use his knowledge to get Robert a deal. The best way would be to bribe the Count with some money or convince him that this whole predicament was making him look bad. If this failed, he could take a more rule-heavy angle and bring up Robert's unlawful torturous treatment. That approach gave him some footing, but in a world filled with nobles, justice rarely saw the light of day. If all fails, then I'd need to get him out of here, but I'll also become a criminal then. His position as a professor or knight commander would not protect him from the consequences of breaking Robert out. He would be branded a criminal, and even escaping into Valerian territory would be futile. Despite the area being controlled by an opposing noble faction, they often collaborated in such situations. Arthur's brothers would be more than happy to get rid of him and would likely try to present him on a silver platter. As he was contemplating, the innkeeper's assistant finally returned. Behind him, he spotted 3 teenage girls with their eyelids glued together. All of them looked like they hadn't slept well and would probably not appreciate what he was about to tell them. The maid walked slowly behind them, her steps silent, much like Mary's. "Professor, you're back. But where is Lucy? She will be staying here for a few days due to family matters. You, on the other hand, will return to the institute." "What? No, we won't. If Lucy isn't coming, then we aren't going." Just as he assumed, Margaret quickly refused his order. Roland sighed inwardly, knowing this confrontation would be inevitable. He had anticipated resistance from Margaret, the most stubborn of the trio, but he couldn't afford to let his sister's friends remain in Ballack. The city was becoming a dangerous place, and if things went awry, they could easily become collateral damage. "Miss Margaret, this isn't up for debate," Roland said, his voice firm and coupled with a stern tone. "No, I will not leave Lucy here without any help. I'm her friend, and that's what friends do. Now listen here, young lady. As I've said, this is not up for debate. If you won't come willingly, then." Roland was not in the best frame of mind, his stress levels rising with every passing moment. He saw the girl as nothing more than a thorn in his side. Even if she had the heart in the right place and wanted to support Lucienne, her presence here was a liability. The stakes were too high, and he had no time for stubborn defiance. Thus, he chose to activate one of his skills, which soon proved to have been a big mistake. Margaret's eyes flinched as she felt her body be put under a lot of strange pressure. The feeling didn't last for too long, as almost instantly, her maid knight Hadley stepped forward. Roland could barely keep up with her speed, and without activating his mana Eyes of Mana to help him predict movement. He underestimated who he was facing, and now the woman was charging forward. The whole inn shook as his automatic defenses activated. A veil of thick mana surrounded his body as a bladed weapon collided with it. Hadley had unveiled her weapon, which consisted of rather long-looking finger claws. They suddenly appeared over her fingers and were now aimed at his face. The woman didn't take kindly to him using his suppression skill, and now he was in quite a bind. Roland's eyes widened as the claws stopped inches from his face, crackling against the barrier of dense mana. The tension in the air was palpable, and for a moment all movement ceased. The inn's walls seemed to close in around them, the few onlookers too stunned to react. Hadley, the maid knight, stood poised like a coiled spring and ready to pounce at any moment. Her eyes locked on Roland's helmet, which was glowing. He knew that she was probably a trained knight and bodyguard, but he had underestimated her capabilities. Her status remained hidden to him, and thus he assumed that she would not be much stronger than any other Tier 3 class holder he had encountered. Does she have a second Tier 3 class? Why would someone like this be defending a teenage girl? Who is Margaret exactly? Roland had made a blunder and underestimated what he was dealing with, just like his opponents did with him. Now he realized that the recent string of victories had bolstered his confidence to a dangerous level. He had thought himself untouchable, but now he was facing someone with enough skill to push him back, something not many had managed. The standoff couldn't last. He needed to defuse the situation before it escalated further, but his options were limited. If he pushed back, the entire inn could be destroyed in the ensuing fight, drawing unwanted attention from the Count's forces. This would probably be held against him and could jeopardize Robert's case. Without him around, there would probably be no one around to exert any kind of pressure against the opposition. However, backing down might mean losing control over Margaret and the other girls, putting them all in danger. Miss Margaret and Miss Hadley. Roland began talking, his voice still calm despite the situation. I apologize if I startled you, but you must understand that your safety, and that of your friends, is my top priority. The city is becoming more dangerous by the hour. It would be better if you returned to the academy. This issue is not something you should involve yourself in. Hadley's eyes remained locked on Roland's, her stance unwavering, no change in her expression. It was as if this woman had no mind of her own and would only follow the orders of her young mistress. Margaret, however, seemed to soften slightly as she realized the gravity of the situation. Her initial anger gave way to concern, not just for herself but for Lucienne as well. Lucy is my friend, and I won't abandon her when she needs me the most, Margaret replied, her voice firm yet tinged with worry. It didn't seem that she had any plans on leaving. Roland was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. The young girl was unwilling to budge, and her guard wasn't saying much. If he decided to push it any further, the ensuing battle would probably cause him to be imprisoned. The Count would certainly see this as a good excuse. Your loyalty to Lucienne is commendable, but staying here could do more harm than good. I'm sure you understand that your young lady will just be getting in the way. It would be wise to return to the institute where it's safer. Roland attempted to reason with the maid, but instead of getting a reply, she pushed further against his mana veil. He had not yet exerted all of his power, but there were too many people around them for the usual explosive tactics. Any stray mana beam could harm a bystander who was walking peacefully outside. This was not something he wished to have on his conscience. And if something happens to Lucienne while we're gone? What if she needs us and we're not here? Professor, you might be powerful, but you can't be everywhere at once. It didn't seem that he was getting through to them, but perhaps what she was saying made some sense. If he was forced to rescue his brother later, then perhaps leaving Lucienne in their care would be the right move. The guards Francine Arden arrived with weren't too great. This maid he was struggling with would probably be the best guard Lucienne could have. The Count probably won't target students from the Institute in some strange attempt to blackmail me, right? Roland began contemplating his options. The primary reason he wanted these 3 students out of here was for their safety. The maid was strong, but it was clear she would only protect Margaret. However, the young girl had already demonstrated a few times that she was a good friend, and his worries about their safety might be unfounded. This wasn't the optimal resolution to the situation, but confirming Hadley's strength had its benefits. He paused, his mind racing as he weighed his options. The situation had spiraled out of control quickly, but he couldn't afford to let it escalate further. The young girls were more of an annoyance to him than anything else. Perhaps he could win the battle against the maid, but she wasn't his only problem. For the time being, it was better to relent. The trial could take a while, and eventually these brats could get bored. You do realize that once we are back at the institute, all of you will be punished? Are you sure you still wish to remain even if you get expelled? After all other options had failed, he attempted to bring it back to the institute. He was still a deputy professor and could push for their expulsion. Perhaps Margaret was in a high enough position to resist, but her two other friends were not of any high nobility. He did not want to use the strategies of his enemies, but they weren't giving him other options. That is, Margaret hesitated for a moment and looked at the two other girls there. Marlian and Atasuna could not afford to offend anyone, but they stood firmly. We will stay. Yeah, we won't leave Lucy here alone. The two replied, and he quickly responded. She is here with her mother. She isn't alone. No, she needs us here. Now listen here. Roland started to get a bit annoyed about how the girls were ignoring the whole issue. They were uninformed about everything but didn't seem to care if they were a burden. Do you really want to get expelled? We won't get expelled. You wouldn't do that, Professor Wayland. You're not that type of person. I'm not. You won't. Margaret responded with a lot of confidence. She had a strange grin on her face as if she knew all the answers. It seemed that she had seen through his bluff, as he wouldn't really bother expelling the three or calling for a hearing to do it. I assure you, I am not bluffing. If you continue to obstruct my mission, you may very well face serious consequences. Then we will face them head-on together. Yeah. The girls all cheered together while looking at Roland in various ways. It was clear that they wouldn't budge, and if he wanted them out of the city, then force would be needed. Is this what they call the rebellious phase? I hate teenagers. Roland sighed deeply, but there was no way out of this debacle. The three girls had decided to make their own beds and now would need to sleep in them. He was just trying to protect them by sending them home. However, his brother and own sister were still more important. Very well, you can stay then. The girls smiled brightly as he finally relented, but he still needed to make it clear to them that there would be consequences. Don't be too happy. I will still report this to the institute and your parents might be called in later. If the other teachers decide, then you might get expelled for this. You still have time. Think about it. Margaret's triumphant smile faltered slightly at Roland's warning, but she quickly recovered. The other two girls exchanged nervous glances, but their resolve stood firm. Hadley, the maid knight, finally lowered her claws, but her gaze remained fixed on Roland as if anticipating a disabling spell. For a moment, he considered it but ultimately decided to relent. Thank you, Professor, but I will be staying. And so will we, replied Marlian, and was quickly followed by the girl with animal ears. Yeah, we will. The confrontation had not gone exactly as planned, but at least it had ended without bloodshed. He still had a job to do, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time on these stubborn girls. With a final, lingering glance at Hadley, he took a step back to take out something from his spatial rune. The maid did not react, seemingly feeling out his intent. Fine. Take this with you. If something goes wrong, just press on the middle. If you do, I'll know that something is happening. The device he handed them didn't look like much. A simple rectangle inscribed with runes and a spot to press down. He gave one to Margaret and to each of the other girls as well. The little spider golem had stayed by their side, unable to enter the estate with Lucienne. But that wasn't enough. Each of these devices would transmit the location of the girl holding it, ensuring that if anything ever happened to them, he would know immediately. Thank you, Professor. I promise we'll be careful, but what about Lucy and her brother? Will you please tell us? They had not been informed about what was happening, so he decided to fill them in. Once the people in the inn realized that the two Tier 3 class holders would not be fighting, everyone went back to their business. The tension in the air began to dissipate as Roland took a seat at one of the empty tables, gesturing for the girls to join him. Despite his irritation, he recognized the importance of keeping them informed, especially since they were adamant about staying. All right, listen carefully. For the next few moments, he recounted the story of how Robert had been imprisoned and needed to seek legal action. He didn't reveal everything, but he shared enough to make them aware that there was little they could do about it. His gaze shifted to Margaret, the biggest unknown in the group. Part of his reasoning for sharing this information was the hope that she might have the ability to pull some strings to help Robert. She appeared to be from a highly influential family, perhaps nobles above the rank of count. Hadley probably informs her parents about her every move. Perhaps they are someone that could help with this? It was a stretch, but the possibility was there. If an influential person appeared to vouch for Robert, then even the Count couldn't do much about it. Only thanks to Robert's mistreatment was the trial being held, but it still looked grim. So, Lucy's brother is in serious trouble, and the Count isn't playing fair. Is there something that we can do to help, Professor? Not really, unless you are related to a duke or the royal family. The girls seemed distressed, and even Margaret had her head down. It didn't seem that the wild card was willing to help, or perhaps she could, as it would reveal some hidden identity she was trying to hide. Well, if you are going to remain, then perhaps you should visit Miss Lucienne and her mother when they return. I will return to the Count's estate for now and make my preparations. The trial is in 3 days, so for that time, please don't cause any trouble and support your friend. Roland watched as the 3 girls exchanged worried glances, their earlier bravado replaced by a realization of the gravity of the situation. Margaret, still clutching the device Roland had given her, looked up at him with a certain determination. Professor, we'll do what we can. I'm sure you will. Remember to use that device if anything happens. I'll be checking in periodically. With that, he rose from his seat and gave the girls a final nod before turning to leave. He knew that the situation was volatile, and every moment counted. The Count's forces were a looming threat and had already gathered around this inn. Once he was outside, he could see some of the soldiers following his every move. I'll have to get used to this. I only have 3 days to gather all the information about this case, but even if I can prove everything within a reasonable doubt, it won't mean anything. There were ways to proceed, and he also needed to speak with Count Graham. While it was unlikely that the Count would back down from the accusations, it was always best to plead with him before taking further action. Perhaps with enough money, the Count might relent. As long as Robert could be saved, Roland was willing to settle for his brother's exile and loss of honor. I'm not sure if Robert will be willing to. He worked hard for his rank and level. As he approached the Count's estate once more, he attempted to act casually. He had already mapped the area extensively and knew the weak points in the defenses. He could slip through unnoticed if needed, but for now, he needed to make his presence known. The gates of the estate loomed before him, and as he approached, he was stopped by multiple heavily armored guards. They eyed him with suspicion but nodded in acknowledgement when they recognized him as a deputy professor from the institute. Professor Wayland, the Grand Commander, is expecting you, one of the guards said. He is. Yes, he should be waiting at the entrance to the estate. One of the guards will guide you there. Very well then, lead the way. It wasn't that surprising that the accuser wanted to discuss things with him. At this moment, Roland was the main driving force behind Robert's case. He had a suspicion of what the Count wanted from him, and this was a chance to see where he stood. Soon he was led towards the estate where Leopold was waiting for him. The Grand Commander stood with confidence and nodded as he arrived. The Lord is expecting you. Please follow me. The Grand Commander turned around and probably wouldn't take no for an answer. Behind him, 3 other knights appeared along with 1 mage, all Tier 3 class holders. Roland followed the Grand Commander through the opulent halls of the mansion he was led into. He caught glances of the people inside. Some of them whispered while others looked away in fright. Through the help of his monitoring device and his drones, he had a good idea of where he was being taken. This was not the way towards the office the 2 counts had previously talked in, but a much larger room. As the large doors swung open, he was greeted by many more guards standing to the sides. At the end was Count Graham de Vere, protected by several layers of magical shields that were invisible to people that couldn't sense mana. There are enchantments everywhere. Even I would have problems breaking through all of this. This man is quite resourceful. There was a reason why Graham had won his new title and why his influence was so great. Roland stepped into the grand hall, his eyes scanning the ornate surroundings. Rich tapestries, polished marble floors, and a vast array of rare artifacts adorning the walls. The Count's imposing presence at the far end of the room, flanked by his elite guards, was a testament to his status and power. Yet, even with all of these defenses, he was not shaken and could not show any fear either. His gaze was steady and unwavering as he watched Roland approach. He was dressed in an elegant, dark military uniform adorned with symbols of his house, a clear sign of his wealth and influence. Beside him now stood Leopold, the Grand Commander, his hand close to his weapon. "Deputy Professor Wayland, how is the Archmagus faring?" "She is doing well." He could tell that the man was probing for answers. The Count had likely spent the previous night conducting background checks on everyone. Without knowing their backgrounds, he probably wouldn't have acted. The primary reason for the summons was likely related to the multiple royal gold coins on the desk next to the Count. For now, Yavena's name would shield him, preventing them from uncovering his true identity. This is why they had probably opted for a different approach, one involving a direct bribe. That's quite the sum. Not something you'd offer to just anyone. Could the Count be desperate to resolve this quietly? Or does he just wish to build a new bridge to the Institute? Roland stood before his current enemy, Count Graham de Vere. What he saw was unexpected but not unusual. Bribery from nobles was nothing new. It was just part of how they operated. However, even though the stack of royal coins was there, Roland didn't expect to receive any of them directly. Graham was a shrewd man and was likely just testing the waters. They were there to provide him with a taste of what could be gained if he cooperated. Count Graham de Vere's sharp eyes studied Roland as he stood in the grand hall, surrounded by layers of protection and wealth. The silence between them was thick, only broken by the faint crackle of the knight's armor. Graham picked up one of the royal coins and started playing around with it and finally began to speak. "You understand, Professor Wayland, that situations like these can be delicate, but they can be resolved through other means. I apologize for the rude welcome and for what you saw in my dungeon, but I think we can resolve this issue without the Institute getting involved any further." Roland's eyes flicked to the coins, but his gaze went unnoticed thanks to the mithril helmet he wore. He was less interested in the wealth the man possessed and more focused on the layers of magical defenses. The enchantments were expertly crafted, similar to those he had studied at the Institute. He knew he could break through them if he wanted, but with all the knights gathered around, he would likely be stopped before he could act. "I'm aware of the complexities, but I'm not sure what you are getting at. Do you wish me to retreat after seeing that young man be mistreated without a proper trial?" He replied in a somewhat neutral tone while trying to keep up his righteous professor persona. To these people, most of their problems would go away if he wasn't here. Normally, they would probably remove him with force, but this option was risky due to the Archmagus ties. "You must understand, Professor Wayland," Graham began, his voice sounding smooth yet calculated. "This is not about bypassing justice, but rather about maintaining the stability of my city and my lands. I cannot show leniency even when children of nobles are involved. He tried to abduct my own daughter, and this is something I can never forgive." "Your daughter?" "Lucille de Vere, correct. Yes, that is her name. If it wasn't for Commander Leopold and his men, who intercepted the abduction in time, my daughter could have been taken away by that criminal." "Professor Wayland, surely you can see the gravity of this offense. Criminal abduction? Is that really what happened? Could I speak to the young lady to confirm this matter?" It seemed that the Count was going down this route without caring much for the truth of the matter. Lucille would definitely go against the notion that Robert tried to abduct her without her consent. This meant that Graham was not planning to let his daughter testify on this event, and he confirmed this with his next statement. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Professor. My daughter is still recovering from the shock of the incident, and I would not subject her to further distress by dragging her into this unpleasant business. I trust you understand a father's concern." Count Graham de Vere's face hardened slightly at Roland's request, though he kept his tone controlled. It was clear that he wouldn't be getting any direct statements from his daughter, but luckily, he had already recorded her side of the story. Presenting the evidence during the trial would be hard, as he did break a few rules to get it. This was not the institute, and the mages here could lie about his magic being nothing but an illusion. Is that so? Won't you reconsider? From what I have gathered, the young lady and Robert Arden had an extensive relationship dating to the times she attended the institute. While he couldn't force him to give her up, he could at least present him as being unreasonable. Count Graham's expression hardened even more as Roland mentioned the relationship between Lucille and Robert. He was certainly not expecting anyone to know about his daughter's past to such an extent. Graham took a moment but eventually replied with a sharp tone. That is irrelevant, Professor. Whatever relationship they had, it does not excuse his actions. He overstepped, and now he must face the consequences. Roland remained silent for a moment, studying the Count. It was clear that Graham was desperate to maintain control of the narrative, even if it meant bending the truth. The longer they talked, the less appealing the man became, and it quickly became evident that Roland's cooperation couldn't be bought. If Roland had played along, the Count would likely have shifted the conversation toward investing in the institute, but it never reached that point. Count Graham, I understand your concerns as a father, but I must point out that justice cannot be one-sided. If Robert Arden is to stand trial for his alleged crimes, then all evidence must be presented, including testimonies that may challenge your version of events. You overstep your bounds, Professor. Graham rebutted the claims while slamming his fist onto the desk. The knights around them shifted slightly, as if waiting for their leader to order them to attack. You forget whose city this is, whose lands these are. I have the power to make this very difficult for you, should you continue to insist on meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Roland didn't move, nor did his visor turn away from the man's intense gaze. It was clear that this was as far as the Count was willing to go in their negotiation. There was no reason to pry in further. The man was unwilling to budge on this issue at all. He was on dangerous ground, and pushing too hard could result in severe consequences not just for him but for Robert as well. I understand the position you're in, Count Graham, but remember, justice is not served by silencing dissent. The truth must come to light for the benefit of all parties involved. Your idealism is admirable, Professor, but it is not practical in the real world. Sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good. I suggest you consider your next steps carefully. Graham waved his words off as some kind of nonsense. Roland didn't believe it fully either, but his persona needed to be established. He needed to show the Count that he would not relent on this issue which he saw as something unjust. I am not here to challenge your authority, Count Graham, but I hope you reconsider your actions once the trial arrives. I'm sure Count Lawrence would appreciate a fair trial, as should any noble family. In the interest of justice, I trust that the truth will eventually prevail. Count Graham's expression remained impassive, and he offered a curt nod, signaling that the discussion was concluded. Roland took this as his cue to leave, sensing that pushing further would only provoke the Count and potentially endanger Robert's situation more than it already was. One more thing before you leave, dear Professor. Right as he was about to turn around and be escorted out by the guards, Graham brought up one last issue. I have allowed you to see the prisoner, but don't take my hospitality for granted. I'm sure you are aware that I am not obligated to allow you any further visits with the man who tried to abduct my daughter. As such, I will have to ask you to return here only once the trial begins. I'm sure such a just individual as yourself will refrain from causing any trouble and will not interfere with any future proceedings. Graham knew the law and was aware that Roland did the same. There was no law stating that he had to remain by Robert's side. Perhaps if he remained inside the tower he could have refused, but now he placed himself in a tough position. The Count was certainly doing this in hopes of him not getting all the information before the trial. Luckily, Roland already gathered everything that he needed the previous day. His golems had also been hidden around the estate, so contacting his brother wouldn't be a problem. As long as you guarantee on your honor that no further harm would come to Robert Arden while he remains imprisoned, I will comply with your request. Count Graham gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with Roland's response. As Roland turned to leave, he was escorted out of the grand hall by the same heavily armored guards who had brought him in. Once outside, Roland took a deep breath, the morning air beginning to heat up, but it allowed him to forget the oppressive atmosphere of the estate. I guess he got me with that one. According to the laws governing the land, the Count wasn't obligated to allow others to meet a prisoner. He was required to grant one visitation to close family members, but Roland was not among them. Francine and Lucien were still inside the tower, but they were likely in no immediate danger. The Count was following the rules, so Roland could safely withdraw for now and consider his next move. Things aren't going too well. This would be the perfect time to escort those brats back to the institute. I should probably go back and get a room at the inn. I'll be here for a while. Roland decided to retreat for the time being, knowing that any further nosing around would only give Graham more ammunition for the upcoming trial. The golems he had placed around the estate would remain mostly dormant, as it was too risky to have them moving about. Robert's life was likely not in immediate danger. Graham was probably still trying to demonstrate his strength. He seemed intent on resolving the matter properly, showing the world that his family handled things through the correct channels. After being led outside and through the gate, Roland made sure to inform his sister about the situation. He believed that she and Lucien might be allowed to stay behind since they weren't much of a threat to the people within the estate. Francine was outspoken, so perhaps the Count would prefer to avoid that complication altogether. Once they were informed through the help of his golems, Roland headed back to the city, where he needed to explain everything to the other students. "Professor, you are back? Did you learn anything new?" Margaret asked, and the girls swarmed around him as if the morning confrontation never happened. Roland hesitated for a moment, considering how much he should reveal. The last thing he wanted was to burden them with too much information, especially given the stakes. Thus, he decided to not mention the situation around Robert too much and play everything down. "You do not need to worry. Everything is fine." The girls exchanged glances, sensing that there was more to the situation than Roland was letting on. But they didn't press him further. Margaret, however, wasn't so easily convinced. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she kept her thoughts to herself, at least for the time being. Well, that's a relief. There was not much to do for now, so after getting his own room, he let the time pass. The inn the girls were staying at cost more than he had previously assumed, but it was within his budget. As he settled into his room, Roland thought back to his brother who was stuck here. They had already discussed all the possibilities that could arise during the trial, but there was one thing that he withheld from his brother. One particular law would allow him to get out of this scot-free, but it came at a risk, one that he would rather avoid. Should I tell him? He probably knows that law but wouldn't think it could be used. He might go for it otherwise. His chances of winning are close to none, but with my help, it could be plausible. Depends how long they will give us to prepare. Roland didn't like the way the trial was unfolding. At best, he could hope for his brother to be banished from the house, which would put his military career in jeopardy and likely force him into a life as an adventurer. But that wouldn't help Lucille. She would either have to escape or be wed to the underaged lord. Eventually, she could possibly resign from the De Vere name, allowing them to live together as commoners. However, the Count didn't seem like the type to let that happen easily. If things played out that way, his brother would undoubtedly become the Count's most wanted enemy. How much time? Probably 2 weeks at most, perhaps less. Making everything from scratch would be unreasonable. It would be better to get that thing here. The gears were turning in his head as he contemplated a new plan. It was probably not something anyone would deem possible, but he knew that he could make it work. However, his brother would need to be the one to make the final decision. This tactic would put him in danger and potentially bring him death. Thus, once he noticed that his sister and stepmother departed from Robert's cell, he made his call using one of the golems that remained hidden there. "Robert, are you there?" "Roland, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me. Try speaking directly into the light. The microphone Rune has a limited range." "Ah, sure. Is this better?" Within the dark tower chamber of the prison tower, a slither of light formed from within a dodecahedron-shaped device. There was no image playing as the distance was too high, but this was enough for them to hold a conversation. "Yes, I can hear you clearly now. Listen, Robert. There's something we haven't discussed yet. A law, a rather old one, that could theoretically get you out of this mess. But it's risky, and I don't know if it's the best course of action. It's a loophole that most people have forgotten about, as it goes against common sense, but it's still something we can use. What kind of law are we talking about? Roland cleared his throat as he explained this new tactic. He made sure that his brother was aware that this plan would be quite dangerous. It wasn't something that a reasonable person would go through, but with someone like Count Graham as their opponent, it might be their only real shot. You think that will work? If we get enough time to prepare, then the chances aren't that low, but the decision is yours. I cannot make it for you. After he had given him all the information about it, the choice was his. The two very rarely talked with each other and could barely be considered siblings. He expected Robert to go with the other options, as fighting the Count legally was still an option. Perhaps he could still get away with a slap on the wrist if Count Lawrence decided it to be. I'll do it. It's better than leaving my life up to those who'd sooner see me dead than give me a fair chance. I see, are you sure? Yes. Then I'll go make the preparations on my end, try to relax for the next few days. Roland was about to hang up on his brother, but before he could go, Robert called out to him in a somewhat apologetic tone. Wait, before you go, I need to tell you something. Sure. What is it? Need to know more about the case. No, it's not about that. It's more about you and me. I just wanted to thank you again and apologize for doing this to you. If it wasn't for you. Roland let Robert speak without interrupting. He was a denizen of another world. Not the real owner of this body, but this didn't mean that he wasn't feeling a connection there. It felt like he was helping his younger brother in a time of need, a feeling that wasn't too bad. I understand, Robert, Roland said quietly. It's strange to think of us as family. I still remember hiding from you at the estate and feeling proud when you couldn't track me down. Robert blushed a bit as he recalled the past when he was always trying to confront his younger brother who was an eyesore. Sorry, I was immature back then. I know, don't worry about it once you're out of here. I'll think of a way you can repay me. It might cost you a lot though. Ha, fair enough. Just get me out of this mess first, and I'll be ready for whatever you throw at me. Roland smiled slightly, though he knew Robert couldn't see it. I'll hold you to that, then see you in a few days. Will do. And Roland. Yes. Thanks. For everything. Roland cut the connection and stood for a moment in contemplation before activating his communication device once again. It was around 10 in the evening, but luckily the person on the other side was still awake. Boss, is something wrong? No, but I need you to do something for me. Any word from father? I'm sorry, my dear, your father is a busy man. I'm sure he would be here if he could, but I understand. Two people were talking in front of a large chamber door. One was an older woman, who concealed her age beneath a layer of thick makeup. The other was a younger girl with similar features, her daughter, Lucienne. Not far behind them stood a lone man shrouded in mystery, his identity unknown to everyone except the daughter and her elder brother, whom they had all come for. So, the old bastard never did show up in the end. But perhaps there is still some time for him to make an appearance. That is, if all goes well with the plan. Roland looked at his stepmother and sister trembling in front of the chamber that led to the courtroom where Robert's trial was about to commence. The air was thick with tension, and the stone walls of the building seemed to close in on them as they waited. Graham de Vere and Count Lawrence were already inside and preparing for the hearing to start. Guards stood everywhere, waiting for Robert to be escorted in and for his trial to start. Can't you at least take those off? My son is not a criminal. Francine Arden was the first one to call out as she spotted her son moving slowly towards the courtroom, shackled in heavy chains. Robert's wrists and ankles were bound, and a small group of armed guards flanked him on both sides. The sight was a bitter one for Francine, whose fierce maternal instinct flared up at the indignity of seeing her son treated like a dangerous conflict. The guards, however, were unmoved by her protests. Their orders were clear. Treat Robert Arden as a dangerous suspect until the trial concluded. Roland watched silently from a distance, his face impassive beneath his helmet. Robert, his brother, noticed his form close to one of the walls. If not for the helmet, their eyes would be meeting at this moment and a nod would be exchanged. Close to 3 days earlier, the two had a long talk, and now was the time to put their plan into action. Soon the gates swung open and his brother was escorted inside. The room was a grand, imposing space and surprisingly constructed in a mere 3 days. There was no official courtroom at the De Vere estate, but just for this occasion they had prepared it. The courtroom was an intimidating sight, with high ceilings and stone walls that echoed with every step. The Count spared no expense, the room draped in dark banners displaying the De Vere family crest. I think this was originally used as a ballroom. They really put some effort into it, even when no one will really witness it besides us. At the far end of the room, a raised dais held the seat for the presiding judge, who in this case was Count Lawrence. Count Graham de Vere stood slightly to the side, his posture confident and his gaze focused on Robert. Just as they expected, his daughter was nowhere to be seen and would not be here to testify. Instead, probably people that Graham personally prepared would be there to paint Robert in the worst possible light and get him convicted of a crime he never committed. As Robert was led into the grand courtroom, every eye was on him. The clanking of his chains echoed ominously in the high-ceilinged room, and he was led to the center. Roland was his main defense and was in a position similar to a lawyer. Francine, surprisingly, had been easy to sway with a few well-chosen words from Lucienne. Mages were known for their intelligence and sharp wit, and this had been enough to secure her agreement. However, Robert was still uncertain about how she would react once she learned the full extent of their plan. "This is probably the last chance. Are you sure you want to go through with this? We can try fighting it the normal way. We might even be able to bring it to the High Noble Court where Graham has less power." "I'm sure he would never allow that to happen." Roland sent a hidden voice message to Robert under the nose of a few mages. He attempted to sway him one last time, as what they were about to do was rather extreme and could end in disaster. But Robert's resolve was unwavering. He had spent 3 days contemplating every possible outcome, and in his mind, this was the only way to secure a future for both him and Lucille. He responded with a firm nod, signaling to Roland that he was ready. "Very well, then. Let's begin." Roland muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. Count Lawrence, acting as the judge, signaled for the proceedings to commence. The courtroom settled into a tense silence, with only the rustling of papers and the occasional cough disturbing the silence. "Robert Arden," Count Lawrence began, his voice echoing through the grand chamber. "You stand accused of attempting to abduct Lady Lucille de Vere, a serious crime that threatens the peace between noble families. The evidence against you is compelling, yet you maintain your innocence. Is that correct?" Robert was given the question and finally allowed to speak. The people within this courtroom were all paid actors, with only Count Lawrence belonging to a neutral party. Winning in a situation like this was a near impossible task. Robert knew that the odds were heavily stacked against him, but he also knew that this was his last opportunity to take control of the situation. "That is correct, your lordship. I maintain my innocence." Count Lawrence nodded, but Count Graham wasn't having it as he slammed his hand down on a nearby table in protest. "Even now, this hoodlum denies it." "Bah, Count Lawrence. The evidence is irrefutable. My daughter nearly lost her life to this vile criminal, and he dares to claim innocence in the face of such overwhelming proof." The chubby count was taken aback by the sudden crack produced by Graham's voice. Roland could tell that the man was good at acting, as the delivery was almost perfect. He could even see the man tear up, as if what Lucille told him a few days ago never happened. Luckily, this wasn't Lawrence's first case, so he managed to quiet him down. "Calm yourself, Count Graham. The trial has just begun. We must allow the accused his chance to present his case. Justice must be served impartially." Count Graham was fuming, but when called, he simply nodded curtly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Robert. The courtroom was filled with guards, estate workers, and various other witnesses from the city and beyond. Among them, Robert even spotted an old classmate, likely bribed by the Count to tarnish his reputation. This wasn't a high noble court, So truth potions or spells that compelled honesty couldn't be used, at least not yet. They would need to present their case convincingly before such measures could be employed. Graham knew this well and was prepared to use every resource at his disposal to influence the trial's outcome. My apologies, Count Lawrence. My emotions got the best of me. Roland remained composed as the trial began, knowing that every word spoken and every gesture made would be scrutinized by Count Lawrence, who sat in judgment, as well as by the many onlookers present. It was not lost on him that the room was filled with people sympathetic to Count Graham, and that he and Robert were vastly outnumbered in both influence and support. Nevertheless, Roland, none of this mattered, as before the trial could start it would already be over. Now then, why don't we? Before Lawrence could finish the sentence, Robert finally raised his head up and shouted, and his words instantly silenced the entire courtroom. I wish to invoke the right of trial by nobles' combat. A needle could be heard as Robert shouted so that everyone could hear it. He invoked an old rule where noble-born could free themselves by ways of combat. This look was an ancient one from the chaotic times of the kingdom and was now rarely used, as it was very unfavorable towards the defending side. You wish to do what? Young man, I'm not sure you understand the gravity of that law. Please reconsider. We haven't even started. The declaration sent a wave of shock through the room. Even Count Lawrence, who had remained composed throughout, seemed taken aback. Count Graham's face flushed with disbelief, then anger, but eventually settled on glee. To him, this didn't change much, as his opponent was setting himself up to failure. The law only favored people of unmatched strength, and Robert was not one of those. Any one of his knights would be enough to end this farce. Roland remained silent, letting the weight of Robert's words sink into the room. This was the law he had been referring to during their secret conversations. It was a gamble, but it was also their best chance. The right of trial by combat allowed the accused to challenge their accuser to a duel, with the outcome determining their guilt or innocence. It was risky, but it bypassed the need for a trial that was heavily stacked against them. You wish to invoke that old law? I didn't know you were this ignorant. Just like Roland expected, Count Graham didn't see a problem in using this law. From his perspective, this was an easy win. This law had one large flaw: it allowed people of higher levels and even tiers to take part in the duel. Robert was not yet a Tier 3 class holder, and by the rules, a fresh Tier 3 knight would be allowed to face him. There was no reason to believe that he could win, and even with his help, their chances of victory were low. Luckily, the person of the lower level was able to use enchanted weapons, something he took into account when making this outlandish plan. Young Arden, Count Graham sneered. Do you really think you can win a trial by combat? Against one of my knights? You're either braver than I gave you credit for, or more foolish. Count Lawrence, the presiding judge, was duty-bound to uphold the law, no matter how ancient or seemingly out of place it might be in modern times. He hesitated, clearly troubled by the request, but in the end, he could not deny Robert his right. As per the law, the accused may invoke the right of trial by combat. Wait, Lord Lawrence, please wait. Before the judge could allow the verdict, Francine Arden, who had been hearing this from the side, shouted in protest. She knew this law as well and knew that it was suicide. Count Lawrence turned his gaze towards Francine Arden, who stood with visible distress. He raised an eyebrow, signaling for her to continue. Lord Lawrence, you can't allow this. My son isn't equipped to face one of those knights. It's not fair, and it's not justice. Count Graham interjected with a cold, dismissive tone. Count Lawrence, there's no need for hesitation. The law is the law. If the accused wishes to invoke it, then he must face the consequences. Lawrence's face betrayed a moment of inner conflict, but before he could speak up, Roland stepped forward to make his case. He raised his hand, and after confirmation from the judge, he began to speak. Dear Judge, Robert Arden wishes to partake in the duel, however. His body is still weak due to the treatment he received. The methods I used to heal him will not allow him to participate at his full strength unless he rests. He is still injured? Ha! You think that's an excuse? He was the one that invoked the duel. Are you trying to go back on your decision? No, I just wish to postpone the duel until he is better and more able to defend himself. To make it a fair fight, we must ensure that Robert Arden is in a condition that allows him a reasonable chance of victory. Count Graham was not having any of it as from his perspective, Robert was trying to weasel himself out of taking the duel. He assumed Roland wished to take Robert out of the estate and make a run for it, something that he would not allow to happen. Count Lawrence, struggling to keep the proceedings orderly, glanced between Graham and Roland. The old count's demeanor was far from approving, but he had no choice but to follow the law and consider Roland's request. If the person was injured, then the judge had to postpone the fight. It was a clause created to give a person time to prepare, and considering that Robert had been tortured, Lawrence thought that there was merit to this proposition. Your request is not unreasonable, given the circumstances. Did you have a date in mind? Yes. How about a month? A month? Are you sane? Once Graham heard the words uttered by Roland, he started getting mad. The idea of delaying the duel for an entire month was absurd to him, and he made no effort to hide his disdain. Tomorrow is more than enough time for him to recover from whatever minor injuries he has. This is nothing more than a stalling tactic. Graham was right, Roland needed to stall this as much as possible. His plan hinged on having enough time to prepare Robert's runic gear to topple a Tier 3 class holder. He was sure that he wouldn't get a full month, but it was always better to start bartering from the top. Count Graham, with all due respect, you must understand that Sir Robert was not just injured. He was subjected to severe mistreatment. I merely seek a fair trial by ensuring that he is in a condition to defend himself properly. His wounds run deeper than his flesh. He needs more time to recover for it to be fair. Count Lawrence, who had been listening to the exchange with a thoughtful expression, finally intervened. Enough. Both of you make valid points. However, as the presiding judge, it is my duty to ensure that justice is served, and that includes ensuring the accused is given a fair chance. He paused, his gaze shifting from Roland to Graham. Given the circumstances, I will allow a delay, but not a month. The duel will take place in 1 week. This will give Robert Arden sufficient time to recover and prepare, but not so much time as to unfairly prolong these proceedings. Graham's lips thinned into a displeased line, but he did not object further. He did not want the week delay, but it was better than a month. Roland, on the other hand, shook his head in disapproval. He knew that he was not getting a month out of it, but a week wasn't optimal either. Judge Lawrence, could you reconsider? A week might not be enough time for Sir Robert to recover and prepare for the bout of his life. Graham was even more displeased at the attempt to prolong it further than a week, but he remained silent. Very well. 10 days and not a day longer. Thank you, Count Lawrence. 10 days will be enough. I hope you will also allow us to prepare a larger holding room for Sir Robert so that he can prepare for the duel and rest. Count Lawrence took a moment to consider Roland's request. He knew the intricacies of the law well, and while his instincts told him that Roland was stalling for time, the request was within reasonable limits. A larger holding room would ensure that Robert could recuperate and also help him get back into fighting form. Very well, Robert Arden will be moved to a more suitable chamber where he can rest and prepare for the trial by combat. However, he will remain under heavy guard at all times. I will not tolerate any attempts to flee or tamper with the proceedings. Roland bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Count Lawrence. We appreciate your fairness in these matters. Count Graham, still fuming but unable to voice any more objections, simply grunted. Humph, I'm not sure what you are planning, but you made a terrible mistake. My knight will make short work of this criminal. As the session was adjourned, the room slowly began to empty. Count Graham and his allies exchanged whispered words as they exited, no doubt planning their next moves. Roland, however, remained behind with Robert as the guards prepared to escort him to his new chamber. In 10 days, I'll have to make you a power suit to beat a Tier 3 class holder. Should I call it that, a power suit? Well, I guess I'll think it through later, but now, I need to get to work. Is she all right? Roland asked his sister as Robert was escorted out of the courtroom. Their mother had just passed out after hearing that her only son was trying to get himself killed. Lucienne shook her head as she wasn't in a better state and quickly asked her older brother about what was going on. Was that really the best choice? Can Robert win? It depends on a few things and how fast we can create the first prototype. A prototype? Lucienne was confused and had no idea what Roland was talking about. She knew about trials carried out through combat and how they usually ended. Even people who were Tier 3 wouldn't dare to challenge someone to a trial by combat unless they were close to Tier 4. Certain rules governing these trials were in place, but they always favored the court, not the defendant. The person undergoing the trial would always face someone many levels above them, and in Robert's case it would be a Tier 3 class holder. This Tier 3 individual would need to be on the lower end, fresh from their Tier 3 ascension ritual. However, even if they weren't fully immersed in their Tier 3 class, there had never been a case in the history of the kingdom where such a person lost. Don't worry. I've already called for some help. Once they are here, we will start. Roland had a plan to make Robert the first to achieve victory. While defendants weren't favored in these trials, they did have more freedom to use magical equipment. The creators of this law likely didn't foresee advancements like runic batteries or runic limbs that could synchronize with a person's every move. At most, they expected defendants to use enchanted armor and swords, which couldn't hold more than a few charges or reach higher tiers. Lucienne's worry only deepened as she heard Roland mention a prototype. From her perspective, it was clear that this magical technology that was going to get used was still new. She was aware of the power Roland had, but she was not sure how it would help her other brother Robert win the trial. This sounded a bit too ambitious and foolhardy even for him. "Professor, what exactly are you planning?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Roland turned to her, his expression under his armor softening. He could see the fear in her eyes, the same fear that had gripped their mother just moments ago. He sighed and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Lucienne, trust me. This is the only way we can protect Robert and, by extension, your family. If we don't do something drastic, Count Graham will see to it that Robert is imprisoned forever or worse, executed. I have a plan. It's not without risks, but please trust me. Robert will be safe. I won't let them kill him." His resolve was like iron, and for a moment, it calmed the storm of anxiety churning within her. She swallowed hard and nodded, knowing that there was no turning back now. It hasn't been long since they found themselves, but Roland had always been the one to take charge in dire situations. It was the same at the Institute, and despite her misgivings, she had to trust him. "All right, Professor Wayland, I trust you. Just, please be careful." "I will. Now let's take care of your mother. I'll probably have to explain things in detail to her, but I'll need to remain here to talk with the judge, so I'll meet you two later." Talking to his stepmother that hated him wouldn't be easy, but luckily, she didn't know who he really was. As long as he convinced her that his magic was powerful enough to help Robert win, then perhaps she wouldn't talk his ear off. Robert was escorted out of the temporary trial chamber and transported to a new, more spacious location. Lucienne hurried to their mother's side and helped her be moved to a nearby guest room. "Was there something more that you wish to discuss, Deputy Professor Wayland?" "Yes, I wish to take on the role of Sir Robert Squire. He is still a noble's son and needs someone to assist him with preparations. This role will allow me to be by his side during the training and ensure he's equipped with everything necessary for the trial." Count Lawrence regarded Roland with a thoughtful expression, his eyes narrowing slightly as he weighed the request. A squire was in a position to visit the knight and help them prepare. For this to work better, Roland needed Robert to test some of the equipment pieces he was about to make. This law allowed for this to happen, and transporting items with the help of spatial runes wouldn't be a problem either. "Very well, but know that as his squire, you'll be under close observation. Any attempt to cheat or manipulate the trial will result in immediate consequences for both you and Robert Arden." "I understand, your lordship, but worry not. My help will be mostly indirect and through magical tools only." Roland understood what Lawrence was implying, as positioning himself close to Robert could involve using magic. If it were discovered that he was directly aiding Robert in winning by using his magical abilities, both he and Robert would face execution. However, as long as he provided help through the tools he had created, it would be permissible. Very well, you may serve as his squire. But remember, Deputy Professor, the eyes of the court are upon you and I will be seeing you in 10 days. Count Lawrence nodded in acknowledgement and thus the trial was now postponed. Roland watched the Count leave but Graham had stayed behind. Next to him was the Grand Commander that had been staring daggers into his skull since the start of the first hearing. Roland met the Grand Commander's gaze with a calm demeanor, masking the calculated thoughts racing through his mind. I don't know what you are planning, but I assure you, it won't work, Graham commented before turning on his heel to walk out. The tension between them was palpable, a battle of wills, but Roland refused to flinch. He just waited for both of them to leave, only giving the Count a nod after his claim. Now it was time to truly begin his plan and the reinforcements that he had called for were almost here. I suppose I'll take care of Francine later. Better make sure that idiot doesn't do anything stupid while he is here. Roland looked away from his map where a few dots were approaching the city gate. The people he had called for were starting to arrive and he needed their help to make it through the 10 days of crafting. If it was the old him, then he would probably attempt to do it on his own, but he had made some friends along the way, ones that could help him in this endeavor. Lucienne, keep an eye on your mother for me. I'll explain the whole plan to her later, but for now, I have some guests that I need to attend. It was a one-way message sent to the device that he previously handed to his sister. He knew that his stepmother would be furious and searching for him, but time was of the essence. Roland moved through the heavily guarded estate to go outside, and then quickly made his way towards the city entrance gate. There, when he arrived, he heard a loud, boisterous voice of someone from Albrook. Are they going to let a Tier 3 class holder wait in line with all the rest? Just shut it already. You've been acting like an idiot ever since you advanced. Why wouldn't I? Hey, calm down you two. The boss said to keep a low profile. It didn't take long for him to spot them. Armand's loud voice and large physique made him hard to miss. People tended to give Armand a wide berth, not wanting to get entangled with someone as eccentric as him. Lobelia was accompanying him, and right behind them on horseback was Bernier. Roland had asked the two to escort him to the city and go through the teleportation gate, as he needed their help for his next project. Thanks to Sebastian's efforts in arranging for people to come to him when needed, this had become a practical option. Roland approached the trio as they bickered amongst themselves. Armand, in his typical flamboyant manner, was gesticulating wildly while Lobelia, ever the voice of reason, tried to calm him down and keep him from flexing his exposed muscles. Bernier, sitting high on his horse, observed the interaction with an amused smirk. It was his first time outside the city ever since he arrived in Albrook, and he was clearly enjoying the road trip. Better to just wait here, not like I have any power within this city. He decided to let the entrance guards do their job instead of forcing his way in. Count Graham was probably expecting some foul play, and he would certainly not want anyone helping Robert's cause enter the city. Why do they always make us wait in line like we're commoners? Do they not know who I am? Armand was complaining, his chest puffed out in irritation. As if you are anyone important. Just keep it down. Lobelia replied while fastening the hood around her face in embarrassment as people were starting to look their way. Bernier, on the other hand, just chuckled while glancing towards a peculiar figure in the distance. There he is, he said, the amusement in his voice evident. Roland stepped forward, raising a hand in greeting. Good to see you all. I see you managed to get Bernier here in one piece and in time. That's unexpected. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Roland turned his head away from Armand, who was shaking in anger. Lobelia, on the other hand, shrugged while moving into the city. After going in and finding a place with fewer eyes, they finally had time to exchange some pleasantries. We need to set up a temporary workshop and start crafting immediately. Robert's trial by combat is in 10 days, and we need to create gear that will give him a fighting chance. I've already reserved one location a day ago. We will go there now, but you two can now leave. Huh? Do you want us to leave now? Well, this was a one-way escort mission, but if you want to stay, there is an adventurer guild in this city. Armand protested, but his and Lobelia's job had been completed. He just needed Bernier to get here in one piece, and once he was here, Roland could move forward with part of his plan. There were more people on the way, but before they arrived, they could assemble a proper area for building runic gear. Lobelia and Armand, thank you for coming. If you want to stay, I won't stop you, but be careful. The lord of this city doesn't favor me and probably anyone involved with me. Ha! That's even more of a reason for me to stay. If they try something, I'll just blow them away. Finally, you say something good. I guess that brain isn't filled only with booze. I knew you would see my greatness. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to start a fight? If you are going to stay, at least try not to make a scene. Having 2 Tier 3 class holders on his side was always advantageous. Bernier wasn't too strong, so if he ever needed to go into the city, Armand could act as his guard. Lobelia, as an archer, could also help protect his sister and stepmother, who had arrived without any noteworthy bodyguards. Sweet. So, do you know a place where I can get something to drink? And a taste of the more sensual? I don't, and I hope you don't expect me to pay for any of that. What's the point of having a rich and famous brother-in-law if you can't get him to pay for your booze and women? Are you sure you didn't get hit on your head by an orc or something? Lobelia was as always disappointed by Armand's antics of wanting to visit the red light district almost instantly. It was as if his sole reason for living was to grade whorehouses in each city. Maybe I should have asked Myrtle and her party to do this instead. Roland sighed as he led Armand, Lobelia, and Bernier toward the designated workshop location. The banter between Armand and Lobelia was a familiar but unwelcome distraction. Yet, despite their differences in priorities, Roland knew he could count on them when the situation turned dire. The temporary workshop he had secured was a modest building in the artisans' district. It had been chosen for its proximity to the main roads and ease of access to the equipment and materials they would be using. The location was unremarkable but functional, and there wasn't much choice that he was left with at such short notice. The workshop had already been paid for in full, and even the Count would be unable to evict him through legal means. Any attempt to do so could be interpreted as an effort to interfere with the trial, something he could not afford. Looks sturdy enough. Bernier entered through the front, and the inside was spacious but empty of tools. It resembled more of a warehouse than a workshop. However, the large backpack and briefcase Roland had brought with him would soon fill the space with all the magical tools they needed. Once everything was unpacked and arranged, they would be nearly ready to begin their work. We have some unwelcome guests, probably people hired by the Count. I feel them. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Lobelia replied while silently disappearing to the side. Roland glanced at a few dots around them, quickly running away after probably being confronted by a few well-placed warning arrows. Armand didn't get a chance to help, and after the eavesdroppers were done with, Bernier and Roland began setting up the workshop. First, Roland unfolded the briefcase he had brought for this expedition. He had anticipated it might prove useful, but he hadn't expected to need it so soon. As he set it down, the briefcase began to expand, transforming into a flat surface on the floor and extending to its full 10-meter length. From within, various tools, a workbench, a smelter, and even a furnace began to emerge, filling the space with everything they needed to start their work. We have all the tools now. Did you bring everything I've asked for? Bernier took down his backpack and began unpacking its contents with a careful but efficient pace. The backpack, much like Roland's briefcase, was equipped with a spatial expansion enchantment, allowing it to carry far more than its exterior suggested. As Bernier laid out the items, the floor of the workshop quickly became populated with an array of materials. Rare ores, crystals, and even a few runic scrolls Roland had requested. Each of these components was essential for the ambitious project they were about to undertake. Think you'll have to give me a hand with this one, boss? It's a bit heavy. Sure. Roland nodded and approached the large spatial storage bag. Reaching into it, he pulled out a sizable mechanical limb with a clamp at the end. It was the large exoskeleton he had once built for Bernier, which had been destroyed during the battle with the cult. Later, they had reassembled it and disassembled it into smaller parts for this journey. Alongside it were various other golemic limbs that had been used in the assembly of Bernier's prosthesis. But that wasn't all. Among the items was a smaller framework resembling the exoskeleton, an unfinished project Roland had set aside some time ago. Now, with all these incomplete components at his disposal, he aimed to create something entirely new, a never-before-seen armor. This wouldn't just be a robotic exoskeleton requiring manual controls. Instead, it would mimic the movements of the wearer, much like the runic prosthetic limb. Roland intended to create the first fully functional runic power suit. One that didn't require the user to be able to wield mana or even have any battle classes. Now, let's start stripping a few of these down for parts. I've already prepared a schematic. Tell me what you think. Aye, boss. Roland unfolded a large scroll, revealing the intricate blueprints he had meticulously crafted over the past few days. The schematics detailed the design of a runic power suit, and now they just needed to turn this ink into reality. Kia, it's a kitty. A woman's voice was heard and was accompanied by words of protest. Young lady, unhand me this instant. I am not a common house cat. I am a reputable professor and rune mage. The person in question was Arion, and he was in the process of having his head petted. Despite his loud protests, this didn't deter his tormentor, Lobelia the half-elf. She had noticed a floating cat approaching and was instantly smitten by the small, cute creature. It didn't matter that this person was a powerful mage from the Institute. She ran up to him and began scratching behind his feline ears. Ha, that cat is quite chatty. Are you sure it's not some sort of monster? How did it get into the city? I am not an it, you brute. Where is Professor Wayland? Not far from Lobelia was a large man, Armand. He was there leaning against a door leading to the temporary workshop. Roland turned from his workbench just as Arion's indignant voice filled the room. The sight of the usually composed rune mage being manhandled by Lobelia was both amusing and concerning. He knew Arion well enough to know that he wouldn't do anything drastic, but he wasn't sure how long it would take before a spell was cast in retaliation. Lobelia, let him go. That's not a cat. It's a person. Lobelia reluctantly released Arion, her hands falling to her sides as she sheepishly stepped back. Arion quickly floated up, regaining his composure and shaking out his fur in a huff. Finally, I don't have time for this nonsense. I did not travel all the way to be mistreated. Arion muttered under his breath, shooting Lobelia a glare before hovering toward the door where Armand stood nearby. The temporary workshop had windows, but they were all sealed with layers of metal and runic spells. Roland didn't want anyone to peek inside, so the door was the only way in. The runes on the door blinked for a moment before it swung open, allowing Arion to pass through. Once inside, he saw his friend Roland tinkering with some strange items, which immediately piqued his interest. Arion floated closer, his curiosity overcoming his irritation. His sharp eyes scanned the various components strewn across the workshop. The intricate machinery, arcane tools, and partially assembled devices were a sight to behold. Roland was deep in concentration, adjusting a complex mechanism with a steady hand, seemingly unfazed by the earlier commotion. I received your message. This is quite the operation you've set up, Professor Wayland. I assume this is related to the trial, and that you're planning something beyond the conventional. Roland set down the mechanical limb he had been working on. Its fingers wiggled and contorted unnaturally, as he had not yet installed the limiters. Without limits on the joints, the digits bent back at angles exceeding 90 degrees, something that would certainly injure anyone using this as a power glove. Yes, Professor Arion. I'm glad you could make it. I apologize about Lobelia there. She isn't too versed around magic. Roland replied, his smile remaining unnoticed under the runic helmet that he was wearing. The possibility of people discovering his identity was quite high, so his armor needed to stay on. Your expertise will be invaluable for what I have planned. Arion's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he settled onto a cleared spot on the workbench, curling his tail neatly around his paws. I must admit, your message was cryptic but enticing. A prototype runic apparatus capable of bridging the gap between tiers? Ambitious, even for you. Roland rose from his seat, his gaze moving to the large board stuck to the wall. There, a schematic of what they would be building was already hanging and waiting for Arion's input. You assume correctly, Arion. We're building something that has never been seen before. A suit of armor that in theory should be enough to boost its wearer's power exponentially, even allowing them to bridge the gap between tiers. But before we start, have others arrived with you? Yes, they will be here after working out our accommodations at the inn. Arion wasn't the only one Roland had called from the institute. The dwarven craftsmen from the runic department were also highly competent helpers. Both Arion and the craftsmen were part of the runic department, making them ideal for completing this project. Since the craftsmen didn't have much work at the moment, taking them away for a little over a week wasn't an issue. With their help and 9 days remaining, Roland hoped to have the suit combat ready before the deadline. While they prepared, Arion studied the schematic intently, his eyes narrowing as he took in the intricate details. The concept was audacious, building a suit that could amplify the capabilities of its wearer to the point where they could stand against an opponent tens of levels higher. Even going past the tiers, it was nothing short of revolutionary. If successful, it could not only save Robert but change the way battles were fought. This is beyond ambitious, Wayland. The synchronization between the wearer and the suit alone is a monumental challenge. And that's before we consider the power source, the mana conduits, the runic stabilization required to prevent catastrophic feedback. It's as if you're trying to build a walking fortress for a single man, or something like a reactionary golem. Roland nodded, unfazed by the daunting task ahead. I know, but we don't have any other choice. Robert doesn't stand a chance on his own, and the Count will make sure that he faces one of the more competent Tier 3 class holders. I hope that he underestimates our chances to give us an edge, but we can't rely on that. Arion floated closer to the schematic, his tail flicking thoughtfully. The paper depicted detailed sketches of a bulky suit of armor, quite different from Roland's usual designs. This one featured internal mechanical components designed to move independently. The suit's internals resembled an exoskeleton, which would need to be built first as a framework. Then, layers of armor would be added over it for extra protection. Your design is solid, but it's going to need refinement. The mana flow through the exoskeleton will need to be flawless, and will have to account for the user's natural latency. The runes here are similar to that marvelous runic prosthetic. Are you sure it will work on such a large apparatus like this one? It should, and I'll need your help with adjusting the soul to mana converters. We need to get the reaction times down or Robert will get himself killed. The armor will certainly boost his strength, speed, and defenses, but it can't do much for his natural reaction times. But I do have a solution for that. Take a look at this. Arion's interest in all of this was immense, and he glanced to the side where another schematic was pinned. It depicted a strange circular device inscribed with various runes, some of which he wasn't too familiar with. Above it, the codename MPU Mana Phantom Unit was written, and he instantly realized what it was for. Oh, this is indeed ambitious. Roland had thoroughly briefed his friend on all his recent achievements. Arion had reviewed Roland's research on rune prosthetics and was someone with whom he could discuss ideas. Although Arion couldn't assist with the actual construction of the armor, he could provide valuable advice on rune assembly. With his impeccable expertise in rune magic, Arion's help was crucial in minimizing lag between the user's soul and the suit. Roland aimed to ensure that the suit felt like a second skin rather than a cumbersome piece of armor. If I'm not mistaken, this MPU will help the armor react to incoming attacks detected by the Mana Phantom you discovered? Well, not exactly, but you're close. While the suit is similar to a golem, making it react to external stimuli like Mana Phantoms in a precise way will be challenging. It could disrupt the user's balance if it started moving on its own, right? Precisely. Instead, I've decided to send feedback to the suit's main display panel, giving the user extra time to react accordingly. This method will make it much easier to complete within the 9 days, and it'll prevent complaints about the suit being just a battle golem that does all the fighting for him. Roland shrugged, fully aware that this method skirted the rules. The armor he was developing had to adhere to specific parameters. It needed to qualify as a magical tool, and golems or summoned creatures were prohibited. If he could simply supply Robert with his golem spiders and floating orbs, there'd be no need for all this work. Your approach to integrating the Mana Phantom unit into the suit's design is quite clever, Wayland. However, the success of this mechanism will depend heavily on the precision of the mana conduits and the stability of the runes. Roland nodded in acknowledgement. That's why I'm counting on your expertise. I don't know anyone better at customizing runic components than you. Ha! Praise will get you nowhere, my friend. Arion had a good laugh, and eventually, they heard a knock on the door. That's more people than I expected. What are those girls doing here? I'll be right back. His feline friend barely reacted, being too engrossed in inspecting the rune guide Roland had prepared. He opened the door to find a group of dwarves waiting, accompanied by another group that included Margaret and his sister. Francine Arden stood with them, her gaze reminiscent of the look she gave him when he was younger. You! Mother, please calm down. The professor knows what he's doing. Lucien, not another word from you. Yes, mother. His sister retreated like a scared kitten while the woman charged forward. Even though she was facing a powerful tier 3 mage many would normally fear, she didn't seem to care. Her love for Robert was undeniable, and her anger toward Roland was palpable. He had to defuse the situation quickly before things got out of hand. Lady Francine, I understand your concerns, but I assure you that my intentions are solely to aid your son Robert. Roland spoke with a steady, respectful tone, trying to calm the angered woman. Francine's fierce eyes softened slightly at his words. She approached him, her guards standing to the side and looking tense. There was no shouting or berating. Instead, she lowered her head for a moment before finally speaking. I don't know why you are doing this, and I frankly don't care. My daughter thinks that you can save my Robert, and I am willing to believe it. So please, save my son. Roland was taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. He had expected her to remain hostile and continue berating him, but instead, he sensed a change in her demeanor from anger to desperation. It seemed she had come to the realization that there was nothing more she could do. Her son had already agreed to the battle trial, and now only Roland had the ability to deliver a solution. Lucien had likely informed her of his capabilities, prompting her to appeal to him for help. Don't worry, madam. That has always been my intention. Francine couldn't see Roland's eyes, but she searched for any signs of deception in his movements. She had a lot of experience with noble circles where almost everyone had a hidden agenda, and for some reason, she felt like the man was trustworthy and sincere. Thank you. I'll leave you to your work then. With that, Francine turned and left, her guards following closely behind. Lucien lingered for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but before she could, the dwarves approached Roland. There were 5 of them, all familiar faces. Without saying much, they simply stepped into the workshop where Arion was already busy at work. He was about to do the same, but instead of his sister, Margaret was the one to make a move. Professor Wayland, is there anything that we can do? She took a step closer and approached the entrance, but before she could peek inside, he blocked it with his body. The girl seemed sincere with her words, but he didn't want to involve her or any of the other students in his work. The last thing that he needed was someone using these young girls to get to him. The less they knew of the situation, the safer it was. No, if you wish to help, just provide support to your classmate. But, I'm sure that we can do something? No, that's fine. You have your secrets and I have mine. This will be enough. She persisted, but Roland made a deliberate move to block her from entering the workshop and seeing inside. He wasn't sure who this young woman was, but it was safer to keep things hidden for now. Once his invention was unveiled to the public, he anticipated trouble. An equipment piece that could enable a Tier 2 class holder to triumph over a Tier 3 class holder would likely cause a stir and make him quite infamous throughout the kingdom. You heard the boss. Now run along, girlies. Out of nowhere, Armand appeared, flexing his muscles. He had a smug expression on his face, as if enjoying the job as a bodyguard. Margaret wasn't used to being turned away so abruptly, especially when she felt she could contribute. But Roland's firm stance made it clear that he wasn't going to budge. After a moment, she sighed and stepped back, giving him a resigned nod. "All right, Professor Wayland. But if you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. I will, for now, just relax and brush up on your studies. This will take another 10 days. I will come to check up on you later." Margaret nodded, and so did her two friends. Lucien said nothing, turning to walk with them. Roland remained standing, his gaze fixed on the girl with the suspicious background. He wasn't sure who or what she was, but something about her made him feel it might be wise to keep an eye on her. There was something about her that he couldn't put his finger on, a gut feeling that made him wary. Maybe I'm overthinking things. She hasn't done anything too suspicious. Probably just can't help herself from helping her friends. He turned away, considering whether someone from the royal family might visit soon due to Margaret's presence. It was wise to be cordial if she was connected to anyone powerful, but that didn't mean he would allow her to invade his workshop. Once he was inside, the door was closed. Various runes shivered over the wood that he had imbued it with as protection from the outside. No mage would be able to peek inside through the use of spells, and neither was he expecting any uninvited guests. Inside, the dwarven craftsmen had already set to work. Bernier was instructing them about what they were going to start with. Arion, on the other hand, was going through all the runic components, making sure that Roland had not made any mistakes. "I got them all together. Now we need to make a base prototype in a few days and get Robert to test it. Without input from his side, this will be difficult." Roland had taken on the role of a squire, which allowed him to visit Robert and assist with his training if he wished. The combatant had some time to prepare and familiarize himself with new weapons, and the Count needed to provide a secluded location for their training. This arrangement made things somewhat fairer, though their opponents would likely try to spy on their preparations. They began by unloading all the tools and materials that Arion and the dwarves had brought. While the suit would not be made from mithril, it would be constructed from a similarly strong metal bulkier and with additional features. The key to the suit's effectiveness lay in the MPU and how well the power armor would synchronize with Robert's movements. Time was of the essence, and he could not see himself sleeping too much for the next few days. "So, tell me, what did you find?" "Your lordship, this is all the information our troops have been able to gather." Late at night, a few candlelights flickered, casting shadows over 3 men. One was Count Graham, seated behind his office desk. Next to him stood Grand Commander Leopold, ever vigilant, staring intently at the third man who was presenting some papers to the Lord. It was immediately apparent that the Count was in a bad mood, and it was due to the thinness of the papers he was being given. "Is this all you could gather on this man? I already know that he is a recent professor. The rest doesn't help with anything." Graham slammed his fist down on the table, causing it to rattle slightly. The papers contained information on the recent thorn in his side, Deputy Professor Wayland. While there was plenty of detail about his appearance at the Institute, the rest was quite vague. The only other connection they could make to his name, besides the Institute, was the Adventurers Guild. However, the records seemed fake and incomplete. First, Wayland appeared somewhere in the region owned by the Valerian House, a place not easily accessible. Fortunately, guilds were required to keep records of adventurers, and those of Tier 3 and above had separate files. A man with the same name surfaced in a town called Albrook, but aside from confirming his name and his involvement with the local lord, there was little else. There was a possibility that he was connected with a man named Arthur Valerian. However, Graham wondered if this was all just a ruse. Would a knight commander from the other side of the kingdom suddenly appear here without his lord? It was more probable that the two weren't related and that the Wayland from the Institute was just a cover. Perhaps the powerful mage was using this alias to obscure his true origins. This man could be dangerous if he has someone willing to alter the records this much. Perhaps this Wayland was hired by someone to aid one of Valerian's sons to destabilize the region? But what would they gain from that? Many theories floated through Graham's mind as he tried to connect the dots. There wasn't much information, and the man was even rumored to be a runesmith, which made no sense. That story was probably a lie, and Wayland had likely been placed in Albrook for some specific reason. If his purpose was to destabilize the Valerian household, it was possible that the royal family had sent him. His connection to the Archmage couldn't be ignored either. Perhaps she had finally decided to abandon her neutrality. Could it be about the young lass? She's a clairvoyant, possibly on her way to becoming an oracle when she's older. Are they just trying to curry favor because of her potential? Graham wasn't sure what to think. The motivations behind these people's movements were baffling. Perhaps it would have been wiser to give in when he had the chance. But now things had gotten out of hand. He could no longer retreat from this battle, as other nobles would see him as weak. Even though he might offend the Archmage, there were others who disliked her and could become potential allies. What about that workshop? I don't see any mention of what they're doing in there, just a list of names. We weren't able to proceed, my lord. The magical defenses around it are too robust for our mages. Why am I paying those ingrates if their magic is useless? Graham shouted, throwing the report at the man standing before him in a fit of rage. The uncertainty of what was happening inside that temporary workshop was driving him mad. They were planning something and he didn't like it one bit. If, for some reason, his knight lost to the young Arden boy, he would become a laughingstock. The first noble to lose in a combat trial since many centuries. Eventually, the man was dismissed, leaving Graham alone with Leopold. Leopold. Yes, my lord. I want you to personally train that knight, use all the means at our disposal. Even if that means you have to use that. By that do you mean? Yes. Go to the vault and pick up ones that will complement our knight. Just make sure that it's not too obvious. The Grand Commander just nodded as he understood the assignment. Soon he made his way out of Count Graham's office and headed to the vault deep within the manor. It was a place few were allowed to enter, containing ancient artifacts and enchanted items collected over generations by the Graham family. The vault's entrance was protected by a complex array of runes, ensuring that only those with the proper authority could access its contents. Leopold approached the door, pressing his hand against the cold stone. The runes flared to life, recognizing his presence and slowly dissolving the initial barrier. The whole place continued to rumble as thick slabs of metal slid to the side to reveal a long corridor filled with traps. None of them activated, and soon Leopold arrived at the last door that would lead him inside. Once there, he could feel the air thick with the weight of magical energy. Shelves lined the walls, each filled with various relics, some shimmering with latent power, others dormant but no less dangerous. His eyes scanned the collection until they settled on a particular set of items. These were not the most powerful artifacts in the vault, but they were perfect for the task at hand. He approached and picked one of them up, a crimson-red gem similar to a ruby but containing strange and forbidden power. There were many of these crystals here, all of varying shapes and sizes. The Grand Commander looked at the labels on the shelves and used them as a guide. The stones pulsed faintly with a dark red, internal light, emanating a power that seemed to twist the soul. It was considered a taboo thing, but if his lord ordered it, he would comply. That was his knightly duty. He placed the gem in a small, ornately carved box, lined with protective runes to contain its energy. With the treasure sealed and ready, he returned to the manor. The trial was fast approaching, and his knight needed to absorb the power of this gift from the Lord. Once that was accomplished, with some guidance and training, victory was assured. There was no doubt in his mind that Robert Arden would die. Back at Roland's temporary workshop, the atmosphere was tense but focused. The team had begun work on the exoskeleton framework, with the dwarves meticulously forging each piece under Bernier's supervision. The sound of hammers striking metal filled the air, intertwined with the hum of mana as Arion adjusted the runic components. Roland moved between workstations, his mind constantly processing and recalculating. Every piece had to fit perfectly, every rune had to be aligned with absolute precision. There was no room for error, not with Robert's life hanging in the balance. As he worked, his thoughts occasionally drifted to the Count. He knew that Graham would stop at nothing to ensure his knight's victory, which meant that Robert would be facing more than just a man in combat. He would be up against the entire Graham estate's resources. But Roland had his own secret weapon, the prototype suit. If everything went according to plan, it would tip the scales in Robert's favor. However, much work remained, and dangers loomed on the horizon. Revealing his creation would likely make him a target. Initially, people might dismiss the rumors, but eventually, the power armor prototype could attract significant trouble to his doorstep. I'll cross that bridge when the time comes. If I'm lucky, they'll just see it as a new type of artifact that isn't practical for military use. This should give me some time to prepare. Fortunately, there's no internet here, so word will travel slowly. And Graham will likely avoid leaving any records of his loss. Roland was making several assumptions to buy himself some time. He knew that powerful armors capable of enhancing strength would be highly sought after by the nobility to bolster their armies. However, one prototype alone wouldn't be enough to attract serious attention. Only once he had developed a full-fledged squadron of runic power armor users and presented them to the world would they be taken seriously. Rumors would start, but only once this project was fully launched in Albrook would he truly attract unwanted attention. Well, boss, the exoskeleton is mostly ready, but without the user it will be hard to complete. Let me see first. Me and Robert have a similar build. As the night wore on, the workshop remained a hive of activity. Eventually, they managed to assemble all the available parts into a framework for the suit. Being a prototype, getting into it was quite troublesome. After removing a few sections, Roland slid inside from the back and had the other craftsmen push the exposed parts back into place. They planned to attach a larger battery pack to the back of the suit, but for now it was being powered by Roland himself. Once inside the exoskeleton, Roland noticed the stiffness surrounding him. Although he had removed the armor around his body while keeping the helmet on, it was still a tight squeeze. This wasn't ordinary armor. It was more akin to a golem with its own moving parts. If he tried to use his strength to move, he risked bending and breaking the entire suit. Only after activating the runes and using the Soltamana connectors did he attempt to move. "It works, boss," Bernier called out in a jolly voice and was followed by one of the dwarven craftsmen. "By my beard, it does." "How splendid!" Arion chimed in as he watched the exoskeleton come to life. The current shell was composed of thick rods and braces encircling Roland's limbs. These components were made from various metals and salvaged parts from golems and old creations. There wasn't much time to be stringent, but they were planning to prepare a proper sturdy outer shell. The dwarven craftsmen were already working with a special alloy called black dwarven steel. While not as strong as mithril in its raw form, with thicker plates, it could become just as resistant. They had already performed all the required tests, so activating the exosuit was rather simple. Once running, the suit buzzed slightly before the runes sprang to life. The metal skeleton Roland was inside began to pulsate with glowing runes, marking the commencement of the suit's functionality. He attempted to move his right hand first. Though sluggish at first, it started to move. The joints on the sides creaked as they were pulled and pushed by the force of the mana motor. Unlike a traditional robot with motors and numerous moving parts, this suit utilized something akin to arcane musculature. With each movement, the runes responded, tugging in the desired direction and generating the necessary motion. There was no need for cogs or cords to assist with the pulling. Instead, the mana itself powered all the movements. This allowed the prototype's joints to be designed much more compactly, making the suit both efficient and streamlined. Roland took a cautious step in the exoskeleton, feeling the heavy frame respond with a slight delay. The suit's mechanisms creaked and groaned, but it held together. He moved his arm experimentally, the mana-assisted joints whirring softly. The dwarves cheered at the successful initial test, their excitement evident despite the long hours of labor. He remained focused as he tested the movements, carefully noting the lag between his actions and the suit's responses. The delay was expected, given that this was still a prototype, but it would need to be fine-tuned to ensure Robert could use the suit effectively in combat. With his mind in place, he started changing the parameters, making the prototype's movements smoother with each second until he was satisfied. "Good work, everyone, but we're not done yet. We need to reinforce a few joints and make a few adjustments. I'll redraw the schematic," Just follow the instructions. A few rivets have come loose. We need to address that. Arion warned and floated closer to examine the runic components running along the exoskeleton. His sharp eyes noted the faint glow emanating from the runic circuits, indicating that the energy flow was indeed operational. The mana seems to be going through smoothly, but will those runic batteries be enough to make it run? We might have to condense the runes even further and find a more optimal route for the traces. But it will still only have a short operation time, no longer than 10 or 15 minutes. This experimental golem armor would be using a lot of mana. Even with a large battery pack strapped to the back, the time would be limited. It was possible to establish a wireless charging station that would refill this prototype, but during the fight it would probably not be allowed. Robert would have around 10 minutes to defeat his enemy, less if he was forced to move around too much. As the night deepened, the workshop's atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Roland, now satisfied with the initial test, exited the exoskeleton with the help of Bernier and the dwarves. The suit had proven functional, but it was far from battle-ready. All right, let's focus on the key areas. Bernier was proving himself to be a perfect assistant and leader of his own team. Even though he had been an outsider, the dwarven craftsman could tell that he was their superior. He was able to perfectly read his schematics and instruct the small group where to do the repairs. It only took a few hours for the exterior of the suit to be ready. Arion and Roland, on the other hand, had another thing to take care of, the main runic display that Robert would see once he put the helmet on. Do you have an idea for this display? Arion, intrigued by the idea, asked curiously. He had already seen the inside of Roland's helmet and the complex data displayed within, but he wasn't sure if a regular knight would be able to comprehend all that information. Roland possessed a unique trait along with enhanced Tier 3 perception, something that Robert still lacked. To address this, Roland realized he would need to prepare a simplified version of the graphical interface, and he already had an idea in mind. It's nothing complicated. We'll use a series of color patterns and audio prompts. It will inform the user of when an attack is coming. Roland had come from a world filled with various games. Some of these games had intricate battle systems and boss fights. What he was focusing was on the tutorials of those games and how they initially prepared their players for the challenge. There were many ways of showcasing an incoming attack, like making the enemy glow red or highlighting specific areas where the next attack might land. Sometimes they would put a red area on the ground where a spell or special ability would land. These simple cues were effective in helping players quickly understand a fight's mechanics, and he was planning to use this concept in the suit's display. He envisioned the helmet providing Robert with a combination of visual and auditory signals. For instance, if an attack was imminent from the right, the helmet's display could flash a red warning on the right side of the visor, accompanied by a brief tone. The intensity of the light or sound could correlate with the severity of the threat, allowing Robert to react more intuitively without needing to decipher complex data. Interesting, so you're going for something more instinctual? That could work, especially since Sir Robert won't have time to analyze anything too complex during a fight. Exactly, but can't leave it all up to the MPU. Have something else in mind? MHM. While the suit could use the Mana Phantom to predict enemy movements about a second in advance, this alone was not enough. It was more effective to analyze the enemy and identify their strengths and weaknesses. With his golems still hidden away within the Devere estate, Roland had already been gathering information about his brother's enemy. He was in the process of analyzing the man's threat level, movements, and vulnerabilities. Initially, everything went smoothly, but one day, things changed. The man displayed a strength that hadn't been evident before, something Roland immediately took notice of. How in the blazes does it move like that? It's leagues better than the old models. He tellin' me Master Wayland made it all on his own. Well, o' course. The boss is the best smith alive. Figured it all out himself. Though, mind ye, I did lend a hand. Ye reckon it could take the place of an eye? An eye? Not so sure about that, but it'd sure do better than that old peg leg ye've got. A group of dwarves huddled around Bernier, examining his runic prosthetic arm. Several days had passed since they began working on the runic power armor. Eventually, they noticed that, while his arm was fully mechanized, it moved no differently than a regular arm. Typical golem hand replacements were slow, usually only capable of clamping down on objects. "Hey, are you done resting?" The group's chatter was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Roland, fully dressed in his mage robes. In his right hand, he carried a suitcase that previously contained all his workshop tools and apparatuses. Clearly in a hurry, he didn't wait for the dwarves to respond before setting it down and letting it unfold. The exoskeleton of the power armor was finished, though it still lacked most of its outer shell. "We're ready, boss," Bernier called out while putting back the glove he covered his metallic hand behind. "Great. Follow the schematics. I'll be back later." The internals of the power armor hovered in the air for a moment before being relocated onto the ground plate. The dwarves watched as it sank into the metal floor, folding back into the shape of the briefcase. Roland swiftly grabbed the case and hurried out of the workshop as he needed to collect data from his brother, Robert. Bernier seems to be getting along with the dwarves at least. It didn't go unnoticed that the small group of craftsmen appreciated his assistant's expertise. Despite being only half-dwarf, years of working alongside a runesmith had made him the perfect helper. Initially, they were skeptical and some even reluctant to follow his orders. However, after spending time with him and witnessing his skills firsthand, they accepted him into their group. They couldn't help but marvel at his runic prosthesis, especially since some of them were missing body parts as well. This sparked a question. Could his technology replace other types of organs? While crafting a prosthetic limb was one thing, something as complex as an eyeball was another matter entirely. After that came other organs like the heart or lungs. Would something like that be feasible? It probably wasn't impossible, but it would require quite a lot of further research he had no time for at the moment. I should focus on Roberts's issue first. I didn't expect those bastards to use something like that. Could it really be those things? It didn't take him long to reach the De Vere estate. Since he had taken on the role of Robert's squire, he was granted permission to visit him. Robert was allowed to train and even temporarily leave his cell. Those in higher positions were sometimes allowed to leave entirely, with the condition of appearing on the date of their duel. Failure to appear would result in an automatic loss and immediate conviction. However, after several individuals fled to avoid punishment, the rules were changed. Now, prisoners could only train in sealed-off locations, like underground dungeons with all exits guarded and secured. That's the location? They are keeping him hidden. As he was let through the main gate and escorted toward Robert's holding cell, Roland glanced into the distance. One of his hidden golems, stationed far away, was monitoring a certain knightly individual. The knight's movements were swift, his swordsmanship precise. He was sparring with the Grand Commander in preparation for his duel with Robert. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but Roland quickly noticed something was off as the knight's movements were far too refined for someone of his level. Blood crystals, huh? I didn't expect to see them here, let alone used by knights. It appeared that Count Graham wasn't leaving anything to chance. He had allowed one of his men to use the forbidden blood crystals, notorious black market items that heightened a person's skills without the need for training. They were rare and frowned upon by most, but undeniably effective. His movements are much better now than before. This is going to be tricky. Roland's runic power armor was still largely untested, and he had no idea how it would perform against a true Tier 3 opponent. To make matters worse, the knight's active and passive skills had been significantly boosted by the blood crystal, even though his overall level remained the same. While Roland wasn't sure about the side effects, one thing was clear. The knight would be a far tougher opponent than he'd originally anticipated. They are cheating, but not like I'm doing things fair either. Even though this was a dire matter, it didn't mean that things wouldn't go his way. Even now, his golems were constantly recording the man's movements. In Roland's mind, the person who came best prepared would be victorious. The armor he created for Robert was just one piece of the puzzle. Gathering information about the knight in question was the other. He would record the knight's movements and patterns, then develop a battle plan. This plan would complement the MPU and enable Robert to anticipate his opponent's every move. Eventually, he arrived at Robert's new holding facility, something that was a lot more fitting for a noble. The large metal door creaked open to reveal a spacious, though sparsely furnished, chamber. Robert Arden stood in the center, engaged in a series of rigorous exercises, his movements fluid and precise. In his hands was a large blunt iron sword, far too light for someone of his stature to use for training. "Sir." "Robert," Roland called out, his voice echoing through the chamber. Robert paused and turned to face Roland, his face that was previously quite serious going soft. Mr. Wayland, it's good to see you. Did you know that they use this place to train their guards? The monster blood on the walls hasn't even dried up. It reminds me of home." After glancing around, Roland also noticed that this area was similar to the little underground training facility in the Arden estate. It was there that he had to fight goblins when not even 10 years of age. It seemed that all nobles had similar places hidden away. Some were just used to torment their children in hopes of them getting battle classes, and it usually worked. From all of the boys in the Arden family, all of them ended up with battle classes. "I see. I'm glad that you seem to be in high spirits, sir." "Robert, we don't have much time, so we should begin with your training, but first." Roland could see multiple dots around this area, some even belonging to mages that were watching them. While Graham needed to give them a place to train, it didn't mean that he couldn't place his people around them. His ability to sense hidden spells was great, so he was sure that people from outside were listening in. To alleviate this problem, he just took out a metallic plate and placed it on the ground. After a moment, it exuded a hard-to-see pulse that shifted into a shroud of darkness that engulfed the entire room. To the mages outside, "Don't worry. This is not an attempt to escape. You should recognize this spell, and that it's just for privacy." Before the barrier of shadow took shape, he made sure to speak out loudly to the people observing them from outside. They weren't doing anything against the law by blocking out their presence. Only if they tried to escape would they be violating the rules. The mage's presence was undeniable, but they did not rush into the cell to stop them. They knew the rules as well and were probably ordered by someone above them to stand down. "This barrier? Is something wrong?" Robert asked, his eyes widening at the swirling shadows on the edges of the cell. The light around them began to dim, and he found himself encased in a half-dome of swirling black dust. The walls were no longer visible, but Roland was there to reassure him. "It's to ensure our conversation remains private, Sir Robert. It would be best if our outside acquaintances didn't discover what I'm about to show you, and make sure not to mention it either." "Ah, sure." Robert wiped the sweat from his brow, eyeing the strange suitcase as it was placed on the ground. He noticed that Roland was still maintaining the facade of his institute identity, a role he clearly intended to keep up. While the spell they had cast might block out most of what they were doing, it wasn't foolproof. Robert knew of certain spells that could uncover past truths and long-forgotten conversations. His brother was being cautious, and he wouldn't risk revealing his secrets. Once the case was set down, it unfolded on its own, revealing a hidden suit of armor inside, or rather, an exoskeleton designed to be worn. Robert was taken aback by the sight of the human-shaped apparatus before him. Before he could inspect it further, Roland handed him a bulky helmet. "Put this on and get into the suit. We don't have much time," Roland instructed, his intent clear. He needed to capture all of Robert's movement data. While their bodies were similar, Roland couldn't use himself as the basis for the armor. He needed to have Robert perform all of his sword skills and other various abilities. Then the program would need to be adjusted to his needs, strengths, and weaknesses. Robert stared at the exoskeleton in awe. It was unlike any armor he had ever seen. Despite his years of training and experience, this machine looked more like a magical golem than traditional armor. Though Roland had asked him to put it on, the exoskeleton lacked the usual components of plate armor, making it feel alien and unfamiliar. "Put it on? But how do I wear this thing?" "Don't worry. I'll help you later if we have time. I might even come up with an easier, more automated way to get you in. But for now, we need to move quickly. Time is running out." Only 5 days remained until the fight, and they needed to get everything right. After gathering movement data here, they would reassess the runic operating system and customize it to fit Robert's body perfectly. Then, they'd have to familiarize him with the MPU and finally encase the exoskeleton fully, transforming it into a true suit of armor that would enhance its wearer's power. Robert nodded and stepped forward, following his brother's instructions to enter the suit. It was a tight fit, but with a few adjustments he managed to slip inside. Once he was in, the helmet was carefully placed over his head. To his surprise, the interior was comfortable, the padding molding to his skull as if it had been custom-made. Though his vision was mostly obscured, a screen activated inside the helmet, revealing various runes flashing before him, along with some readable words. Runic frame operating system? What's that supposed to mean? Robert asked, puzzled. Well, Arion wanted me to give the system a name, so we went with that. I guess he wants his work to stand apart from the runic power armor. Runic power armor? Is that what this is called? It will be once it's finished. But for now, let's focus on getting you moving. Once you're ready, try taking a few steps. After you've familiarized yourself with the movements, we'll use that training sword over there for practice. Now focus, we don't have all day. Ah, sure. Robert felt strange taking orders from his younger brother. It was as if he were interacting with someone much older, as though Roland were the elder sibling, not him. The screen before him displayed strange indicators and flashing lights he couldn't decipher. Yet, once he started moving, everything began to make sense. Initially, the weight of the suit was overwhelming. It felt as if rocks were strapped to his limbs whenever he tried to move. However, after a few flashing lights and a nod from Roland, everything changed. Suddenly, he felt lighter. It was a completely new sensation. There was almost no weight to the suit now, as if the armor was moving with him instead of against him. The heaviness faded as the mana-infused joints and runes responded to Robert's movements, enhancing his strides and making his motions feel almost unnatural. How does it feel? Roland asked. It's strange. It's like I'm not even doing the movements and this armor is doing them for me. Robert replied, still trying to comprehend the technology. Ordinary armor felt like nothing more than heavy clothing that weighed a person down. It provided knights like him with some protection and enchantments but usually restricted their movement. This exosuit, on the other hand, felt weightless, allowing him to move faster than he had ever imagined. However, this didn't stop him from tripping several times as he was having trouble maintaining balance. Good. That's the idea. But there still seems to be a slight delay, especially when you are using the legs. We will have to address that, but first, why don't you take this and do a few practice swings? At first, Roland intended to use the practice sword Robert had been given, but a single glance revealed it was too small. The suit he had created was quite large, and the frame's hands would be too big to wield it effectively. Instead, it was better to give him a larger sword, and fortunately, Roland had just the right one, the sword he had earned from the Emerson fight. Normally, he would have been hesitant to lend it out in such an official manner. The weapon was quite recognizable and could likely be traced back to Albrook. However, at this point it didn't matter. His identity as Wayland was already partially exposed and would probably become even more apparent after everything was over. There was no better weapon for this fight, and it fit perfectly into the large mitts of the rune frame. Robert accepted the large sword with a sense of awe, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hands. Despite its heft, the suit's enchantments made it feel as though it were almost weightless. It was a weapon fit for a knight commander, and he was just given it like it was nothing. At this point, he wasn't sure what to think of his brother, but one thing was clear. He was someone that was probably a genius. He began executing forward slashes, leveraging his skills to their fullest. His current best class was the Noble Blade, a knight class known for wielding swords, often two-handed ones. It boasted high attack power and speed but had limited defensive options, something this armor might help address. If he could forego all defense and allow his opponent to land a few hits, then with one well-placed strike, victory would be his. As Robert continued practicing, the armor's runic inscriptions continued to glow softly. However, suddenly he noticed an increase in heat close to his thigh. When glancing down, he could see a part of this exoskeleton glowing brightly. He could do nothing but to stop, His body clung around this machine, and if nothing was done, then his leg would probably be burned. That's enough. Luckily, he wasn't alone here. His brother quickly noticed the issue and deactivated the armor. Once the runes stopped glowing, the heat started to diminish. 6 minutes and 23 seconds. We'll have to do something about that. Perhaps make a safety suit for the frame user. Roland shook his head around while glancing at the heated rune that almost ate through the metal lining. It was clear that this apparatus was not yet fit for the field, but with only 5 days left, they would be cutting it close. I guess this will have to do. Robert took a deep breath as Roland began disassembling the exoskeleton. The armor had potential, but the overheating issue was troubling. It was evident that the runes were working beyond their intended capacity. The enhancements to Robert's speed and strength were impressive, but that wouldn't matter if it burned his flesh while he was wearing it. Soon, the armor was back in the briefcase, and the shrouding spell was undone. Half of the allotted time had been used up, and the prototype was still not ready. Time was working against all of them, but potential success was almost around the corner. Has he? No. I'm not sure any of the letters have reached him. Where is that man? Does he not care about his own son? Mother, I heard the border skirmishes have been intensifying lately. Bah! That's always the excuse. 2 people were talking while looking at the sun outside rising through a window. Both of them were in an expensive hotel suite overlooking the bustling city below. The older woman, dressed in fine silks, drummed her fingers impatiently on the windowsill, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Her daughter, seated nearby, was fidgeting with a delicate piece of jewelry, her face marked with concern. Don't worry, Mother. Even if Father doesn't attend the duel, with Professor Wayland's help, I'm sure Robert will win. Lucien tried to reassure her mother, Francine, about the current situation. However, neither of them could see what Wayland was planning behind closed doors. They only saw him moving back and forth from the workshop to the estate, holding a strange rectangular bag. No one knew what the man was up to, but the date of the duel was already upon them. Today the 10 days were over, and her son would have to fight for his life. As the morning sun bathed the city in golden light, tension settled like a heavy cloak over the De Vere estate. Robert's duel was only hours away, and the mood among his family was somber. Lucien's words were meant to offer solace, but her mother, Francine, remained unconvinced. The silence between them stretched as both women contemplated what lay ahead. That man, you seem to put a lot of faith in him, Lucien. Well, he has helped me through some troubled times at the Institute. He is someone that we can trust, Mother, she proclaimed while Francine scrunched her nose. There was something about that armored man that felt familiar yet distant. Her gaze hardened as she turned away from the window, her sharp eyes narrowing in thought. Trust, she murmured, her tone loaded with skepticism and annoyance at her lack of power. I've seen many men hide behind a facade of trust. What does he really want? You must be careful. I'm fine, Mother. Professor Wayland isn't like that. Lucien knew more about the identity of their helper than she was letting on. It was obvious to Francine that something deeper was at play, but her daughter refused to reveal the truth despite her repeated inquiries. Francine had no choice but to leave her son in the hands of this mysterious mage, though that didn't mean she trusted him. Clearly, the man had his own agenda, and Francine feared that once the duel was over, some form of payment would be required. She worried her daughter had made a deal with the devil, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the mage had no hidden motives. Her instincts had usually been right, but with this man, she no longer knew what to think. Your father should be here. A duel of this magnitude demands family. Honor must be defended in person, not left to strangers. Lucien said nothing. She knew how much her mother resented their father's absence, but there was nothing either of them could do to change the situation. Border skirmishes had escalated, and their father, Lord Arden, had been called away weeks ago. Whether he even knew of Robert's upcoming duel was uncertain. I know, Mother, but we must think positive. I know that Professor Wayland has thought this through. Whatever he has been preparing for Brother Robert will help him win this duel, and we'll all return home together. Lucien. Francine wasn't sure how to react, but she knew that she needed to straighten up. She was the mother, but the one acting more like an adult was her daughter. It was unbecoming of her to be this distraught when her children needed her strength. Taking a deep breath, she stood straighter and smoothed her gown with a swift motion. "You're right, Lucien. We must remain hopeful. Robert is strong, and if this Wayland character truly is as capable as you believe, then perhaps." Lucien smiled softly at her mother's attempt to regain composure. The tension in the room lessened, but the unease still lingered just beneath the surface. Both women eventually went outside the room to encounter the group of young ladies who arrived with Professor Wayland. Everyone seemed to be in good spirits, and Francine quickly realized that this was no time to be moping about. Her son needed to see her filled with vigor in the dueling arena, and that was the least that she could provide for her child. "Ugh, let's never do this again, shall we? Thank you for your help, Ariane, and tell the rest that I'm also grateful. When they wake up, that is." Roland glanced to the side where a pile of dwarves had passed out from overwork. Even his assistant Bernier was there, slumbering while leaning up against the wall. All of them had worked for the last 5 days without sleeping more than a few hours. His friend Ariane seemed to have a splitting headache and was barely holding on thanks to recovery items. The workshop was in complete disarray, tools and materials scattered everywhere, but amidst the chaos stood the final creation, the completed runic power armor. Roland surveyed the scene, letting out a tired sigh. They had pushed themselves beyond their limits to ensure the armor was ready for Robert's duel, and now, at the brink of exhaustion, they had succeeded. "Let them rest, and you should get some sleep too. Leave the rest to me." Roland spoke to Ariane, who was fidgeting and yawning. The armor, wrapped in a white sheath of cloth, was being carefully slid into his runic briefcase. Once everything was packed, Roland planned to meet with Robert for their final meeting before the duel, after which everything would rest on his brother's shoulders. However, Ariane had other plans. He shook his head, still yawning, making it clear he had no intention of following the original plan. "You want me to sleep during a monumental event like this? A never-before-seen armor based on new magical technology? Not a chance. I'll catch some shut-eye after we witness Robert's victory." Roland couldn't help but crack a smile at Ariane's enthusiasm. Despite the fatigue, Ariane's spirit mirrored the excitement coursing through everyone involved in this project. Roland appreciated the sentiment, but the stakes of this duel went beyond showcasing their invention. This was about survival. "All right, just try not to pass out in the middle of the duel," Roland replied while picking up the folded-up briefcase with the armor inside. The day that he had been dreading had come to pass, and it was time to test his new invention in battle. "I won't. I've stashed a few elixirs. I'll be fine for a few days. Don't worry about me, my friend." "But how are you fine? You've worked the most out of all of us. How are you still standing? I didn't even see you use any elixirs." Roland shrugged, adjusting the weight of the briefcase on his shoulder. The truth was, he was more exhausted than he let on. But many years of crafting and work had made him resistant to almost all forms of fatigue and stress. He would still be able to work for another day or two, but then that would be his limit. "I'm used to it. Besides, someone has to make sure everything works." Ariane gave a tired chuckle but didn't push further. He knew Roland well enough to realize that when he was focused, nothing could shake him. As Roland turned to leave the workshop, Ariane waved lazily with his tail, half stifling another yawn. "See you at the arena then." With a nod, Roland made his way to the exit. His mind was filled with thoughts of Robert, the duel, and the uncertainties that lay ahead. He had done everything he could to prepare his brother for this fight, but no amount of preparation could account for the unknowns. All that was left now was to trust in Robert's skills and the power of the runic power armor. As he stepped out into the cool morning air, Roland glanced up at the sky. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft golden hue across the city. It was a peaceful moment, one that felt oddly out of place considering the tension building within him. In just a few hours, Robert would face his opponent in a battle that could change everything. He glanced at his display. Many dots were surrounding him, most of which were Graham's men who had attempted to spy on them. They had not escalated things or tried to invade his workshop, something that he didn't expect. Perhaps this noble that he was going up against wasn't totally rotten to the core, but for now, he was his enemy. Lucienne and her friends were gathering together, accompanied by her mother. At the moment, everyone was safe, and no abduction attempts had been made. For a brief moment, he even hoped that Graham might try to take some of her students as a means of blackmail. In such a situation, he could simply rescue them and use it as proof against the Count to force him to withdraw from the duel. It seemed that the noble was either wary of this possibility or didn't think it necessary. Nevertheless, the time had come, and he finally headed toward the Graham estate, which was buzzing with activity. While this was a sanctioned lawful duel, it didn't mean it only needed to take place in front of a judge. For Count Graham, this was an opportunity to showcase his superiority, so he made sure to invite several powerful nobles and influential figures to witness the event. The arena, built within his estate, was primarily intended for jousting between knights, but also served as a venue for duels. Though not as grand as a coliseum, it was certainly extravagant for a personal arena. Tall stone walls surrounded the dueling ground, adorned with intricate banners bearing the Graham family crest. There were many seats encircling the arena, which were sometimes opened to the public. Fortunately, this time only a select few had been granted access, reducing the exposure of Roland's work to prying eyes. He was still unsure how his rune-powered armor would be perceived. Would he be compelled to create copies for the kingdom's army, or would they dismiss it as the eccentric invention of a strange mage, too convoluted to be practical in a real battle between nations? At the moment, the technology is too impractical, that much is true. But once it works with lesser materials, it could become problematic. Roland thought as he walked into the grounds, his briefcase securely in hand. Knights and soldiers of the Graham estate watched him from all directions. No one had gathered at the dueling arena yet, as the nobles were still being greeted at the gate. There were several hours left before the event would begin, and he intended to use that time to allow Robert to prepare. Let him through. The guards saw Roland approaching and stepped aside. Robert wasn't far ahead, being escorted to the underground chamber beneath the arena. There were 4 entrances to the open arena, each leading to a separate chamber. These chambers were where contenders would wait until called for when the show was about to start. Robert would be given a meal before the duel and then have to wait until the nobles announced the official start of the event. Not hungry. Not really. Soon, the 2 brothers were alone in the room, surrounded by weaponry and armor. Most of it was old and unfit for battle, discarded in piles in the corner. The room had an eerie stillness, as though the upcoming duel had drained the very life from it. Roland glanced at the neglected weapons and armor, then at his brother, who sat staring at what could be his last meal, unwilling to even touch it. It doesn't seem to be poisoned. Just eat it. You'll need your strength for the duel. You're probably right. Robert reluctantly picked up a piece of bread from the tray in front of him, tearing into it with little enthusiasm. The tension in the room was palpable, the weight of the upcoming duel pressing down on both brothers. The clatter of dishes was the only sound, aside from the faint murmurs echoing from the arena above. As Robert ate, Roland sat across from him, the briefcase containing the runic armor resting at his feet. He could see the strain in Robert's eyes, the uncertainty, the anxiety. Though they had spent days preparing, nothing could fully quell the fear of a life-or-death battle. Roland knew this feeling all too well. Roland, for all it's worth, I want to thank you and also apologize for putting you in this position. If only I wasn't so impatient then perhaps. Everyone makes mistakes. After this is over you'll probably make many more mistakes. The sound-canceling spell enveloped them, though few people seemed to be paying attention to their conversation. There was still a risk of someone finding out, but Robert didn't seem to care much, and Roland, equally indifferent, didn't interrupt him. He was growing wary of constantly hiding, but with Arion's advice and the many layers of protective spells, he convinced himself that not even a specialist could uncover the truth of this conversation, or that Graham or anyone else would pay the price to summon such a person to reveal it. Robert chuckled weakly at Roland's response and his attempt to make him feel better. The two brothers hadn't really had a heartfelt conversation since Robert had visited Albrook. After starting his military career, he had been focused on gaining experience and fame, something he was beginning to regret. The silence between them stretched again, but this time, it was less heavy. It was broken by Robert clenching his fist and looking directly into Roland's visor. For all it was worth, I was proud to be your brother, and if I falter in this duel, can you promise me something? Roland's helmet reflected the dim light of the chamber, obscuring the emotions inside. Robert's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what was unspoken. Roland shifted slightly in his seat as he stood up to place the suitcase down on the ground to begin the unfolding process. If you falter, you won't. We've worked too hard for that. But go on. What is it that you want? If I don't make it through this, Robert paused, exhaling deeply. I need you to look after Lucienne, Mother, and Diana. I know you've been distant from them, and I understand why. But they'll need someone strong, someone they can trust. You're the only one left who can protect them. Roland's expression remained unreadable behind the visor, but inwardly, a mix of emotions churned. His strained relationship with their family had been a source of unresolved tension for years. Robert's words only deepened the burden he already carried, and for a brief moment, he wanted to refuse, to say it wasn't his responsibility. But that wasn't who he was. Not anymore. You're not going to die, Robert. But if anything happens, I swear I'll take care of them. Just don't make me have to keep that promise, all right? I don't think I've even spoken to Diana once in my life either. Robert's face softened, the tension in his shoulders loosening slightly. Thanks. I know I'm being dramatic, but it helps knowing you'll be there. Sure. Any more requests while I'm here? Perhaps you wish for me to take Lucille away to the Institute while I'm at it. Roland joked about abducting Lucille de Vere from her father, but Robert seemed to have liked that idea instead. You would? I'm sure she would rather go back to her magical research than be forced into marriage by her father. Why don't we discuss this later? Now get into the suit. I'll supply the mana for now, but once those gates open, you'll be on your own. Remember. Yeah, I know. I have limited time. You've told me that 10 times every day. Glad that you've listened. Now get into the suit. I need to run some diagnostics and try to calm down. Your heart rate is increasing. The fully constructed runic power armor rose from the spatial briefcase and stood before them. To Roland, the sight was breathtaking. Before arriving at the Institute, he hadn't thought such a feat was possible. This suit of armor was actually recognized by the world system as a proper suit of armor and magical item. It was an unexpected boon, as he had assumed the world would treat it as a single piece of equipment or like a golem. However, thanks to his dissertation, it was divided into 4 main parts, each capable of adding passive effects and enhancing its strength. Inside the de Vere estate, Count Graham and Count Lawrence were engaged in conversation with a few other nobles. Although the gathering was small, the attendees were all influential figures, the kind who could shift the tides of power with a single word. Count Graham stood tall, exuding confidence as he greeted his guests, his voice smooth and measured. For him, this was merely an opportunity to forge new alliances. The trial Robert was involved in was a minor distraction, not something that concerned him. Count Lawrence, I must apologize that you had to get involved in this incident. I hope we still can have a chat once all this is over. Count Lawrence had agreed to serve as an official judge for the duel, making any discussion of the matter off-limits. However, once it was all over, Graham still planned to resume their negotiations. Their previous conversation had been cut short by Roland before it could gain momentum, and Graham was determined to rebuild the trust that had been lost. Once Robert lost the duel, everything would finally return to normal. In a way, it was for the best, as once the young man was out of the picture, his daughter would have no more excuses. In Graham's mind, the duel was perhaps a better solution to this problem that would be resolved in just an hour. We will see how things unfold, Count Graham. I trust you'll cooperate if the young man somehow emerges victorious in the bout. Yes. For a moment, Graham was taken aback by Lawrence's insinuation. The idea of someone of a lesser class and level winning such a duel was unprecedented. There was a reason why no one without a higher tier class and level ever invoked this law, as it was practically impossible to win. After a brief pause, his lips curled into a smug smile, and he replied, "Count Lawrence, you have a talent for jesting. But of course, if the young man is somehow victorious, I won't pursue the matter further. You know I respect the laws of the land. But do you think the boy stands a chance?" Graham was a shrewd man, and even he sensed something off about the situation. His suspicions were soon confirmed by Lawrence. Well, don't you find it strange that they invoked that old law and this quickly? I didn't even have a chance to listen to any witnesses. While the young man might be naive, that gentleman with him certainly wasn't. I can't help but wonder if there's some kind of plan in motion. How interesting, wouldn't you agree? Count Lawrence grasped his protruding belly and let out a jolly laugh as the other nobles around them listened and nodded in agreement. Count Graham chuckled along with the rest of the nobles in an attempt to mask his unease. However, Count Lawrence's words gnawed at the back of his mind. It was true that this man called Wayland was troublesome. Even his well-trained men could not pierce through his magic. Even now he was unable to confirm what they were making in that workshop nor what Robert was given for the duel. Graham's smile faltered slightly as he glanced away from the small group of nobles. In the distance, he spotted the mother of the young man who had dared to try and seduce his daughter. She, along with a few others, had gathered within his estate. Their presence irritated him, but he was obligated to grant them access to the arena. Her status as the second wife of a mere baron added to his disdain. The boy who had caused all this trouble was clearly of little importance to his father, destined for nothing more than the rank of a knight, someone unworthy of further thought. The nobles around him continued their chatter, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in his mind. Graham's gaze shifted back to Count Lawrence, who was still laughing heartily, his belly shaking as he shared a joke with another guest. Graham's eyes then met those of Leopold, his most trusted retainer, who gave a subtle nod. The preparations were complete, and they could soon make their way to the dueling arena. Graham had ensured the man set to face Robert had been equipped with the finest items for the occasion, and there was no chance the opposition could match them. Victory, in Graham's mind, was all but assured. Soon the time came for them to move to the dueling arena. Graham had a special balcony for himself, Lawrence, and some of the nobles in higher positions. The others, which consisted of mostly merchants, lesser nobility, and also some knights, filtered in slowly, taking their seats around the arena. The sun was now fully risen, casting long shadows across the floor, and the time for pleasantries was over. Every eye in the arena would soon be on the Count's knight and his opponent Robert. The man arrived with an entourage of 3 squires trailing behind him. One of his attendants carried a large flag bearing the crest of the De Vere household. Count Graham's knight, Sir Gerhard, stepped forward, clad in gleaming white mithril armor, his face set in a proud, almost disdainful expression. A seasoned warrior, Sir Gerhard had been handpicked by the Count not only for his combat prowess but for his unwavering loyalty. His confidence was palpable, his demeanor suggesting the battle was already won before it had even begun. From the stands, some spectators cheered while others stood in awe of the magical armor he wore. It was clear at a glance that the Count had spared no expense. The knight's mithril armor shimmered in the morning sun, casting dazzling reflections across the arena. Each step he took echoed with the assurance of a man who had already savored victory without drawing his sword. One squire waved the De Vere flag as he circled the arena, while the other 2 presented Sir Gerhard with his weapons. A gleaming sword etched with intricate runes along both the blade and hilt, and a large enchanted teardrop-shaped shield. Sir Gerhard accepted both weapons, and the squires helped him secure his helmet. Once fully equipped, he raised the shining sword high into the sky and turned to face his lord. "Your lordship, I dedicate this battle and its victory to you." Count Graham watched with a proud, self-satisfied smile as Sir Gerhard addressed him. His knight's display was exactly what he had hoped for, a demonstration of superiority, power, and loyalty that would reinforce his position among the gathered nobility. The spectators murmured in approval, impressed by the costly magical armor and polished ceremony. However, not all eyes were on Sir Gerhard. Further away from the merchants and lesser nobility stood a group of women, their attention fixed on the closed gate at the opposite end of the arena. Through that gate, Robert Arden, Gerhard's opponent, would soon enter. "What do you think?" one of the younger women asked quietly. "I'm not sure, but we can trust the professor, right? He helped Lucy against Viola, after all," Marlian whispered back to Atasuna, careful to keep her voice low so Lucienne wouldn't overhear. The group had gathered to support Lucienne through this tense event, but uncertainty lingered. Sir Gerhard looked dangerous, and as mages, they could sense the immense power radiating from his enchanted armor. It was without a doubt top-tier and fashioned by a master craftsman. "What are you two mumbling about?" Before Marlian and Atasuna could dwell further on their doubts, Margaret cut in, her foot stamping down with authority. She was clearly annoyed, her fierce expression conveying that their hesitation was misplaced. "Everything's going to be fine. Let's just watch. The professor wouldn't have arranged this unless he had a plan. We have to trust him," Margaret declared with confidence, her voice loud enough for others to hear. Marlian and Atasuna exchanged glances, ashamed of their doubts. They nodded, feeling a bit guilty for questioning one of their allies. Margaret, seemingly the only one in high spirits, exuded certainty. Her bold words even caught the attention of some nearby onlookers, who began murmuring about this mysterious professor. "I've heard there's some madman from the Institute involved in this. Do they really have a strategy? There's no way a Tier 2 knight can beat a Tier 3, right? Sure they can't, unless of course they cheat." The people started buzzing with excitement and speculation as the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly charged. Whispers of potential tricks or hidden advantages swirled among the nobles and spectators alike. The duel was only part of the intrigue. The real focus was the enigmatic figure supporting Robert. Known to many as an eccentric madman, this person added a layer of fascination to the event. "Hey, it's starting. Be quiet." As the gate on the opposite side of the arena began to creak open, a hush fell over the crowd. This was no grand entrance for a celebrated knight. It felt more like the arrival of a prisoner or a beast, and the reality of what was to come was not far off. Initially, there was silence, as if Robert himself were absent. Then, the sound of heavy, unnatural footsteps reverberated from the entrance, and a massive armored figure began to emerge. By the gods, is that really a knight? Did they put armor on an orc? Is that a monster? Perhaps a golem? The murmurs in the crowd intensified as Robert stepped into the arena, encased in the experimental runic power armor. The imposing figure was almost unrecognizable, its bulk exaggerated by the intricate layers of metal and glowing runes. Even among seasoned knights, such a sight was unheard of. Robert's silhouette, framed by the morning light, looked like a cross between a knight and a giant metal golem. Whispers echoed through the stands as the magical mechanisms inside the armor clicked and whirred with each step. Every movement of Robert's new suit was accompanied by a strange, unfamiliar noise, the runes ever glowing on the dark frame as they were utilized. The crowd, initially stunned into silence, erupted with shouts of excitement and disbelief. What sort of sorcery is this? Did they really bring a golem to fight between knights? What's with that massive black shield? It looks like a coffin, and that sword should not be held in just one hand. One nobleman gasped while enjoying front-row seats next to Count Graham. Count Lawrence, on the other hand, wasn't sure what he was seeing. He was not a specialist in the field, but a golem could not take the place of a convict. What is the meaning of this? Graham was enraged at the sight of the supposed golem. It was clear this was the contraption his enemy had been working on, but he couldn't understand why they would mock him with it. The laws were clear. Golems couldn't be used in such a fight. Yet, for some reason, the mage either believed it was allowed or thought Graham wouldn't do anything about it. It was as if the mage was trying to bully him, a count into allowing this to happen. But before Graham could voice further complaints, the voice of the madman everyone had been talking about finally rang out. "Ah, my esteemed noble lords and ladies, I'm sure you're baffled by this magical armor, but I will assure you, it is not a golem and does not break any of the rules enforced in this duel." The man's voice boomed in all directions, as though amplified by some sort of sound system. He wore the Institute's signature robe, and his face was concealed beneath a shiny metal helmet. Rather than walking, he hovered forward slowly. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded the large golem's helmet to lift, revealing that it was, in fact, Robert Arden who was controlling the bulky armor. The audience's gasps grew louder as Robert's face emerged from beneath the heavy helmet. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the stands, a mix of awe and confusion spreading among the nobles and onlookers. It wasn't a golem after all, as Robert Arden was somehow controlling the rune-powered suit. However, Count Graham quickly raised concerns after sensing the true power behind the floating mage. "Professor Wayland, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I can't see what's happening here?" All eyes turned to the mage, who hovered forward, now facing the stands where Count Graham sat. His chief knight, Leopold, stepped forward, hand on his sword, ready to spill blood at his lord's command. "I'm not sure what you mean, Count Graham," Professor Wayland replied, his tone measured but his voice sounding deep and menacing. "Ha! Do you take me for a fool? That armor is clearly being controlled by you, just like the other machinations you've used before." Graham's voice rang out, accusingly, as he pointed at the professor. He had seen the floating contraptions surrounding Wayland and even the mechanical golem spiders he had unleashed in the past. Graham had done his research. The professor was a master of runes, and to him this massive machine was merely another remote-controlled creation. "Is this true, Professor Wayland? I'm sure you know the rules if that is indeed a golem. I'm afraid I will have to disqualify Sir Robert from this duel." This time Count Lawrence chimed in. He was still the judge for this whole event, and he could instantly pronounce Graham to be the victor even without any duel taking place. "I assure you, your lordship, this is no golem and I am not controlling it to any degree. But if you have doubts, why not let the court-appointed mage analyze the apparatus? If it truly is a golem, their expertise will make it evident." It had been 10 days since the initial verdict of the duel. Count Lawrence, who had maintained a neutral stance in the matter, had called upon the expertise of a court magician to ensure fairness. The magician, a Tier 3 spellcaster, stood among them, ready to analyze anything that might be out of place. Along with several other mages, his role was to ensure that no one used mana from outside the arena, which would soon be encased in a protective barrier to prevent any interference. "If I were attempting to control this armor from here, I'm certain it wouldn't escape the notice of my fellow mage colleagues," Wayland added in a mocking tone and then gestured toward the court-appointed mages. "Isn't that so?" The court-appointed mages, who had remained silent until now, exchanged uncertain glances. The lead mage, a stoic older woman clad in silver robes, stepped forward. Her staff, adorned with glowing gemstones, tapped lightly against the ground as she approached the center of the arena. The crowd grew quiet, watching her every move. She came to a stop before the bulky armor that was almost twice her size. She pointed out with her staff in the direction of the armor, the gems glowing brightly as she activated several spell effects. Everyone held their breath as the mage's magic probed the intricate runes and mechanisms embedded in the suit. Her eyes narrowed in concentration, seeking any hint of external control or foul play. Seconds stretched on, and tension hung heavy in the air. Count Graham's face remained stern, but his fingers twitched impatiently. Wayland, on the other hand, gave no sign of concern, his posture exuding calm confidence. "Your lordship." Finally, the court mage withdrew her magic and turned to face Count Lawrence. "Yes? Speak." "I detect no external mana flow or signs of remote control. The armor appears to be an unconventional suit of armor, as recognized by the world system, rather than a golem as some have claimed. It does have a large reservoir of mana in its back, which I assume is the weapon's power source. Nevertheless, It is neither a golem nor being manipulated from a distance. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience, but Count Lawrence raised a hand for silence. Very well, if the armor is deemed legitimate, the duel shall proceed. Count Graham's lips thinned, his frustration barely concealed. He cast a cold glare at Wayland, who remained unfazed, his helmet reflecting the sunlight. Graham's thoughts raced as this contraption was far beyond anything he had anticipated. But it didn't matter. Sir Gerhard was a seasoned warrior, equipped with some of the finest magical items in his arsenal, and he had been further enhanced with blood crystals. No amount of armor, no matter how advanced, could make up for a difference in skill, experience, and class. He consoled himself with this thought, though a flicker of doubt lingered in the back of his mind. Sir Gerhard, too, seemed to have grown impatient. He had stood quietly, watching the proceedings with a dismissive air, but now that the duel was confirmed to continue, he shifted into a combat stance. His eyes shone red beneath his visor as he sized up Robert, who stood still in his bulky suit of runic armor. To Gerhard, this opponent was nothing more than a foolish boy hiding behind a metal shell. "I'll end this quickly. For my lord," Gerhard shouted while Robert's helmet made its way back onto the large frame to reconnect it. Soon a shimmering blue dome of magical energy began to form around the arena, sealing it off from any external interference. The protective barrier was there to protect the onlookers from harm, but also to prevent any outside manipulation. Now that the two combatants were sealed inside, it was time for the duel to start, and only one of the men would be leaving it alive. There they go. Now it's up to Robert. Roland stood in a somewhat secluded spot in the arena stands. The other spectators, consisting of lesser nobles, merchants, and their guards, had spread out in both directions to avoid him. It was an odd sight watching these people fear him, but at least it gave him some peace. His gaze settled on his sister, who was clutching her hands near her heart, and his stepmother, mirroring the same anxious gesture. The time for the duel had arrived, and now there was nothing Roland could do to help his brother. If he tried anything, the mages would instantly notice the shift in his mana and likely call off the duel in Graham's favor. Name: Gerhard L. 156. Classes: T3 Spirit Master Sword Knight L6. T2 Spirit Sword Knight L50. T2 Sword Knight L50. T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. Eventually, his eyes turned to Gerhard and his status, something Roland was already familiar with. His class was a mouthful, but it wasn't particularly impressive, though not terrible either. This man was likely similar to Emerson, the first knight commander he fought, but at a much lower level. However, Gerhard's abilities had been artificially boosted by the red crystals, a fact Roland wished he could bring up. As if anyone would believe me at this point. There were side effects to using those blood gems to enhance one's skills, but with enough money, it was possible to minimize or even eliminate them. People who took them tended to become more irritable and violent, which was hardly enough for a formal accusation. The debuff caused by the crystals would eventually disappear, leaving no trace, though it often left lasting effects on the person's mind. He has no last name. Graham probably chose him as an expendable pawn. Even if Gerhard were caught, Graham could just claim he acted on his own, and that it was Leopold who gave him the crystals. Finally, Roland's gaze shifted to Robert, who was clad in his latest creation, the Rune Power Armor prototype. The Rune Power Armor prototype that Robert wore was not only a testament to Roland's craftsmanship, but also to Arion's ingenuity. The height of the user was close to 2 meters, and with the addition of the armor that put Robert at 2 meters 20. Each section of the armor was seamlessly interlocked, giving him the appearance of an imposing iron sentinel. The armor's core structure was crafted from dwarven steel, renowned for its durability and compatibility with enchantments. Its matte black finish absorbed light rather than reflecting it, giving it an eerie, foreboding presence in the arena. Many mistook Robert for a dark knight or even an iron golem monster at first glance. The most striking feature was the chest piece, with angular ridges and an embossed rune circle at its center, faintly glowing with pale blue magical energy. The shoulders were rounded yet bulky, designed to protect the joints beneath, while the legs were similarly reinforced for maximum defense. However, the true weak point of the design lay in the back, the backpack housing several large runic batteries. These cylindrical batteries were welded shut to prevent them from dislodging during combat, which limited the suit's operational time but provided an additional layer of protection. All of this was tied together with a simple but crucial design philosophy: protection and power without sacrificing mobility. Roland had designed the armor to be the ultimate balance of strength and speed, taking into account Robert's natural fighting style. As an addition, his brother was handed the large mithril sword he had received from Emerson, along with the black mithril tower shield he had retrieved from the Albrook dungeon. Armed with these two bulky weapons, Robert would have to defeat his opponent, who was protected by his own set of enchanted mithril armor. Good. He came equipped with that armor and the weapons. Everything is going according to plan. Now just Robert needs to do it. A dome of transparent blue energy enveloped the entire arena. Mages stationed at the four corners maintained the barrier, continuously supplying it with their mana. Even a Tier 3 attack wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Roland could feel the weight of eyes on him as nearly all of Graham's men were watching, Leopold included. The time for the duel had finally arrived, and now everyone was waiting for the Count to give the signal. Count Graham's hand hovered in the air as the anticipation in the arena reached its peak. Every noble, merchant, and knight in attendance held their breath, eyes trained on the two figures standing at the center of the magical dome. On one side, Sir Gerhard, the seasoned knight and champion of House de Vere, stood poised, his gleaming sword raised in a display of strength. On the other, Robert Arden, his towering figure encased in the experimental runic power armor, remained still as if waiting for the right moment to strike. So this is it. Can do this. No, I shall. Robert's heart pounded in his chest as he waited for the signal. His life flashed through his mind once more as he locked eyes with the man he was destined to face. A Tier 3 class holder, the very tier he aspired to reach. Though he had made rapid progress on the battlefield, this opponent was far superior in power, strength, and experience. Without the buffing spells his brother had cast on him, his knees would likely be trembling at this very moment. Finally, with a sharp flick of his wrist, Count Graham signaled the start of the match. His voice, amplified by his personal mage, boomed through the arena. Let the duel begin. Sir Gerhard moved first, his body a blur of motion. Despite the weight of his mithril armor, he charged forward with the grace and speed of a well-trained warrior. His sword imbued with runic enchantments, crackled with lightning elemental power as he brought it down in a vicious arc aimed directly at Robert's head. For a moment, Robert froze as the man charged at him, clearly intent on ending the fight sooner rather than later. It wasn't the sudden movement that made him hesitate, but rather the flashing red display in front of his eyes, warning him just before the man truly made his move. Without this magical contraption, Robert would have undoubtedly been decapitated on the spot. But as the attack was about to connect, he forced his body into a defensive stance, raising his massive shield just in time to absorb the blow. This ingenious device had been something Robert was still trying to get used to after only a few days of practice. Roland called it a graphical interface, though the term meant little to him. One side of the display showed a miniature version of his power armor, while a strange white aura would form around his opponent before the battle began. As soon as his enemy moved, the parts of their body used for the attack would flash red, along with the corresponding part of Robert's armor, indicating where the blow would land. Even with this system in place, his reaction time was limited. A Tier 3 knight speed was at least twice his own. On top of that, feints were always a problem. The runic machine could detect the true strike, but it left him with an even smaller window to react. He had practiced with his brother playing the role of his opponent, but even now, he hadn't fully mastered this strange system. The arena erupted in shock as Robert narrowly blocked Sir Gerhard's lightning-fast strike with his massive black mithril tower shield. The crackling energy from Gerhard's sword collided violently with Robert's defenses, sending sparks flying. The force of the blow was immense, and the lightning energy traveled through the eternity of his frame. The display informed him about the amount of damage he took, but it was quite minimal. To everyone's surprise, The massive suit of armor absorbed the powerful strike from the Tier 3 knight without buckling. It stood firmly rooted to the ground, as if the blow was nothing. But Gerhard didn't relent. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each one faster and more forceful than the last, powered by his enchanted armor. Robert found himself on the defensive, retreating while using his enormous tower shield to protect himself. The sword Gerhard wielded was sharp, but ill-suited for cutting through the thick, heavily armored frame of Robert's power armor. Even when Robert couldn't raise his shield in time, the strikes left only minor nicks and scratches on the dense dwarven metal, which was built to withstand much worse. Impressive, boy, but how long can you hold up against me? If the only thing you can do is defend yourself, sooner or later your armor will break. The man's eyes, visible through his helmet, flashed red as he continued his relentless assault. Each strike was accompanied by a burst of crackling lightning energy. To the crowd, it looked like a one-sided confrontation, with Robert's massive suit of armor seemingly offering little resistance. It appeared as though the fight would soon be over. However, a plan was quietly unfolding. Robert had been well informed about his opponent, as well as the equipment he was using. He wasn't up against a true magic swordsman, but rather someone whose mana pool couldn't keep up with the flashy, enchanted gear they wore. He had 20 charges and he isn't using them sparingly, just like Roland said. This Gerhard likes to be flashy. He wasn't sure where his brother got the information, but the man before him was an open book. Roland presented him with his opponent's personality traits along with what weapons he would be using before the bout even started. Now, after the fight had been going for a few minutes, it was finally time for a counterattack. The time for conserving power was no more, and he would finally show everyone that he was not here to die by this man's hand. The sword slashed against his tower shield again, followed by a flurry of blows, one even connecting with the side of Robert's helmet. But the interface inside his visor alerted him to where the next strike would land. This time he was ready. It was finally time for a true exchange of blows. Though his swordsmanship was inferior to his opponent's, the marvel of his armor made up for his shortcomings. As the enemy strike nicked his joint, trying to exploit a weak point, Robert's own massive mithril blade came down on the opponent's teardrop-shaped shield. The impact sent the man flying to the side, and the crowd gasped in surprise. What power! Can a Tier 2 knight really be capable of that? While Robert's power armor sustained minor damage, it was worth it. The sheer force he could generate in this prototype was astonishing, clearly surpassing what his opponent could muster. The added weight and power of his equipment made it impossible for the smaller shield to absorb the blow without serious consequences. Sir Gerhard's body skidded across the arena floor, his shield slightly warped from the impact. He scrambled to his feet, shocked by the massive blow he just received. His left arm felt numb and he was off balance. He gritted his teeth together and glanced back at his opponent, who was charging forward at a speed previously not shown. The armor's legs moving at long strides to bridge the distance in just a few movements. "You just got lucky," the man shouted while charging back into the fray. In his mind, backing off would be disgracing both his name and the Lord's. Robert watched as Sir Gerhard recovered quickly, charging back with fury in his eyes. He could feel the weight of the crowd's expectations, their eyes glued to the unfolding duel. The man before him, despite his overconfidence, was no ordinary opponent. But Robert was no longer the hesitant, uncertain young man he had been before this duel. The brief success of his counterattack had sparked something inside him, a realization of his own strength and the incredible potential of the power armor he now commanded. Gerhard rushed forward again, sword raised high, but Robert was prepared. The graphical interface in his visor flashed red, warning him of the exact angle of the attack. With a swift movement, he brought up his massive tower shield, the enchanted mithril edge catching the blow with a loud clang. The sound echoed through the arena, but this time, Robert didn't just defend. As Gerhard's blade met his shield, Robert pivoted, using the momentum to swing his enormous sword in a wide arc. Gerhard barely managed to leap back, his sword deflecting the blow at the last second. The force of Robert's strike sent a shockwave through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd gasped as they witnessed the raw power behind Robert's attack. "You're better than I thought, but you only delay the inevitable," Gerhard growled, circling Robert like a predator stalking its prey. He realized that while his opponent might have the advantage in strength and power, he was superior in speed. Another exchange of blows followed, but to the knight's surprise, even with his agility, he couldn't land a meaningful strike. Each time one of his precise attacks was about to connect, Robert would either deflect it or force him back with the swing of his massive sword. It felt as if Robert could anticipate his every move, reacting with uncanny precision before Gerhard even made up his mind about his next strike. The Azure Lion Knights Order must have exaggerated about the strength of their knights, if this is all you can muster. Robert had finally found a good rhythm and even felt confident enough to mock his opponent, an action that the knight did not appreciate. Sir Gerhard's face flushed with anger beneath his helm, his strikes growing wilder as his frustration mounted. The seemingly impenetrable defense of Robert's armor, combined with the unexpected strength of his counterattacks, was starting to wear on the seasoned knight. The crowd's reactions were a mixture of awe and disbelief, and the rage on Count Graham's face was starting to show. "You fool! What are you doing? Get this duel over with this instant," the man shouted out from his balcony while slamming his hand down onto the large chair that he was sitting on. The other knights and nobility flinched at Count Graham's outburst but remained silent. "You dare mock me and my order?" Gerhard roared, his voice echoing through the barrier. His sword rained down, now encased in spirit energy rather than lightning, as the charges on his blade had already been depleted. Eventually, he retreated a few steps, cast aside his shield, and drew a large enchanted mithril mace from his left side. "Even that shield will crack under this." With renewed vigor and a weapon imbued with magical charges, he rushed in again. The runes on the mace began to glow bright orange, and he could feel the weight and power of his strike intensifying. He was certain that when it collided with the shield, the enchantment would tear it from his opponent's metallic grasp. However, just before the mace made contact, he heard Robert say something in a hushed tone, words that would alter the course of the confrontation. "Activate the enchantment inhibitor." The moment his mace collided with the shield, an explosion of magical energies was expected. The runic enchantment on the mace was an advanced version of impact and explosive runes, designed to be highly effective against opponents encased in thick metal. However, for some reason, the rune's intensity diminished, and instead of a powerful explosion, only a minor one occurred. To make matters worse, his opponent had anticipated this outcome with perfect precision. The massive shield parried the blow, sending Gerhard's hand that was still gripping the mace reeling back. To make things worse, the defensive runes on his mithril armor were also going pale. They were made to react whenever he was struck by heavier blows, but now it seemed like they weren't working. "Ha!" Robert shouted as he swung his blade at the off-balance Gerhard. Seeing the incoming attack, Gerhard contorted his body to evade the strike and used both his weapons to defend himself. It was still possible for him to block the attack if he could accurately predict the blade's path. "Too simple," Gerhard shouted back, raising his defenses at what he believed to be the right moment. However, just before his defense could fully engage, a few runes on Robert's blade began to glow. They emitted a sharp, resonant clang before propelling the blade forward with increased speed. The enhanced strike collided forcefully with Gerhard's chest plate, sending the man flying while the audience silently watched at something that should not have been possible. "Did you see that? What happened?" "I don't know. Did his enchantment malfunction, or did he not activate it correctly?" A few merchants murmured among themselves as they saw Gerhard flung to the side. His chest plate had been dented by a strike from a large sword, but the mithril armor held firm. The onlookers noticed his confidence when attacking. His swing was wide and forceful, leaving him open for his opponent's devastating blow. Although the armor remained intact, the impact sent him rolling for tens of meters, ending with a collision against the arena wall. The audience erupted in a mix of murmurs and gasps, trying to make sense of what they'd just witnessed. The other knights, seated in the stands, exchanged uneasy glances. It was becoming clear that this duel was not following the rules of conventional combat, at least not for Sir Gerhard. Up in the stands, Count Graham's face twisted with a mix of rage and disbelief. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the arms of his chair, eyes burning holes into the two combatants. The plan had been for Gerhard to win decisively, and no one had expected Robert, a mere Tier 2 knight in a strange new armor, to stand a chance against a seasoned Tier 3 warrior like Gerhard. But the tide of the battle had shifted, and one person in the audience knew why. Roland allowed himself a small smile, though it went unnoticed due to his helmet. Everything was unfolding just as he had calculated. The rune system he had designed wasn't just for protection and power. It included specialized enchantments like the rune inhibitor, which could disrupt or nullify certain magical energies within a set range. Gerhard had unwittingly walked right into his trap. His skill at dispelling enemy enchantments was quite extensive, but creating a device to mimic it wasn't easy. There were limitations, and only thanks to his thorough espionage before the arena fight was he able to succeed. Roland knew exactly what type of armor Robert's opponent would be wearing and the magics it relied on. The combatants from the other side were restricted from using overly powerful magical equipment, a fact Roland cleverly exploited. It was one thing to develop a smart system that could target enchantments during combat, but quite another if he knew in advance what to target. Gerhard possessed a full set of mithril armor with only basic shielding enchantments. His weapons were similar. His sword carried a limited lightning discharge spell that wasn't quite of the highest tier, and his mace had an enhanced impact rune that was more of a pseudo-tier 3 enchantment. Roland had advised Robert to defend himself during the first half of the duel, frustrating his opponent with his defensive stance. Then, once his foe grew reckless, he would activate the enchantment inhibition system and use the confusion to launch a counterattack. "Get up!" Count Graham's voice erupted from his seat on the balcony, his facade beginning to show cracks. The calm and composed demeanor he was known for was crumbling before his peers. The mask of nobility and refinement was quickly slipping away as his champion, Sir Gerhard, struggled to recover from the shocking turn of events. Gerhard, on the other hand, was still reeling. His pride, as much as his body, had taken a severe blow. Slowly, he pulled himself to his feet, clutching his dented chest plate. His breathing was ragged, and his eyes darted between Robert and the arena wall he'd collided with moments before. For the first time since the duel began, doubt crept into his mind. His enchanted mace, the tool he thought would easily break through Robert's defenses, had been rendered useless. Worse, the crowd's murmurs and the look of confusion in his fellow knight's eyes sent a wave of humiliation through him. His opponent was already charging toward him, and after taking the hit, he had lost his grip on one of his weapons. Now he was left with only the mace, which had failed to activate its impact rune. However, for some reason, the enchantment on it was quickly springing back to life, offering a glimmer of hope that it might work if he tried again. His grip tightened around the handle, the enchanted glow flickering back into existence. "You think this is over, boy?" Gerhard growled through clenched teeth, his voice dripping with venom. "I've faced better warriors than you and never lost. I will not be defeated by a whelp." Robert didn't respond. Instead, he focused on the graphical display that continued feeding him data about Gerhard's movements. His confidence was solidifying, and he began to believe he could win against someone of a higher tier. His trust in his brother had been strong from the start, but even he hadn't anticipated his brother's genius. The tide of battle was turning in his favor, and he needed to seize the moment that had presented itself. "This whelp is already grown." Roland watched the exchange between the two with bated breath. While the plan had worked and his brother was now able to attack, the battle had not been won. He had already managed to analyze Gerhard's capabilities, and the power armor only leveled the playing field. The two were about equal to each other, and the enchantment inhibitor couldn't be used too much as it would drain the armor's batteries. However, his brother wasn't only his armor. He was a man that had honed his skills in battles against other nations, while the man he was facing was more of a career knight. The noble blade class Robert was using focused on two-handed swordplay. Although his skills were lacking compared to the Tier 3 knight, momentum was on his side. Roland watched as his brother discarded his tower shield and gripped the large blade, its hilt extending to accommodate his now larger hands as he lunged forward. His steps sounded mechanical, the ground sinking slightly under the weight of his power armor. Finally, the two collided in a furious exchange of blows. Gerhard's mace came crashing down, its enchantment glowing brightly once again, but Robert was prepared. With the heavy, two-handed mithril sword in his grip, he met the attack head-on. The impact shook the ground, sending a reverberating clang throughout the arena. Robert's armor held firm, absorbing the brunt of the strike, but the sheer force of Gerhard's blow caused sparks to fly from the contact point. "You're nothing without that armor," Gerhard spat, his voice desperate now as the audience watched in stunned silence. His confidence had waned, but his fury had not. He lashed out again, his strikes fast and brutal, but Robert's system continued feeding him crucial data, helping him predict and deflect the attacks with his massive sword. Eventually, allowing him to get used to his opponent's form, parry, and land blows of his own. The blade he held was imbued with several enchantments, all specifically designed to counter his opponent. Even when the enchanted mace regained its magical power, the magic could be absorbed by the runic enhancements on the sword. Within his display, Robert could choose between several modes: offensive, defensive, and all-rounder. By focusing his gaze on a particular part of the display, he could switch modes after a brief moment. Once the blade was set to offensive mode, its attacks became lighter and more powerful as they neared their target. Robert grunted as Gerhard's mace met his blade with a violent clang, but instead of flinching, he pushed back with all his might. His power armor's joints whined in protest, but the runic power armor did its work, boosting his strength far beyond what Gerhard could have anticipated. For a brief moment, their weapons locked, the clashing energies between them sending ripples of mana through the arena's air. "You think this armor is all I have?" Gerhard sneered at the comment. To him, he was fighting against the magical contraption and not really the man inside who was nothing more than an inexperienced fighter. Even now, he was not taking him seriously, and that would be his downfall. He tried twisting his mace in an attempt to get free, but his opponent was faster. Using the momentum from the clash, he twisted his body and pulled his blade away, forcing Gerhard to stumble forward slightly. With a quick pivot, Robert struck. His mithril sword moved with shocking speed for something so large and heavy, arcing through the air and slamming against Gerhard's exposed side once more. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed once again, but this time Gerhard couldn't hide the grunt of pain. His armor had already been damaged, and now the enchantment was also no more. He felt a metallic taste in his mouth as blood started to spill out from within his helmet. The audience watched in awe as the once cocky knight staggered backward, his mace dipping low. The enchanted armor's runes started dimming as the traces between them had been cut. From his seat, Count Graham's expression shifted from barely controlled fury to outright panic. He could see it now that Gerhard was losing. His carefully prepared plan of whining quickly and showing off was unraveling before his eyes. What is he doing? He can't lose to him. Not here, not now. Roland was pleased to see Graham panicking, but it was too soon to celebrate. The battle had been raging for quite some time, and the operational time of his power armor was starting to dwindle. The more runic enchantments Robert activated, the faster he would find himself unable to move. Once the power ran out, his armor would become nothing more than a heavy, immobile target. He worried about his brother, who was still inexperienced and might lose himself in the heat of the confrontation without realizing the danger. Fortunately, Roland had prepared for such a moment. Suddenly, a sharp beeping noise echoed inside Robert's helmet, snapping him back to reality. Warning: power reserves below 30%. The sharp beeping reverberated through Robert's helmet, jolting him from the rush of adrenaline and confidence that had been building. His breaths were heavy, his heart pounding in his chest, but the warning message was impossible to ignore. 30%. It wasn't as bad as he feared, but it was a reminder that the clock was ticking. His armor wouldn't last forever, and Gerhard was far from finished. Gerhard, visibly shaken but not yet defeated. He raised his visor that uncovered his face and spat out a glob of blood onto the ground. His stance wavered slightly, but the fury in his eyes had not dimmed. The knight was driven by pride, and with Count Graham's wrathful gaze boring down on him from the balcony, retreat wasn't an option. He threw the mace he was holding to the side as unbeknownst to Robert, he also had a plan. After the exchange of blows, the two ended up close to where he lost his sword, the main weapon he liked to use. The man was a spirit master sword knight, and could only display his full power when wielding a sword. Part of Roland's plan had been to disarm Gerhard, preventing him from using his most potent skills. But now Gerhard had regained his main weapon. He raised the sword into the air, and it became enveloped in a pulsating orange aura, expanding its size. The size of the spirit blade reflected the wielder's skill level, and its immense magnitude was likely due to the blood crystal doping. As Gerhard's sword expanded with the pulsating orange aura, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. His spirit blade now towered over him, glowing with a fierce intensity that left no doubt about the raw power it contained. Even Robert, with his superior armor and cutting-edge enchantments, felt a hint of apprehension as he watched the weapon's spirit aura ripple through the air. He had been told about Gerhard's spirit master abilities, but seeing it in person was another matter entirely. "Are you man enough to face me, whelp?" The knight pointed the glowing blade forward, as if issuing a challenge. It was clear he intended to finish the duel with this final move. The skill he was using was a lesser version of the aura blade, but it was still likely powerful enough to cut through Robert's power armor. This was clearly a provocation, meant to pressure Robert into a quick response, as Gerhard didn't have enough mana or stamina to sustain the skill for long. While the blood crystals could raise the skill by a few levels, they couldn't boost the man's base stats. "Of course, are you? Humph. You will regret that." Robert responded almost instantly, which came as no surprise to Gerhard. In his eyes, the boy he faced was still immature and easy to provoke, just like the other knights under his command. But Gerhard, a knight commander, was different from them. He knew that if he continued to fight conventionally, he would surely lose. However, if he could land just one hit with his spirit blade, victory would be his. In a direct confrontation, he was confident in the destructive power of his attacks. The two took their stances, Robert holding his large mithril sword, which was now dwarfed by the immense aura blade Gerhard was holding. The crowd, the nobles, and even the workers held their breath, waiting to see how this climactic moment would unfold. Robert's breathing steadied as he inched his metallic foot forward and watched his opponent do the same. His gaze glanced to one of the flashing icons on his display as he got ready to unleash his last trump card. Both men exploded into a charge. Gerhard roared, the immense spirit blade swinging downward in a fiery arc, intending to cleave Robert and his armor in two. The knight moved with everything he had, throwing the last of his strength into the single, decisive blow. It was fast, faster than Robert expected, but his visor flashed, marking the trajectory with a red outline. At the last second, right before the clash could commence, a blinding light erupted from Robert's chest. The runes glowed with an intensity rarely seen, enveloping the entire arena in a flash of white light. The audience screamed as their vision was temporarily taken from them. Everyone, except for one person in the stands, was caught off guard by the sudden burst of light, one of the planned strategies all along. Two grunts and a scream echoed from within the blinding light as the confrontation continued. Roland, who had known to shield his eyes, watched the exchange unfold. Blinded by the light, Gerhard flinched and momentarily lost track of his opponent, who remained focused amidst the chaos. The spell was designed to blind everyone in the vicinity, but Robert, having prepared, was unaffected. All he had to do was follow the indicators on the screen to land the last devastating hit. Soon the light dispersed and everyone gasped as the scene before them came into focus. The dust had settled, and the arena lay still. At the center of it, Robert stood tall, his power armor glowing faintly, the runes slowly dimming after their final burst. His mithril sword was embedded deep in Gerhard's chest plate, piercing through the once imposing knight commander's armor. Gerhard's enormous spirit blade had dissipated, its fiery orange aura flickering out as he dropped to his knees, eyes wide in disbelief. His hand, still clutching the hilt of his now ordinary sword, trembled before he released it entirely, the weapon clattering onto the ground. Blood seeped from his mouth as he gasped for air, the last vestiges of his strength fading rapidly. The arena, once filled with the roar of battle, now echoed with an eerie silence. The crowd, still recovering from the blinding flash, stared in shock at the fallen knight who had seemed unstoppable. Robert's blade was now pointed directly at his opponent's face in a victorious stance, ready to decapitate him at a moment's notice. "Count Lawrence, I think the battle is over. It would be better to announce the victor unless you wish, sir. Gerhard to die." "Oh, of course you are right, Professor." While everyone was still trying to understand what happened, Roland quickly addressed Lawrence. His brother had critically injured his opponent, but his power armor's battery was almost gone. If this duel didn't end now, it could end badly for his brother. "The duel is concluded. Robert Arden is victorious and now a free man." The declaration hung in the air for several moments before the audience processed the words. Only a small group of young women were cheering with tears coming down their eyes. They did it, the duel was over, and now that Count Lawrence announced the victor, Graham could not do anything about it. This confrontation had been won, but to Roland's surprise, this was not quite over. "Shit! Release the mana barrier now!" he screamed while rushing forward after seeing a red glint in Gerhard's eyes. His whole face flushed red with bulging veins and his eyes widened in rage. The man, overtaken by his emotion, grasped his sword once more and ignored the verdict, his body barely moving but still capable of battle. Robert, on the other hand, saw the light inside of his visor go out as all the power had been drained during the confrontation. "No, this isn't over." Robert could barely move in the heavy armor. He now found himself trapped inside, and the previous exchange had left an opening near his chest. With one well-aimed thrust, Gerhard would be able to pierce through the armor entirely, delivering a direct blow to his body and likely killing him in the process. Roland slammed his hand against the barrier, quickly shattering its defenses, but not quickly enough to cast a spell that could save his brother. He could only shout and watch helplessly as the silvery blade approached the immobilized power armor. Just as all hope seemed lost, something miraculous happened. From an unknown location, a massive spear flew through the air and struck Gerhard square in the midsection. The spear tore through Gerhard's midsection with a sickening crunch, halting his final attack and propelling him off the ground. He was flung in the direction where Roland stood, flying straight through the gap in the mana shield. Roland had to quickly step aside as Gerhard crashed into the arena stands, sending up a cloud of dust. Glancing into the distance, Roland spotted a large figure approaching. The man wore a gleaming suit of silvery armor, with a massive wolf engraved on his chest,